chat section of this, sorry, to let her know who you are if your phone number is just the only thing that shows up. All right, let's get going here. So our agenda for today, we're going to cover RQI and get an education update from Jason Adams. We're going to talk about some peer support, the Park City scene response. We're going to get an update from Seth and Eric if they were able to join us. Talk a little bit about scheduling like usual, and some of these things are the same as well. Staffing, hearing tests, wellness exams. I want to talk about goals for just a few minutes, and then we'll touch on overtime and again, open it up for any questions or comments that anybody has. At this point, I actually want to mute myself and turn the time over to Jason Adams so we can get an update on all this. So Jason.
Hey guys, everybody hear me okay?
Yeah, I got
Hopefully
you.
so. Cool, okay. First of all, thank you. I know this is frustrating. Many of you have certifications from other agencies. You're asking lots of great questions. We're trying to answer them as we can. But thank you. Know that we recognize this is a new thing. This is adding to your to-do list. And so Dustin and I are making it our mission to try and make it more accessible for you, easier to get done. So I'll tell you where we're at, and then if you guys have questions, please feel free to ask, and I'll do my best to answer. So first things first is you have seen the LMS modules due, and the first one is due by the end of this month. And this is not negotiable. HR is the ones who get involved, so it's Frankie doesn't even have control over this. We've already had a few that have been notified that they're being written up for some sort of lapse with HR. And so if you're running into that, please let myself or Dustin know. Or actually Nate, you can let Nate know and we can address that. But after September, the end of September, if you haven't finished this initial LMS with the RQI pass off, then HR will get involved, and there's not a whole ton that we can do. We've talked to Colleen about a cushion time frame because we know this came on pretty quick, but there's really not much cushion that way. So with that, our job is to try and make it more accessible, easier for you. So good news and bad news. Obviously, the bad news is that it's required and mandatory by the hospital. There's no way around that. The good news is it is online, most of it, with the exception of the BLS pass off that you have to do every quarter. And you don't have to do a 2-hour class if some of you have to come to the HSEB for that, for your ACLS PALS and things. So that's gone away. And then you just have the online portions that you have to do for LMS. And that hopefully doesn't take too much of your time. I've heard as high as 20 to 25 minutes for the ACLS and PALS. But once you've done it, then you just do your quarterly BLS, pass off at an RQI station, and you're done. So it is quarterly. And one of the things we've tried to do in making it more accessible, we've worked with clinical staff education to get an RQI station at the hangar. So that hopefully will help a lot of you out that way. Nate went to bat for us. He talked to Colleen. By the way, Nate did ask the questions. It went all the way up to our chief nursing officer, and you know, asking about accepting certifications and that kind of thing from other places. And the answer was no, because they want the hospital staff to be on the same page, universal, where they don't have to worry about it too much, and it's automated system ready to go. So there will be an RQI station at the hangar in November. The compromise we made is that we have to share with the Madsen Clinic. So they'll have it for a month every quarter, and then we'll have it for 2 months every quarter. And so if you're passing through the hangar and you see it there, you can use it. Please do your best to keep it in good condition, and I'll keep an eye on it and make sure it's clean and that kind of thing. You guys are welcome to contact myself or Dustin at any time if you run into problems with the computer or something freezes or whatnot. If we can help you, we'll be happy to. but hopefully that will help alleviate a little bit of that stress, understanding it's there, that we'll have access at the hangar. And as I mentioned, Nate spoke with Colleen, and we do have permission to stay out of service. So if you guys come to the hospital and you need to do your quarterly pass off, you can stay out of service to go to an RQI station and pass that off. There's one in ECU in the main ED. That's the one I've used. It's pretty good. It goes pretty fast, takes maybe 10 minutes at most. A couple of pointers. I know we don't do this, but squeeze the adult bag tight. So squeeze it almost all the way. It'll consider you bagging well. And when you're doing CPR on the baby, pretty much touch the baby's spine on these mannequins. And then you should hear good feedback from the computer. That'll help you pass it off pretty quick. There's been a question about state requirements, ACLS and PALS, does this count? The bottom line is yes. This is an American Heart Association program, and your PALS and ACLS certificates that you get through the RQI. RQI is the way that it's being administered. That's a third-party company that's administering this American Heart program. And so the answer again is yes, it does count. It's good in the state of Wyoming. It's good wherever ACLS and PALS certifications are required, because it's the same thing. And in fact, you could go on to LMS, or you'll get an email in your UMail, and you can print up those cards if you need to show proof of being certified. So it's as good as the cards that you get if you get it from your fire station. The one caveat to that is it becomes, you become non-certified, or it goes lapse if you don't do your quarterly LMS. So keep that in mind. Dustin and I will do our best to send out reminders for you, just to say, hey, this is the end of the quarter. Make sure you get your LMS in. And you should be seeing emails for that, you know, reminder that you have a new LMS module.
Hey, Jason?
Yeah.
When we're doing this, do we need to print up our cards and put them in ninth brain, or are they just tracked a different way now?
That's a great question. I would, you could do a screen print, save it as a JPEG, and upload it into ninth brain so it's there. But in terms of the hospital side, they're tracking that, and so you don't have to do anything on the hospital side.
Yeah, so if I could just add to that, so for those of us that have taken like some of these classes, BLS, ACLS at the university, once you take it through clinical staff education, it automatically updates with human resources. So Jason, that's the way I understand it with this. As long as we're staying up to date on our LMS and getting our quarterly skills in, and it'll just auto update with the hospital. Correct?
That's correct. Yeah, it'll stay. In terms of ninth brain though, yeah, I would say just take a screenshot when it pulls up, even on your phone or something, email it to yourself, and then you can upload that certificate to ninth brain. One more thing, if it helps alleviate any stress, you know, one of my is streamline education, less classes with easier access, that kind of thing. And so even though we're adding to your to-do list here, just to give you an example, ABLS is pretty much gone. I know some of you there, it's getting close to expiring just because of COVID, and the burn center themselves are backed way up. And so I don't want anybody stressed about ABLS, and I'm working with Annette Matherly to come up with an annual education that would be online, easy to access, that will count as your burn training for the year.
Hey guys,
so,
please mute your phones. Can you mute your phones if you're not talking?
So those are some ways, and there's going to be some other things that come out that hopefully will go away for you. So even though we're adding this to your to-do list, there's going to be some other things that are either easier to do that makes it so you don't have to come up to the hospital to do it, and that kind of thing. So that's kind of where we're at. Thanks again, you guys, for your patience. Again, I know this is frustrating. We'll do everything we can to make it accessible and easy to get done. But if any of you run into any roadblocks, call myself or Dustin, and we'll do all we can to help you out. Is there any other questions for me that I can answer for you guys?
We do have a question on here from Jose on the chat that says that we talked to Wyoming about timeframes for our research. The answer to that is we are currently working with Scott Logan on this. He's the EMS director out there. I can't remember his exact title, I'm sorry, but Scott's the one we work with on this stuff, and we're just trying to clarify expectations for it. But again, this is an AHA certification, so we do believe at this point that it would be accepted in the state of Wyoming. And with our FPC, there was a question on there as well about FPC.
That's a good question on the FPC. I actually will ask Dustin. Dustin's back on Monday, and he has the connections to follow up on that. I apologize. I'm new enough into the position. I'm not sure who to contact on that, but we will work on that and make sure that you guys have an answer on certification credit.
Hey, Jason, it's Bryson. I just got an email yesterday that the ECU is now turning into Camp COVID again. So they're probably going to move that RQI station. I just don't know where, but when you find out, can you let us know?
That's a good point, Bryson. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm sure they'll relocate it, but in the break room, who knows, for the staff though, 24/7. Thanks for the heads up on that.
And I would encourage all of you, Jason sent out a list of locations. I mean, just at a quick glance, man, it looks like it's at every university facility we have, even some of like the dental training centers. So for those of you that live up north or down south or east of us, and it looks like every university facility is going to have one of these stations. You may just have to plan accordingly for daytime hours, for example. But again, the ones at the university are 24 hours. If you fly in with a patient, Deb, I think you're on here. I don't know if you mind speaking to this if I put you on the spot here, but Deb was on a flight the other day, got to the university, was able to go in and get hers done before she headed back to Rock Springs. So I don't know, Deb, if you have any comments on that.
Yeah, no, it was super quick. It was in the corner of the ECU. It took about 5 minutes to do the practice session thing. I don't know if you can skip through that because I thought I was just passing it off the first time. So it looked like it was kind of a mandatory cycle of practice, and then the pass off is less than 5 minutes. So we were in and out in 10 minutes.
Great. Any other questions on this from anybody?
I'm sorry, Nate. I'm having a hard time pulling up my chat on my phone. I apologize. Somebody was asking about AHLs, and I will follow up for you and answer that question. Sorry that I couldn't see it on the chat. And then the other thing I could just add, you guys, is I come into this position, I definitely want from you. Let me know. A lot of you have those other jobs you're working, and we're really trying to get it easier.
Jason, you're cutting out a little bit
any
there.
Suggestions, comments, move on, how it works for everybody, and make it great for you. So, thanks.
Okay, thank you for the update, Jason. I appreciate that. I want to jump to Faye Dawn. I'll give her a chance to get her audio switched over here so she can talk for a minute about OR and ICU scheduling. Just a reminder, while she's doing that, MCS and ultrasound classes, there's still just a couple left before the end of the year. So if you haven't had one of those, please go into Ninth Brain and sign up for one of those. Faye Dawn.
Hello. So with the education scheduling so far, everything seems to be working well. If you guys have any questions, please feel free to contact me. Either call me, text me, or email me. I would say that if you have not signed up yet, you need to be getting signed up because people are starting to realize it's the end of the year, and the spots are going very quickly. I will say the number one spot that is the most popular is the South Jordan OR. So if you are wanting to go to South Jordan OR for your OR time, you might want to get on right now and see if there's any time left. Because I know, well, obviously September's done and over with, but October went very quickly and November's already going quickly. So other than that, if you are finding that you're short of hours because of the Salt Lake fixed wing shifts not being utilized right now, we can always work last minute with a couple of units. I know the cath lab is one of them. You can always do more OR time because we can always go as long as you have enough time to call the day before. And then we can always do emergency room time and respiratory therapy time. So if you have any questions about that, please let me know.
I have a question.
Yes.
I know we're signing up for everything like 2 or 3 months in advance. When it comes to the beginning of next year, we have our education days. Are they going to be scheduled before we can sign up for January and February shifts so that we don't schedule for something on clinical rotations and then all of a sudden we have to change it because of we don't know when the education day is going to be?
That's a good question for Nate.
Yeah, I'll answer that. So for everybody, thanks for asking that, Jordan. So Jason and Dustin are working on a year-long calendar at this point. And I anticipate you'll be seeing the dates for our annual education day like we've done the last 2 years. I anticipate you'll be seeing those shortly. And from there, we can schedule around it. Now, typically, the last 2 years that we've done the education in, I think it was January-ish, I haven't had people go in for OR and clinical until the second, third, and fourth quarters. But we will still have those days available in the different ICUs and ORs. So I would wait for those days to come out from Jason and Dustin for our skills day, and then you can schedule around that if you'd like to. But I won't be asking for anybody to do OR or clinical time until the second quarter. You're welcome to do it early.
Well, and the other thing is there are about 60 opportunities for education shifts each month. So that is plenty of time for everyone on our team to get education time. So even if we don't do anything the first quarter, don't panic because there is plenty of time in the last 3 quarters. Now, with that being said, don't wait till the last quarter because in the last quarter, there isn't enough for everyone. So there's just that to consider.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions for Faye Dawn or about the clinical scheduling? Okay, Faye Dawn, we really appreciate all the work you're doing on this. So thank you. It seems like it's going really well. I'm hearing good feedback from the medics on it. So again, thank you for doing that.
Thank you. I think it is going well.
Okay, I wanted to touch on something. For some of you out there that are currently working with other departments or programs or have had this in the past, peer support groups, peer support program, this is something that we are working on here at AirMed, and we're hoping to have something rolled out soon here. I can't give you a date on it, but it is something that's being actively worked on. And so I just wanted to make a general comment. If anybody is interested in being on this peer support team, it would involve some training and obviously working with our crew members. Could you please let myself and Frankie know that this is something you would be interested in so that we can kind of keep you in the loop as this moves forward here. So again, if you are interested in being on a peer support team that's currently being developed, let myself and Frankie know. I don't have a lot of other information on that at this point. I apologize, but as more comes out, I'll be sure to pass it on.
Just a little bit more information. It's a project that we've been working on with the Resiliency Center, and we were waiting for a psychologist to be hired specifically for this program, and they actually started this week. So once they get oriented to their new role, they will begin developing the curriculum and the criteria. From what I understand, we will be able, of course, to be paid for those hours. and perhaps also use PTO if needed for different training sessions. But there'll be more information coming out for sure next month. So let us know if you're interested. It's going to be a great program for our team as well as for the entire organization.
Thank you, Frankie. Okay, we had this on our agenda, our last meeting as well. I wanted to turn the time over to Seth and Eric, if he's on as well, to give an update on this and some other comments. Things are going pretty well with this. So Seth, the time is yours. Did I lose him? How about Eric? Looks like Eric might be on.
Can you hear me now?
Ah, there we go. We got you.
Yeah, I was muted through the program, not just on my phone. All right. So as far as the stuff with Park City Fire, it seems to have been going pretty well the last couple months. I think our call volume's up and they're calling us more, which is kind of the goal of the whole thing. I talk regularly with the battalion chiefs there, and they're really happy with the service we're providing. Any complaints that have been out of the process has been on their end, where their BC is unhappy with the way their crews are going about the process we came up with. So I just want to thank everyone for putting their best foot forward and giving a good effort with us. I think as we continue to build the relationship with them, hopefully it'll continue to increase our flights for them. I just want to quickly remind everyone that really the only big difference with what we're doing compared to any normal flight is the radio communication piece of it. So, you know, if you're going to work a Park City shift, especially if you don't work up there that much, there's still the laminated guidelines sitting on the kitchen table there. Maybe just take a minute to refresh. But really the big thing is when we get a flight with them, we want to reach out to them on the handheld on LZ1 just to let them know that we've received the flight, we're preparing to launch, and that we'll recontact them when we get in the air. And then once we lift and the pilots say it's okay, they'll switch you over to LZ1 and they'll ask one of the med crew members to then, using the aircraft radio, to communicate directly with the fire crews, asking for a patient report and some details about what's going on. The feedback I've been getting from people is that a lot of times these flights are going so quick that there's not even anyone on Park City's end that's on LZ1. That's fine. We're refining the process. The real big thing is that we just make the effort to reach out. And it sounds like realistically what's happening is basically we're getting ready to come into one of these rendezvous LZs, and then that's when they're kind of giving us the report. But we've been ahead of them every time to these rendezvous LZs. We haven't missed any flights because they've gotten there before us and decided to just keep going. So great job by everyone getting out the door and getting there. Along with the radios, someone, and I don't know who it was, and I thank them, they programmed the medic handheld to scan all the Summit County channels. So I've found personally that really helps me because you can usually know you're going to get a flight long before you actually get the request. So those of you that are interested in doing that, please scan the radios, and yeah, it'll give you kind of a heads up. And along those same lines, if you hear stuff going on the radio that you think we've kind of missed a flight that maybe we should, or something weird happens on one of these flights, please just reach out to me. I get the pages for the flights, but I don't know the details of them. So if I'm not working, that is. So really the only way for me to know what's going on and be able to communicate with them is if people are reaching out to me. Some people are really good about it, and then I'm able to follow up with Park City Fire. So yeah, please just keep your ears open and let me know if there's any issues. And along those same lines, one of the things we found this summer, for those of you that work up there and scan the radios, is we're still having quite a bit of problem with Summit County Search and Rescue is utilizing Life Flight for most of the UNA calls. I think if it's a straight EMS run and it's at like a trailhead or on the road, South Summit EMS is really good about getting us in the air. But if it's kind of more of a backcountry mission, then the search and rescue guys seem to be overriding it and requesting Life Flight. So we're working with dispatch center and search and rescue. So hopefully over the winter we can make some progress and start capturing more of those flights next summer. And then the last thing I just want to talk about before I open up, if anyone has any questions, is kind of the winter. We always knew that this was going to be a little bit of a crux in this program with the blade covers in Park City. They're cumbersome and they're not easy or quick to get on and off. I talked to John Matthews the other day. They're ordering some new blade covers that hopefully will be, one, they'll be easier to put on. So when it's cold in the middle of the night, it won't be such a hassle, but they're also going to be easier to get off. It's going to be, there's going to be a series of buckles as well as the zippers. And if there's no wind forecasted, it's just going to be a couple buckles holding them on. So it should be quicker to undo them. Unfortunately, because of those static wick things on the blades, we'll never get to a point where we can just pull the covers off like on the 407. So it's always going to be a little bit of a process there. I guess the take home there is, really as the medics own it, that if we get a flight in the middle of the night, like please hustle out there and help the pilots get that stuff off. Cause I know I've been working up there before in the night where we were all jamming and making our best effort to get them off there, and they really didn't delay us that much. So I think it can be done, getting those covers off and not have a huge delay. It just falls kind of on us to be the ones to get out there and start ripping covers. And then another thing I think that'll help us in the winter is leaving the gear in the aircraft overnight, unless it's really, really cold and you don't, because we have 2 heaters up there, and it usually keeps the cabin warm enough to leave the gear up there unless it's the very cold nights. And that's just been some of the feedback from the pilots, is when we're bringing all the gear inside every night, that if we do get a flight in the middle of the night, it kind of takes people away from helping with the blade covers because they're gathering up the gear and stocking the aircraft. And along those lines, for those of you who work up there a lot in the winter, we end up putting 2 heaters in, and so the shore power cord gets hijacked to run one of the heaters in the front of the aircraft. So just be really good during the day when they're only running 1 heater to make sure the monitor's plugged in. That's the only thing in there that gets charged off shore power. So just, during the days, make sure the monitor's plugged in, and then it should be fine if that monitor's not charging overnight. These old batteries are really good, and they're designed to last 3 hours as it is, and they don't really drain on their own if the monitor's not turned on. So I think that'll be okay if we just keep that plugged in during the day, and then at night it's not plugged in, so we can have 2 heaters. We should be able to leave the gear in for most of the winter. And yeah, that's kind of all I had. Does anyone have any questions about stuff they've seen or experiences they've had this summer?
I have a comment and a question.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think I speak for most, if not everybody, when I say that this program is phenomenal. It's awesome, and you guys have done a great job, and we want to thank you for that. Number 2, are there any plans for getting this program going with the rest of the agencies we work with? Because that could completely change everything in the way we work with them and have a really good relationship with a lot of different ones if we're able to get it to work.
Well, first of all, thanks for the praise, Jordan. I don't think, and Nate can maybe speak more to it, I don't think there's any definitive plans to roll this out to other agencies, but I know when we first started doing this back in June, that was kind of on the horizon in the talk, was that let's kind of work with Park City Fire, sort some of the kinks out, and then let's look to see where we can expand it. And I know Wasatch County EMS, they just hired a new training officer, and he actually used to be one of the BCs at Park City Fire. I have a really good relationship with him, so certainly I'll be reaching out to him pretty soon and looking how we can maybe expand into Wasatch County with this. And then, yeah, maybe Nate and Corey would have more to say about expanding it to other departments around Salt Lake in Utah.
So I think the answer is absolutely. We definitely wanted to pilot this program, not roll it out everywhere all at once. We've seen some really good traction with Park City Fire, and again, working really well with them. A report I saw, I think it was this last week, is our scene time average has been 7 minutes, which is truly amazing. So I do think in the future, this is something that we'll be trying to move forward with in other areas. But like Seth said, we did want to kind of work out the kinks with a friendly agency and make sure we're doing this the right way. Looks like Bryson says here in the comments, it's gaining traction in Weber and Morgan counties. And Casey's also saying, yeah, one of the things that helps is having that 145 up there. And I think that's absolutely a fair statement. So one of the things that will need to be considered as we move forward with this in other areas. Eric Frey, did you have anything else you wanted to add to this? Okay. All right, well, let's go ahead and move forward here. Thanks again, Seth and Eric and everybody up in Park City for their work on this. Scheduling update. I have been told, with the exception of one person, that we are complete for this next quarter. Appreciate everybody getting back to Jason. He had some really positive comments about people getting back to him really quickly this time. So thank you, everybody, for doing that. And I also want to let everybody know that the holidays are covered. I think this is my first time in 5 years or so in this role, 4 years, that that's been the case. Typically, when we send out the holiday schedule, there's 3 or 4 gaps, and there absolutely was this time around as well. But going through the scheduling process, those gaps were filled on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. So I want to thank everybody for picking up those extra shifts. And I also, you know, this was a difficult year for holidays because I can't remember one of the fire rotations, one of the fire schedules. They're pretty much working New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, Christmas Day, and Thanksgiving. So it made it a little bit challenging this year. I didn't have the heart to schedule people on Christmas Eve as well. So, but thank you for those guys that are working all those extra shifts at the fire department. Just a monthly reminder about this right now. Hopefully you all have this information. Hearing and wellness exams, again, we're doing those in your birth month. We are trying to get caught up. I know we're behind, but please do your best to try and get in and get those done. Adrian Johnson is willing to try and do some hearing exams last minute as well. So if you know you're going to the university or something or able to get up there, please get a hold of her to try and get those done. I've started to get some emails again from our fire and police personnel that are getting their wellness exams done there. So again, just send those over to me. Let me know the day that you completed the exam and that you're on active duty, and that settles that requirement. As a reminder, the hearing exams at this point are not transferring. So I know a lot of you get hearing exams at the fire department, but we are not currently set up to accept those. So you do need to get those done at the university. And third quarter weights are due on September 30th. I'm just going to go over this real quick. I have started assigning some new goals. Some of you are probably seeing those pop up in your emails there. And one of the goals is going to apply to a lot of people, and it's peer chart reviews. There was a cheat sheet that came out within the last week or so here that I'm going to be sending out to everybody in my weekly update tomorrow, so that you will have that. But we are going to have peer chart reviews again as one of the goals, in addition to some others that I'll be working with you one-on-one for. Some of them will be similar to previous years, but I want to remind you that if you have any specific goals that you would like to have, please try and get that ready for when I come see you. I'll hoping to have this wrapped up in the next week to 10 days here. So that's all I'm going to say about goals here, because we're getting a little short on time.
Hey, Nate.
Yeah.
This is Eric Fry speaking.
Yeah.
Hey, sorry, I was trying to get unmuted on my phone. I couldn't, so I'm on my laptop now. Anyway, I just wanted to add, I just want to echo what Seth said, that with the Park City Scene Response, I think that the radio communication is so critical on AirMed's side to establish communication, to make sure that we're all on the same channel, and that those patient details are being relayed prior to us arriving at scene. I think that's kind of like the crux to this really working efficiently. And I think that it's happened a few times, and a few times it kind of hasn't. And I think the scene times have showed when we've needed to do a pass off scene versus it actually happening, en route. So I just like to remind the medics, because I think that should probably be our job, to take charge of that radio comms early on. And then also, this is obviously a learning process for Park City Fire as well. I've had a few calls, just some frustration, and why did they call us if they didn't need us? Those kinds of calls, and we're learning on our end too. So I guess just a little bit of patience there. But then also, like you said, the times have been looking great. Park City Fire's super stoked about it. They're going to continue to call. AirMed's been great in holding up their end, and yeah, we're really happy with the way this program's going. So anyway, apologize for being a little late on that.
No problem. No problem. Thanks. And I do just want to touch on overtime real quick here, and then I'm going to end this so we can have a couple-minute buffer here between the staff meeting. Education that creates overtime has to be approved by me, please. Meetings that are going to put you into overtime, I want to know about those as well. And a reminder for picking up shifts. I know I've paged out a handful lately. We have had an unusual amount of sick calls with all of this COVID stuff, and just being precautionary with our crew members being on duty. So it has created some gaps in our schedule here. When you are picking those up, just let me know if you're in overtime or not. And if you're picking up a shift, or if you are trading, please let me know if it's going to put you into a 36. This is something, again, that we do want to avoid and are dealt with on a case-by-case basis, but I don't always have the ability to look at the chronos and the schedule when you are calling or texting or emailing me right away to approve a trade. So if you could let me know some of that information when that's happening, that would really help me out. Just sending me an email or text message like the one I have here on the side. Just, hey, I'd like to trade our DeFi shift. He's going to work the 22nd. I'll work the 24th. Neither of us are going to be on a 36th in the same pay period. Neither of us will be in overtime. That helps me out tremendously in getting these approved. So in the interest of time, I am going to end this meeting here. If anybody has anything they want to talk to me about, please feel free to reach out to me afterwards. I really appreciate everybody joining today. We've had a lot of really critical patients in the last couple months here, and I just want to commend all of you on your work. Your care has been phenomenal. Your treatment when we are reviewing some of these, and we're going to review some on CQI today, has really been top notch. So thank you all so much for really bringing your A game to these critical patients. They need our help, and you guys and the nurses are stepping up. So thank you. Please continue to work hard. Please continue to stay up on your education and your skills, because our patients need that at this point. So thanks again, everybody. That's all I have. And we'll have just a couple minutes before we start staff meeting.
That's my favorite part of staff meeting now.
I love your dog.
My little puppy that's not so little anymore.
I didn't know it's bring your pet to work day. Could have brought a few.
This one loves hugs. Look at this.
Where did you get that one, Nate?
Is it a boy or girl?
It's a girl. We got her. She's 6 months old now.
Sweet girl.
Yeah. She's crazy. I've never met a border collie that will let you hold her.
Oh,
That's what I
yeah.
was gonna say. Is she a border collie?
Yeah.
Super,
Oh, there's
yeah.
Grace.
Yeah.
Okay.
Super calm, or is she wound up?
She actually does pretty good. I mean, she's obviously got a lot of energy.
Yeah.
But man, she's not a barker, and she really, you can run her. She'll play fetch for an hour at a time. It's crazy.
Yeah, I had one that looked just like her. His name was Tip, and he used to herd my kids. They'd be in bed, and he'd go in there and pull the covers off and then nip at her feet to get them up out of bed. I mean, they're just incredible dogs. Yeah, they're so fun.
Yeah, we took her hiking it was about 2 weeks ago, and it was kind of funny. I've never had a collie, but there was 6 of us kind of following the trail up, and she would run to the front, kind of circle back around. I swear they can count. It's like she was just keeping track of everybody, and if someone got too far behind, she'd like run to the back.
Yeah.
Hey, come on, hustle up. And then
Yeah,
she'd
they
sprint
herd.
up to the front again. That's what she did for like 4 hours.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're herders, buddy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
We're staying right here on this Zoom meeting for staff meeting, right?
Yes. Same link. Nate, I'm gonna step out. Oh, Nate stepped out too. Shane, I'm gonna step out for a minute and let Jason get staff meeting started. Give everybody a chance to join.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. So
no problem.
Hey Shane, if you came to my office today, you could have brought your animals. We could have had just a party.
Nate, if you're going to show off your puppy, you should show off mine.
Let's see it. It actually worked out well. Not that COVID was awesome, but we've been wanting to get a dog for a little while, and then when COVID hit and everybody was home, we decided it was time. Oh, jeez. Is that a Yorkie? Yeah.
Yeah, Yorkie Terrier.
Wait, I can't see. Oh, there. So cute.
Mm-hmm. And of course, I've got a kid home with a broken collarbone. So
I saw that.
mm-hmm.
Oh.
Get down before you get hurt.
When did you get the Yorkie? Have you always had her?
No, he's actually Mason's therapy dog. So we got it last month.
So cute.
He's a lot of fun, and he wrestles with my shepherd and takes her down.
Wow, Bryson, thank you for the comment there. Chat.
Looks like John's got a lab, right?
Hey, Jason Adams, are you on?
He might be in his hearing test. He was there earlier and then he said he was coming down here to the office, so he might be in
Okay.
the test.
All right, no worries. Well, we are at 9:30 here. Frankie stepped away for just a sec. She'll be back in a minute here. But why don't we get started with safety? Casey?
Oh, hey, everybody. All right, so it's going to take a little bit today. We just got a couple of things to go over. One is pretty quick. Just as a reminder for PPE, wearing like normal cloth mask or whatever is fine when we're, coming to and from work. And then sitting around doing the briefs or sitting in the common areas or whatever. But then as a reminder, when we are on a flight or with a patient, when we're with a patient or when we're in a clinical area at the hospitals, we need to be wearing a surgical mask at a minimum, not the cloth face covering or whatever people normally wear. You need to be wearing a surgical mask. And then also you need to have iPro on. And so just as a reminder, when you're going into the ER, something like that, make sure you have both a surgical mask and your iPro. I guess they had a big outbreak at the hospital, so they're kind of harping down on that. So just to remind everybody. And then the thing that we're gonna kind of spend some more time on is going over, we identified that there are multiple violations of a specific policy. And so when we have that, there's kind of three things we can do. You can either discipline everybody that violated the policy. We could do education and remind everybody about the policy, like with the PPE that we just did. Or we can review the policy and see if there's something inside the policy that needs to change. And so we noticed that a lot of people have been taking pictures while in flight, which is a clear violation of our policy, right? Your phones aren't to be out, you're not to be taking pictures in flight. But we wanted to review and see if maybe there could be a way that we could allow photos to be taken while we are on a flight. And so, Laura, if you could share my screen, I'll pull up the policy.
So can I just stop you for a second, Casey?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I stepped away for a minute. And I wanted to start the meeting with a few housekeeping items for everyone. So while you're in this meeting, I would appreciate it if you can to have your cameras on. Of course, if you're, doing other things or you are driving, I don't want your camera on, but it lets us know that you're actually engaged in the discussion. What Casey is about to do is break you guys into breakout groups. And so it's helpful if the members of your group can actually see your face and hear you participate. So thank you guys for doing that.
I'll give everybody some time to do that, but
Casey, I made you a host or a co-host, and then whenever you guys are ready for the breakout rooms, let me know because I can go in and manually assign and set them up. So just let me know when you're ready.
okay. I'm just gonna walk everybody through it real quick where we're at, and then we can break out and let everybody kind of discuss what they're thinking. So this is our old policy down here. So this line item right here is kind of the big one that we're talking about, number 5. So picture taking is not allowed while in flight, even if the device is in airplane mode. And so we wanted to see if there's a way that we could make it work to where, if you're if nothing is going on, we're not with a patient, we're in straight level flight, there's nobody flying around us, everything is calm, you know, is it reasonable for somebody to take a picture? And so that's kind of the conversation that we want to have today. And so we made some changes to the policy up here, and we'll kind of walk through it. And then we're going to have everybody break out into groups and kind of discuss if they think it's reasonable, unreasonable, if there's additions to the policy we could make, or points of clarification. So obviously the purpose of the policy up here, to provide policy direction in regards to cell phone use during aircraft operations to ensure safety for both the crew and patients. And then we'll get to the definitions kind of as we go through the description. But so here under the description, so number 1, this has been unchanged. All AirMed employees functioning in the capacity of a flight crew member will abide by the cell phone usage and portable electronic device usage policy currently in effect. So this is obviously the cell phone usage policy and then the portable electronic device. Number 2, so this one did change a little bit. All cell phones and portable electronic devices must be powered off or in airplane mode while in flight within 25 feet of the aircraft while the engine is operating or under the spinning rotor disc. And this was mostly minor changes, just kind of in verbiage. The big change being within 25 feet of, and that's kind of more to avoid people, you know, staring at their phone to flip it into airplane mode or something while they're approaching the aircraft. And so it should be done before, like for example, before you start walking underneath the rotor disc, so you can pay attention and have some situational awareness of situational awareness of what's going on. Number 3, so this is the one that kind of had, we'll come back to this one. This one had the most changes. Number 4, communication via text messaging, email, phone calls, or social media is strictly prohibited during any phase of flight in aircraft operations. This isn't unchanged. It's not going to change. We shouldn't be posting to social media or making phone calls in flight, right? And then number 5, this is kind of more just to clarify, medical apps may be used while the electronic device is in airplane mode. So if your phone is in airplane mode, we want to make sure, you know, if you have an app to help you with calculations, you know, maybe a pediatric dosages app, something like that, you can use that as long as you're in airplane mode, and just to make sure that people know they can use that. So the big topic of conversation is number 3. So picture taking by a med crew is only allowed while in flight if the following criteria are met. A, there's no patient in the aircraft, right? B, the med crew member is not sitting in the flight deck, and the flight deck is defined as the front, right, where the pilots are sitting or where the co-pilot would sit. So if you're sitting up front, like in the 145 or in the Pilatus, you're not going to be taking pictures, but if you're in the back, that's when it would be allowed. C, crew is not operating under the sterile cockpit rule or in Class B airspace. And so we can go up and kind of define, we've got the definition of sterile cockpit rule up here. No flight crew member may engage in nor may any pilot in command permit any activity during a critical phase of flight which could distract crew from the performance of his or her duties, which would interfere in any way with the proper conduct of those duties. So basically, and then to further define critical phases of flight, right, we all know taxi, takeoff, landing, and then anything below 10,000 feet other than cruise flight. And then we wanted to add in Class B airspace in addition to those critical phases of flight because it can be so busy. Maybe not so much right now because of the coronavirus, but typically it is a very busy airspace. So basically this is just saying the only time that you would be able to do this is straight level flight. And then let's moving on to D. Crew will get prior approval from the pilot in command to ensure safety of the crew, right? So kind of like we do with if we're going to come out of our belt or anything like that, you know, make sure that the pilot is aware of what's going on, and so he can or she can make sure that everything's okay. There's not an aircraft approaching or something like that that we should be paying attention to. And then finally, make sure that the pictures are consistent with AirMed's policy on pictures, which is a separate policy, kind of mostly with compliance with HIPAA and getting approval for PR flights and stuff like that. So those are kind of the things. So, and then the top, so reminder, it's med crew only, right? Pilots are not part of this. They're obviously not going to be taking pictures in the flight. It's med crew only when they're in the back, straight level flight. There's no patient. We're not supposed to be paying attention to something else, like we're not in sterile cockpit or Class B airspace, and we've gotten approval to do it from the pilot, right? So those are kind of the criteria that we came up with, but we want to break out and see how people feel about that. And so I guess we could, if there's any questions real quick before we break out into little subgroups, let me know. Is there any points of clarification real quick?
Casey, I guess just to clarify what you're wanting from the groups once we break out, just how people feel about it, or?
Yeah, so are there any concerns with making this change? Is there anything that's confusing in the verbiage? Just kind of, if anybody has questions, concerns, anything, let's go over it as a group. If people think straight up we shouldn't be allowing pictures, like we want that feedback. I'm not sure if we came up with a questionnaire or anything for at the end, but we just wanted to break into groups and have people have a conversation about if we were to introduce this, is this reasonable? Is it unreasonable? Is it too strict? Not strict enough? Things like that.
For each of the breakout groups, there will be somebody from the admin team, whether it's the safety committee or somebody that has, knowledge of the discussion behind these changes. So that might be helpful too, if questions come up.
Okay. So let's break out.
Okay, give me a minute and I will assign everyone.
I can't see the comments because I'm sharing my screen, but
You're not missing anything, Casey.
Yeah, there's nothing there, Casey.
They're just complaining about Halloween. Some people want to cancel Halloween.
the one time everybody wears masks normally.
I know, right? That's what Conger's saying.
Yeah, and some people don't have microphones. I've never done the breakout sessions, Laura, with people on the phone, so I'm not sure if that will work or not, but I mean, just give it a shot. So, because I noticed there's quite a few of us that are just on the phone. Casey, did you want to give everybody about 10 minutes? Because Laura can set a timer for those groups.
Oh yeah, that sounds great.
Okay.
Hi, you guys. This is Mike.
Hi, Mike. It's Seth.
Hi, Mike.
Hey, it's Jen Foley.
Hey, Jen.
This is
Hey,
Becky.
Jen and Mike.
This is Tracy.
This is Barry.
You're all looking good.
It's George.
This is I can't get my camera to work because I'm computer challenged, but you hear my voice, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. I think personally the camera things, you know, and if somebody's being excessive with the camera, you know, we could probably talk to each other about that. There's a job to do, right? Seeing that we're safe and helping the pilot look at things. And then, you know, if the patient needs some care, those are the obvious things at hand. You know, some people are definitely like super into the whole media deal. It's addictive, I get it. But unless you're like obsessive with that, I don't know if there's a problem myself personally. But that's just my current opinion, which is open to change.
Okay, I have this room set up. There's 8 different rooms. And every room has like about 10, some have 11 in it.
And however, during level flight with you know, the pilot's consent, that seems like a reasonable thing to be able to at least provide the opportunity to take a pic if we can. Otherwise, it's that revision sounded really good, and I like Jason's comment about sitting up front. That way, it doesn't become a distraction for the pilot.
Yeah. Agreed.
Hey, Frankie, this might be a good PR tool as well if we turn in the photos to Corey and then he's like, hey, look what AirMed's doing.
Yeah, and Corey did mention that during the discussion last week, is that, you know, as long as we follow the picture taking policy, that like he loves to get those pictures, like, because we had the discussion of like nothing, right? Like, should we just say never take any pictures at all in the aircraft? And he was definitely not in favor of that for the very reason you mentioned. So
And Frankie, whatever, we need to make sure that we add, if we do get a little loose with it, maybe we talk about the phases of flight, that it's okay to do that. Obviously, if there's a patient on board, it's probably never a good idea, but if we're really specific in the policy and it on the policy, we can pinpoint on those areas that we're really wanting to have their.
Or do you think it needs to be basically dumbed down any further?
Let me review it really quick. I think it looks good last time I looked at it.
Okay. Yeah, it's mostly that bullet list under, I think it was 3, or is it 5? I can't recall. Those are the critical steps. And I think you guys can kind of keep that in your mind as kind of a checklist to know if you're in the photo taking opportunity or not. And then you can, obviously ask the PIC for permission and, cross check each other. I just wanted to include in the policy not just the PIC, but I wanted the 2 crew members in the back to communicate and let the one crew member know that's not taking the photo. Hey, pick up my scan. I'm going to be out the window for a second, snap a quick photo, something along those lines. But I guess they just assume that communication will take place. So I would just recommend you guys, if this is approved and you start doing that, yeah, just reach over and say, hey, I'm out, take up my scan for a sec while I snap this photo, something along those lines. So anyone else have any input on it? Concerns? Sandy, you got anything? Tracy? Laura, you got anything?
I would just. I'm listening.
Yeah, of course you are. You're the shadow.
I'm excited for it. I think it's a good idea. I think you're right. People are doing it. I hope though that if it becomes a problem in the future, it seemed like in the past it was always a certain couple offenders, and so I would hope that if it becomes a problem, it gets addressed with those people who are having a hard time following the policy. So not everybody gets disciplined, but I like it. I think it's a good idea, and I like how they said that you're gonna, ask permission of the pilot.
Family and your friends what you do, and I'm at work having fun flying around in an aircraft. This is a really cool job, and maybe you should do it too, and that kind of stuff. I don't know. You guys
Yeah,
think
no, I agree. It would be nice to be able to kind of share some of those experiences, but this does seem like a good way. It's a lot of checks and balances to it. So,
and a lot of it too. I think a lot of it too is being on the military side, being a crew member. That's one of the things is once somebody says, "Hey, I'm inside" or whatnot, you increase your area of responsibility until they come back and say, "Hey, I'm back outside of the aircraft as well."
I like that.
Yeah, thanks, Vinny. What do you guys think about this 25-foot rule? So just to read.
We're invited, are we?
Yeah, all are welcome.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Well, good talk. This is awesome.
10 minutes is a really long time.
Yeah.
Very cute dog, Deb.
That's Moxie Hoppin' Poppers.
All right. Moxie Hoppin' Poppers, huh?
Moxarama. Yep. Chicken Chili's another
Wow.
name. She's got a lot of nicknames.
Hey, I can justify this to Frankie and Casey and the safety committee, then it's probably fine to do.
Yeah.
Casey, I'm on your group, so just let me know when I should go back to the normal meeting or how much longer you want to keep on. I'm going through everyone's groups trying to figure this out.
How long has it been, do you think?
Coming up on 10 minutes.
Okay. All right. Does anybody else have anything? Mel?
We are going to go back and talk about this again, right, Casey? So it's good to hear some feedback. I like the equipment, especially for me, more in the vein of equipment failure stuff. If you can take error codes and stuff on the ventilators or stuff, because those are things that sometimes are hard to remember. And if you're troubleshooting things, then it's nice to have a picture of what's going on or remember the exact error code.
Yep, right. Spencer? Heather?
Sorry, Casey, we were briefing at Davis, so I did miss most of that. I apologize.
Okay. Anything to add real quick? Okay. Heather, anything?
No, I agree with taking the pictures of the equipment. I think that decreases your time away from the patient rather than writing it down, for me personally.
Andrew? Paul, anything?
Oh man, sounds good.
Okay. All right, Laura, I think we're probably good. It's been 12 minutes.
Okay, let me hop over to Frankie's group and let her know, and then I will close all these. So give me just another minute.
Okay, thanks for doing that.
And if so, great, we continue with it. And if we need to modify and say, "Oh, you know what, we looked at it, we reevaluated it, doesn't look like this is going to work, we got to tighten it," then, you know, that's what we can do later on. But I think it's a great opportunity to see and give people a chance to follow the policy and see how it goes.
I think too, with the pilots, we need to be clear with them at the get-go, right? If we're going to do this, that they need to communicate. So after we do it, like with the pilot, Jason and I are like, you know, a month's time or whatever, we ask for their feedback, right? And say, has this been a distraction for you? Are we bothering you too much, right? And so that we really want them to be open with us, right?
Okay, we're slowly but surely coming back in. Give us just a minute here.
Oh, no.
Casey, can you hear me okay?
I can hear.
Yeah, I could hear you,
All
Jason.
right. Okay, just making sure we're all back now.
And for our group, I went ahead and just typed in the comments. If I missed anything from my chicken scratch notes, please just add it into the comments.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out, oh, there we go. Okay. So let's see.
Frankie, were your comments just in the chat box or where'd you put those?
Yeah, we're not seeing them, Frankie.
Yeah, I put them in the group chat to everyone.
But it might have been in your breakout group. I don't think it's in the main group text.
Okay, I'll send it again.
Okay. I guess I'll type in the comments for my group too.
All right. I'm not sure. Lord, do you know how many groups there were?
There were 8.
8? Okay.
And each one had like 10 or 11 in them.
Okay. Frankie, do you know what group number you were?
Yeah, and I can just verbally tell you guys and then type it in afterwards so you have that for your records, Casey.
Okay.
But we were in group 2. Nobody had concerns with the changes. The overall feeling was that it was good to take out a look at a policy where we had so many violations. And, you know, instead of making it a punishment, looking at like, you know, where it's appropriate and like why these things were happening. Some of the like hard stop points for our group were absolutely no pictures to be taken by med crew in the cockpit of the 145. George said level flight only, and you know, making sure to notify and ask the pilot. Brandon wanted us to make sure that we, you know, outline no picture taking during critical phases of flight. And then Colleen also mentioned that after 6 months of, you know, these changes being implemented, that we asked the pilots for feedback, maybe that's via survey or during staff meeting, on if it is a distraction for them or not.
And then too, doesn't have to be 6 months, guys. I think, you know, if it's more immediate and the pilots are like, yeah, this is, you know, we don't need to wait. We don't need to wait till 6 months, but just, I think engaging them and saying, no, we do want feedback on if this is a distraction for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
Okay.
my group had a couple of comments. One was that overall, everybody thought the guideline made a lot of sense. You know, one of the pilots mentioned that maybe we should consider making expanding Class B airspace to include the whole Wasatch Front, because there's a lot of aircraft in the Wasatch Front. Be curious to, I mean, that's maybe a little challenging to define, but I'd be interested to get feedback on what others think about that. There are a lot of aircraft up and down the Wasatch Front. And we had another little discussion about, along with reading the checklist, I know I often forget to put my phone in airplane mode, and others voiced that too, even though that's in the checklist. But a lot of folks have gotten in the habit of just kind of looking around the aircraft. Yeah, everything is secure. Yeah, the pre-takeoff checklist is complete, without going through it line by line and noting my phone is in airplane mode. And maybe we need to reinforce reading the checklist line by line. It's recorded on the cockpit voice recorders that way, and it reminds everybody, oh yeah, to put your phone in airplane mode. Those were the comments from my group.
So Casey, group 3, we talked about it as well. We went through the policy. The overall group feeling was that this is a good document to start with. it does give them the ability to do the photos as long as they follow this criteria, which is more than what they have now. Some folks iterated that there has been abuses in the past with the prior policy, and so the group discussed, the avenues for them to report that now under your safety reporting anonymous system, so that this policy, if approved and is viable, that it doesn't harm the whole group, that individuals that can't seem to follow it will be addressed by leadership. So that was discussed. One note I thought of as we went through this is maybe it doesn't need to be spelled out in this policy, but maybe during the pilot's brief that they reiterate this policy for a while. They go through it each time to let them know until it becomes kind of like muscle memory. That might be helpful. And then there isn't anything in the policy that talks about how to report a violation. I don't know if you want to include that. But overall, the consensus was they're going to do it anyway. So this policy now gives them the strict criteria to be able to do that. And I think our group overall would support this policy.
Okay. Yeah, and that's one thing that we still need to add on the hospital side of it for, like HIPAA violations specifically. They've got a separate anonymous reporting form that they would like for people to submit. And then also through Ninth Brain, the form that I walked through last month, where it's super easy to get to, log into Ninth Brain, and then on the main tab there, incidents, safety incident, you can mark yourself anonymous. You can add the person that violated the policy, or you can not add the person that violated the policy and just put that there was a violation, but there are multiple ways to document it. So yeah, no, and I think it would be nice to kind of go over the policy and remind everybody of the criteria before for a while, just in your daily briefings or whatever. Yeah. And yeah, maybe like going back to Dr. Bott, yeah, maybe if there are common errors, even though we're articulating that we've gone through the checklist, maybe we do need to do a line by line and just help reinforce, don't just skim it and say that it's good, actually go through line by line and make sure you've done each thing. Yeah. Nate, you go for your group.
Yeah, I can do that. We had just some discussion about the background of where this came from, so we were able to provide that information for everybody. Overall, our group was good with the policy as it was explained. We did talk about, sorry, looking at my notes here. We did talk about reevaluating this after a 3-month period. So I think that seems to be consistent with the other groups as far as a reevaluation at some point. The comments about the pilots, we didn't specifically talk about, but I do like it when some of the pilots are saying, hey, phone's in airplane mode when we're kind of finishing right before liftoff. I think that's something great. And then one of the comments that we also got from a couple of our group members was, to speak up. We're all adults here. Please speak up if you find or see your partner doing something that's unsafe or in violation of this policy as well. It doesn't always need to come to admin. Maybe it just takes your partner sitting next to you to say, hey, turn that off. But otherwise, overall, we were good with the policy as it was written.
That's.
Do you want me to go, Casey?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So, so in my group, we again discussed kind of the impetus of the policy and how, that it was frequently violated. And so whenever you have something that is not adhered to, you need to either figure out, why, and is there a way to make the policy better so that you get better compliance, or you need to figure out how to enforce it, and and where's the happy medium. So we worked on, we talked about some of that, and our group really thought that there was probably near universal non-compliance with this, that there's probably every single person in this program has at least once snapped a picture out of an aircraft when it was in flight, and there's probably nobody that hasn't. And so that kind of emphasizes the need for having a policy that that works for people. But they also agreed with the safety concerns, and that there is a component of the program that thinks, hey, if this is your job and you're paid to do this, and we tell you to never be distracted and never take a picture, you need to do that. So we talked a little bit about both sides of that argument. In general, everybody was, I think, 100% supportive of the policy as you presented, Casey. A couple of discussion items did come up. One was that this may help transition into the future, because somebody had mentioned that we may be going to cameras in the crew quarter, in the patient compartment, as well as the cockpit, and so this is going to happen anyway, where people are going to be able to see what you're doing or not. And so this would ease that transition maybe to however many years down the road that occurs. The other point was there was some concern about photos for operational purposes, and a couple instances were brought up, and so obviously that the PR and the specific trips that are actually designed for PR for the program, and we talked about how those obviously will be pre-approved, and they wouldn't fall under this policy because they're for the specific mission of taking those photos, right? But also there were some operational things that came up. So one was that a pilot had asked somebody in the co-pilot seat to take a picture of the instrument panel for trending, because they wanted to look at that. And then also, what got me thinking about that is you may also see something on the monitor that you don't have a chance to write down all those numbers, and you may want to snap a quick photo of that. Obviously these are unidentified, but we've done that. Everybody does that, right? In lectures, somebody puts up a PowerPoint slide and it's got too much information to digest right then. So you snap a quick photo of it so you can then look at the information. So that was one thing that I don't think came up in our discussions in the admin group that I think we need to chew on a little bit more. And those were kind of the comments from our group.
Yeah, and those last two things came up in my group too. So yeah, if there's a lot of info we're trying to get really quick, with the monitor or the vent or whatever, can we just snap a picture of that? I mean, obviously the patient would be on board, so we'd have to set some sort of limit there or definition there. But I think you could probably figure out a way to do that and make it reasonable. And then in addition, rather than the pilot doing a performance check and then taking the time to write down every single number, would it be okay with figuring out a way to get, if there is a co-pilot, somebody in the co-pilot seat up there, for them to just be able to take a picture of those numbers and give it to the pilot later. And that way the pilot can actually focus more on flying the aircraft rather than staring down at the notepad and writing those numbers down. I don't know, that's a great aviation question. It seems to make sense, but then again, I don't know all the FAA regulations and stuff like that. So I think there's 2 more groups. Let's see, who was in group 1? Nobody? Bueller was in group 1. Okay. Group 4? Or I guess there's two, there's my group and then there's 2 other groups, I think. Okay.
This is Deb. I'm not sure what group. I thought we were group 6, but
Okay.
be totally wrong. I
Oh,
noticed.
you're probably right. I haven't gotten there yet. What do you got?
Oh, we don't really have anything, that is in addition very much to what people have already discussed. I think we're generally on board with the staying focused with the 25 feet away, and just a policy with the consistency outlined here seems pretty clear for, patient safety and addressing HIPAA, which are kind of the 2 main things. There was one question that came up, and, it kind of falls into that gray area that you were talking about with perhaps taking a picture with, like a clipboard or something that's a one-off. But for instance, if a patient is, they're strapped to the gurney and they say, man, I'd really love a picture of, the scenery on this flight, and they hand their phone to the nurse or one of the flight team, I don't know if that is something that would fit into that communication gray area, if there's any leeway for talking about something that's kind of out of the ordinary like that. But that was one of the things that came up during our discussion that I don't think anybody's mentioned yet.
Yeah, I haven't had that come up either. And again, that I don't think that necessarily seems unreasonable. I just wonder, looking at this holistically, when we go back, how many exceptions would we have to write in to allow every potential acceptable situation? I don't know. Or maybe that's, the only one. And so it wouldn't be too unreasonable to add that. I don't know. What's everybody's thoughts on that?
I think the guideline doesn't prohibit patients from taking pictures of whatever they want to take pictures of. So you could just hand the phone back to them and say, you're welcome to take a picture.
Well, and this was for one, and generally that's kind of what we were discussing. This was kind of a one-off of that, where the patient was strapped down, on their back flat and couldn't have taken it. And I don't know, while we want to stay away from things that kind of fall into a gray area, that seems like a reasonable thing that maybe we have a way of reporting that specific instance or disclosing that, because I don't foresee it coming up very often, but it came up for somebody in one of my team, the group discussion team. And so it seems like there would be a way of disclosing that request and still meeting sort of the patient request to have that. So yeah, just kind of throwing that out there for food for thought.
Okay. No, that's a great topic of conversation.
See?
Who was that? Sorry, I didn't see.
This is Jamie. Sorry,
Hey, Jamie.
I do have a question along with Deb. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I have a question kind of along the same lines. I've had pediatric patients where moms or dads are not on the scene or in the hospital, and they've asked if they could see a picture of their child, to kind of reassure them. So that's another separate question. It may not be in the aircraft, but it's while I'm with the patient. I personally feel that's a reasonable request, but probably could use some guidance on that.
Well, that's a whole HIPAA thing, right? Of taking a picture of a patient and sending it. And so I think that's outside of this policy.
I mean, just taking the picture in general. Let's say you're, loading in the aircraft, because I often try to get hold of parents as we're getting ready to leave, and sometimes I'll say, can I please just see that he's okay, or see a picture or whatever.
Jamie,
anyway,
I'll take that one and ask the compliance office and follow up with you.
Okay. Okay, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. The only other thing out of my group was taking photos while orbiting a scene. So not on descent, not on anything, just while we're doing our circles. Taking a picture of maybe an avalanche, or how the path of the accident or anything like that, to help kind of explain or show what's going on to maybe the people on the ground, stuff like that. Is that, would that be unreasonable? Hey, before we start descending, can you do another loop and let me snap a photo so that I can show this to the people on the ground, so they can get a better idea of what happened. I think that could be extremely valuable in certain situations. Again, as long as it's not, taking away from us actually coming in and approaching safely. So I think that's a great idea too, if anybody has thoughts on that.
So George Jan just mentioned in the chat, Casey, that would violate level flight pictures only if we did that. So. But
yeah.
I agree with you. I do see the value in being able to do that for receiving facilities.
I'm hearing that there are some valid exceptions, whether it's education or family or taking a picture of the instrument panel or the monitor, or I think maybe this deserves a little more discussion on an admin level. Shall we maybe roll this out as is and to at least start this, and then maybe continue to discuss this on an admin level? Like, how do we deal with these exceptions that are actually places where a photo really has value to whatever?
Yeah, and I personally would much rather release a much more strict policy and maybe slowly loosen it than to release a very relaxed policy and tighten it.
I'm going to play devil's advocate with you too a little bit here. I agree with the sentiment that, and that's one of the interesting things that I came out of this discussion. And this is precisely the information we wanted from everybody in the program. And that's why we split up into these groups, is to get this information. And so this worked perfectly. So, so the process, I think, is awesome. But we did have operational items that came up that we had not considered. So I think the policy should include addressing some operational definitions, and whether it's each single instance or just a umbrella, like, if it has to do with the operation of the mission, whatever it is, clinical search and rescue, search and assist. We could have a broad definition. I hesitate having multiple versions of a policy out there, because I think that confuses people. And I think we're so close on this that, something like this could come out fairly quickly with a little bit of tweaking, and rather than have it out there and then have another version out there 2 months from now. What do you think, Frankie?
I think that's an excellent point, Eric. Some of the operational concerns that are being mentioned in the chat and by the groups are actually in the picture taking policy. And so I agree with you. Like, the way it's written right now is pretty clear. We could add a couple of more definitions and clarification points, and be doing really well as far as rolling out a policy that is safe for everyone.
Yeah, I like the just the idea of adding like an operational thing, because we could get so in depth on this that it would be very difficult. But identifying operational issues, like Eric mentioned, and maybe something to the effect of defining the operation, what an operational thing is, and something where it's agreed upon by all 3 crew members or all crew members on board. So, something to that effect, I think, could cover.
Those definitions will be helpful. All right, Casey, do you feel like you got the feedback you needed to take back to the safety committee and maybe make a final recommendation to admin?
Okay, yeah, I took down a bunch of notes, and so I will kind of organize those a little bit better and then send it out to the safety committee and kind of get the feelers out there, and then move it along to admin meeting, and then we can have another conversation about it, and then hopefully get this out. So I'd like to thank everybody for participating and putting in their input, and I think this works a lot better than a handful of people trying to think of everything. So thanks, everybody.
Yeah, it's definitely a good exercise. I like it. And we got way more ideas than we had as a leadership team. So thank you guys for your participation. I don't have a ton of information, mostly just some updates for everyone and a couple of recognitions. We have some service recognitions, and then I think, Nate, you're after me. You also had some staff recognition. So yeah, we should be able to get caught back up on our time. Any safety topics for me specifically? I just want to open that up to the team if you have anything that we need to follow up on from last month or for me as program manager. Okay, and I don't see anything in the chat, so I'll go ahead and move on. We have some nepotism process changes that were rolled out a few weeks ago. We've talked about as a leadership team, and we're still in discussion as well as education for our Metro partners. This PowerPoint will be posted on Ninth Brain and on the Teams format on the Pulse for you to access these links. Essentially, this is just the general nepotism policy that has been in place for the entire organization for a very long time. It's much more loose than what we have at AirMed. Our AirMed policy is still in place for those of you that I've worked with on that in the past few months, and that has not changed at this point. So the biggest change is to the process. So the second link here is an actual form that if you do have a family member that works on the team, or you are in a romantic relationship with somebody on the team, that you fill out the form and it goes directly to HR. In the past, of course, that determination has been made by me and then sent to HR for review. For as far as, you know, is there an issue with nepotism here? And so this is just tightening that process up a little bit and sending it directly to HR. So if you have specific questions about it, like, please reach out to me or reach out to our HR representative. Rosemary Norton, who was our representative in the past, has received a promotion to a new position. And so Tanya Jensen is now our employee relations consultant. And either her or I can answer any questions. Any questions I can't answer, I will definitely send to her. But please take a look at these links once this PowerPoint comes out. Any questions I can answer right now? Anything coming up in the chat, Laura?
Hey, Frankie, I have a question for you.
Who's that?
This is Amanda. Sorry, I'm driving, so I don't have my camera on. Is there any information as to whether the university is going to participate in the Social Security tax deferral that the federal government has approved?
I think it's already going, Amanda. I looked at my pay stubs and I noticed it. I would just go back in CIS and look on your pay stubs.
Okay, I know it's
you know,
employer, it's optional for the employer to participate, and I haven't seen anything from the university as to whether or not they're going to. So,
Well,
but
I
I'll
would
take a
check
look.
on your CIS, and then if you don't want to participate, I've heard you just email someone in HR, I believe it is, to say I want to opt out.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Hospital updates. We've obviously had a lot going on in the hospital with the pandemic, and while that information to the general staff, I feel, has decreased, there are still a couple of policies that we need to go over. So the visitor policy is loosening up beginning September 23rd. Our patients in the university will still have to wear masks, but we will have one visitor allowed per patient. Those official policy changes should be posted on Pulse next week. So please keep an eye out on the banner for those. They should be probably one of the first that pop up for you. We're still going to have no visitors for COVID-19 patients. Every couple of weeks, I've been posting the daily dashboard updates for the number of patients and sort of where we are on the curve. If you saw that post this week, you'll see that our number of inpatients that are positive have decreased drastically, and we are doing much better. We still need to keep up our diligence and wear the masks and follow the policies that are in place. Casey touched on this a little bit, but one of the biggest concerns has been the use of eyewear in a patient care area. So when you're in the patient care area, please wear your eye protection as well as your mask, and use a surgical mask when you're in those patient care areas. For example, I went and did my RQI in the ECU the other day, and like, you wear the surgical mask and approved eyewear, not these glasses, the actual eye protection. So flu shots are going to be available beginning September 15th through November 15th. So please make your appointments with Work Wellness to get those completed. RQI requirements, Jason went over this really well with the medic group today, but I did want to touch base on this with the team because I have received some correspondence from HR, and they're pretty serious about everybody getting this completed by the end of the month. If you've given a previous extension because you expired during the pandemic, you need to complete these as soon as possible. There have been some issues with modules being assigned or not assigned. And so please email Dan Laws if you do not have modules assigned in your LMS. Those LMS modules have to be completed first before you can do the hands-on evaluation with the mannequin. And Jason sent out a great email outlining the multiple stations located throughout our health system. So please take the 10 minutes to go and do that evaluation and get it done. I got it done last week, and literally the entire process probably took me 30 to 45 minutes, including the hands-on portion. So it's very simple. Jason also mentioned to the medics, but I'm telling everyone else that there will be a mobile unit available at the hangar that we will share between one of the community clinics. I believe, Jason, you mentioned November, that mobile unit will be located at the hangar for 8 weeks. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah. So for 4 weeks, it'll be at the Madsen Clinic, and then we get it for the latter 2 months beginning in November.
So
and then that's how it'll be. Sorry.
No. For next quarter, that will be helpful. But
Yeah.
for those that are trying to complete it now, you're going to need to use the stations within the hospital. It is 100% acceptable for you to delay going back into service to complete this as well, if you deliver a patient to the university.
And Frankie, sorry to interrupt, really quick too, you guys, Bryson brought this up in medic meeting. They're turning the ECU back into the respiratory unit. And so they're probably going to move that RQI station. However, and I'm not sure where it's going to be, but it'll be somewhere in the main ED that's accessible 24/7 still. So just be mindful of that as you guys start doing your pass-offs.
Any questions related to RQI? There have been quite a few glitches with the system. You have my commitment that if you have not been completed the module or you've not been assigned the modules and you're someone that, has not had access to get this completed, that I'm going to work with HR to make sure that you don't receive any type of written warning, because that's obviously not appropriate if you've not even had access to do it. But if you are assigned these modules, please take the professional responsibility of getting them done as soon as possible, because they are trying to get everybody into compliance this quarter, so by the end of September. And if you have problems, any of us on the leadership team will help you work through those issues. Now there we go. So great news for everyone that has been working with this project. There's been lots of policy preparation, education, all of you that made the commitment to do the extra training. Like, I sincerely thank you. We had our inspection yesterday and we passed. Brandon Wild works with the laboratory and oversaw that inspection. Corey Thompson did an incredible job working with them and meeting with them, and just everybody that contributed to this and took the time to be compliant with this requirement, definitely contributed to our success. So just wanted to let you guys know that, the ISTATs will continue on Dr. Bott's license with those for our MCS patients and our perinatal patients for now. And with everything we've had going on, I'm super excited that this went well. I want to take a little minute to recognize Andrew Dalebout. I'm not sure if he's on. We have so many people on today that it's kind of tough to see if he's out there. But Andrew, if you're there and could unmute your phone if you want to, now would be a great time, for you to say anything you'd like to say. But I just want to thank you for your 25 years of service and dedication to our organization. That's a lot of years, and you are a pleasure to work with. I'm always entertained by your outgoing personality. I feel like you're a huge part of our team and the success of the perinatal team. And so thank you. Thank you for 25 years with this organization. I'm sure Corey recognized you in the perinatal meeting, but I wanted to take a minute to do that today as well. And then I believe we have a little gift for you. So thank you. Huge accomplishment, Andrew. And that's all I had in my outline for today, but I am open to answer any questions that you all may have. I recognize that this is a super difficult time for everyone. So, please take care of yourselves and take the time off that you need. Spend time with your family. And as we hopefully get to the tail end of this pandemic, things start to get better for all of us. I'm hoping that in the next month or two, we're actually able to have some in-person meetings. Right now, we are on a limited basis with groups of less than 20. But it would be nice at some point to get back to seeing all of you in person every month. I really miss that. And I appreciate everything that you guys are all going through as well. So thank you.
Hey, Frankie, this is Janie. I have a question.
Hey, Miss Janie.
Hello. Can you just sort of let us know, is there any truth to these rumors about air methods coming in at Ogden? And if so, do you have any information on what that's going to look like?
So my understanding is that they are taking over the HCA contract at Ogden Regional, where, you know, Global Medical Response was. I heard that Dr. Groh is going to be their medical director. Bryson may be able to speak a little bit more about, you know, his anticipated changes and kind of what the climate is up there, because he's been working really closely with those EMS agencies. I don't really think it's going to change a whole lot for us, James, because we haven't had that flight volume since AMGH and GMR were there. Paul, can you, I think that's you laughing. Can you mute your phone, my friend? I don't know, Bryson, do you want to share a little bit about kind of what you've been doing up there and what you've been hearing from the EMS agencies?
Yeah, I don't really have much more. We're just kind of waiting to see them come in and what their strategy is going to be. They have approached a couple of the fire officers' meetings. They are coming in. It does sound like they're going to day base in a couple other locations periodically. So, yeah, I guess to answer Janie's question, they are coming. They are here. I don't know the date yet. Corey might know more too. Corey's been involved. So, yeah, they are coming, and we do have a plan to kind of combat it. I don't think much is going to change. They're going to be the exact same rotation as Air Care is. So nothing's really going to change for us other than they are a big player. They do have a lot of money. So we are talking about it. We're working on it.
Okay, Bryson, are they going to be at Payson or Timpanogos? Do we know?
No, they're not going to be there. From what I understand, it's just the Ogden regional base.
Okay. Okay, great. Thanks, guys.
I think weren't they going to be at Timpanogos for 1 day a week and then at Cache Valley for 1 day a week?
I don't know. You might know more than me.
Yeah, I was hearing those same rumors that they were going to go to Ogden mainly, and then they would go up to Cache Valley Specialty to day base, and also to Timpanogos or Payson, whatever, to day base as well periodically. So those are all rumors. I haven't spoken to Air Methods directly. I don't know those are set in stone, but those are the rumors that are out there.
Yeah, when I did speak to their regional manager a few months back, he didn't indicate any plan for day basing, but I mean, that doesn't mean it hasn't changed. So, any other questions?
Anything for me, guys? I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to step out to another meeting. Any questions for me? It's good to see you all. Josh, I miss your hats.
Awesome. Thank you, Colleen. Nate, I think the time is yours now, isn't it?
Yeah, that works. I can go right now.
Perfect.
Excuse me. I just wanted to take just about two minutes or so here and recognize Jim Ladle. Jim has been with our program for almost exactly 14 years. He was hired on September 18th back in 2006. And Jim has decided to call it quits. For those of you that speak to Jim or have heard, he is currently enrolled in PA school, and as a result of that is going to be resigning at the end of this month here. So, you know, he's been a really valuable part of our organization. He's been on the equipment committee years ago before Shane arrived. He's been on education, best practice, and several others as well. And I know this has been kind of a dream of his for a long time. Back when I was his captain at South Jordan. I remember about 5 years ago, he started kind of putting the plan in place to do this and was studying on shift, trying to get through his bachelor's so he could eventually get accepted into PA school. And all of that's come to fruition for him. And I'm really happy for him that all of this is working out. So again, he'll be gone at the end of this month. He's got 2 shifts left. He's retiring from the fire service as well. I've had a couple people ask me that. He's retiring from fire as well, and just working full time towards getting his PA. So just wanted to say Jim's not on right now. He's in class. But just congratulations to Jim. We're going to miss him. And if you get a chance to see him or reach out to him before the end of the month, I'm sure he'd appreciate it. So thank you, Jim, for 14 years here at AirMed. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Nate, thank you. Congrats to Jim. Dr. Bott, do you want to squeeze in? Do you think you can squeeze in proning for about 12 minutes?
Probably. I can try.
Okay.
Laura, can you give me the screen or make me the co-host?
Yep. Give me just. Okay, you should be able to now, Dr. Butt.
Let's see. Share screen. How about, can you guys see this proning guideline again? Can you guys see my screen?
Nope. No, we can't.
Oh, let's try this. How about now?
Yeah, got it.
Okay. So a few folks have asked to kind of review this proning guideline. We made a few minor modifications to it after further discussion. So I'll do a quick little review of this again. We went through this a couple months ago, as you recall. In particular, this is something that may really help the ARDS patient, whether they've got coronavirus or not, when they're kind of on the knock on the door of needing VV ECMO. Intermittent proning may either keep them from ECMO or may keep them alive until they get on ECMO, and it's already being and has been for years pretty widely used in our intensive care units for patients with severe ARDS. So we put together this guideline as a resource for you, considering this is an unusual event and it's complicated. So this is a resource for the teams, in particular with checklists that we'll go through in a little bit of detail, so that when you're faced with this, you have a checklist to guide you through the procedure and help you do it safely to get these folks here alive. So I'm just going to kind of go through this more or less line by line and just touch base on all the primary points. And if you have questions, please just enter them in the chat box, and hopefully I will see those, although I don't see the chat box on my screen. So maybe somebody else will have to let me know that there's a chat. So specific considerations, and these are really to address the high-risk aspects of this. Number one, patients all need to be chemically paralyzed throughout proning prior to initiating transport and during transport, for 2 reasons. One, because of the risk of having them move and extubate themselves. 2, to facilitate the terrible oxygenation that they've got going on. And 3, to just reduce the risk of them moving and pulling lines out or compromising their positioning while they're in transport. So make sure they're densely paralyzed. If you have any reservations about them, just give them a big slug of rocuronium. And if you see any evidence of patient movement, give them more rocuronium. And then the second one, due to high risk of ventilator circuit breaks during the act of proning, we're going to consider these aerosolizing events. So airborne PPE for everybody involved in patient care, whether they are confirmed with COVID-19 or if they're just not ruled out with COVID-19. this should be anybody that's prone the entire time you're taking care of them should be treated just like you're doing an intubation on them. The next one here, vehicles for transport, anything except a 407. And in particular, we thought this was appropriate because these are so complicated. The space limitations on the 407 just add an additional limitation of risk to that. There's not a limitation to the maximum duration of transport for a prone patient. Doing one of these for hours in a ground ambulance is fine. We leave these patients prone for 16 hours at a time in the intensive care units. So a long transport's not a contraindication, but not in the 407 because of the space limitations. We initially thought about space limitations with this next one about what if they arrest in flight? Well, you can't turn a patient supine in flight in the 407, but realistically, you can't turn a patient supine if they arrest in the 145 or an ambulance or the EC 145 either, because it takes 5 or 6 people to do this safely. And there has been some recent data published about the effectiveness of closed chest compressions with patients prone. And there's even been guidance come out from the American Heart Association about this, that it is reasonable to do CPR on a patient in the prone position with the same way you would do it with them in the supine position. Please have patches on these patients so you can fibrillate them, manage their drugs and their chest compressions in the prone position if they arrest in transit, just like you would if they were in the supine position. Do not attempt to turn a patient supine in any event, even if they extubate themselves, because the risk of turning them over to you and the patient is just too great. If somebody extubates themselves in transit, my God, please prevent that from happening. Do whatever you need to prevent that. Make sure their tube's well secured, make sure they're paralyzed. But if they get extubated in transit, it's probably a non-survivable event, but just do your best to re-intubate them via fast track LMA or a glide scope. Our team members have done both of those. I've done it. It's not impossible, but it's going to be challenging. It is possible, but probably not a survivable event. Indications, like we mentioned, this is going to be for ARDS, whether it's for COVID-19 or any other indication. And think about this as a guideline. If you arrive to get a patient and despite everything that you and they are doing, their SATs are less than 85% and their PA and or their PaO2 is less than 60, they're buffed up as good as you can get them. Talk to medical control and have a good discussion about maybe we should consider turning this patient prone. That would be a reason to do it if they're not already prone. Absolute contraindications, the only two are unstable spine injuries and unstable cardiac rhythm. How do you define that? You talk to your medical control physician about that, because that's obviously a pretty gray area. So I think that's about the best I can do for guidance about that. There's lots of other relative contraindications, but these are just relative contraindications. I think it would be reasonable to transport a patient with any of these issues if the only way you can oxygenate them adequately is to turn them prone or to maybe put them on VV ECMO. But if they don't have the capability to initiate VV ECMO there, we do not consistently have the capability to send somebody out to do it. So putting them prone may be the only option to keep them alive. One other consideration here would be they have a pneumothorax with just one chest tube in it and it's anterior with an ongoing leak. If you put that patient prone, their chest tube could get kinked off and the result would be a tension pneumothorax. So they would need to have another lateral chest tube placed beforehand. There are two checklists here. The first one is that the patient is not prone before you get there. This is a checklist to go through when you do it. One of you is going to assume the lead on the procedure. You're going to make an airway plan in case, heaven forbid, the patient gets extubated before you turn them or while you're turning them. Make sure they're completely paralyzed. Clamp the tube during your ventilator disconnects. get them on the AirMed ventilator before you turn them so you can make all the appropriate adjustments to that prior to turning. Get enough people, get rid of all the extraneous lines before you turn them. Bring all the lines and tubes above the waist, except for chest tube and Foley, up to the head of the bed, and chest tube and Foley down to the foot of the bed. Tape the patient's eyes closed so their eyes don't get open and get a desiccation injury that's permanent and destroys their cornea. Make sure the beds are locked and close together. The best way to pad their head, if you can come up with one at the referring facility, is a donut foam head roll. I don't think that's absolutely mandatory, but if you can get a donut, one of those yellow donut rolls, and tear a side out of it so it's a C, and position that around the patient's eye after you turn them, that's a nice way to pad their head. But you guys are all smart and creative folks. Figure something out so that when you turn them, there's not pressure on their eyeball or the tip of their nose, and make sure their ear is not folded after you turn them over. The other piece with positioning is get enough pillows under their chest so that their neck is not extended, because you can definitely injure someone severely by extending their neck if their head is pushed back and their chest is too low. So make sure their chest is elevated up enough. It's going to be challenging. It's going to be hard. Yeah, there's a significant risk with this. You guys are smart. I'm sure you can figure it out. Just be careful, take time, use a team approach to do it. And then the last couple of pieces, put a flat sheet over the top of the patient before you turn them over. Put some dry pads on it if you need to. Get the headboard and foot pad out of the way. Verify the tube is secure, BVM's ready, 100% FiO2, suction before you do it. Go through a timeout before anybody can call a stop. Team members in the lead at the head of the bed. Arms are down, cables are in the right places that we just talked about. Move them, slide them to the side of their bed, roll them on as a team over. And then the last piece I want to spend a minute on is which way do you turn the patient's head? You turn the patient's head so that you're going to be able to access their face while in the vehicle. So if you're in the 145 or in an ambulance, you're going to turn the patient's head to their right. If you're in the PC 12, you're going to turn the patient's head to their left so that you can access it. Make sure there's no pressure on their eyes or their nose. Get the monitors, after their turn, get the monitors reattached, secure, reconfirm the endotracheal tube positioning. And if you have the ability, it's probably worth getting another blood gas 10 minutes later after you do it. iStat would be great for this. If you're in a facility that has blood gas, rapid blood gas capabilities, I would encourage you to get a blood gas before you go, but don't wait for an hour to do that. The prone to prone checklist is essentially the same thing with a couple of minor modifications. Use this checklist just like an airway checklist. This is a complicated, high risk, low frequency procedure. So go through the checklist, verbalize it to the entire team just to be thorough, make sure you don't make any mistakes. And then the one last thing I want to reference here is this guideline in up to date. If I can get to this. Can you guys see this page from up to date? Can you guys see this page from up to date?
Yes, we can.
You can, okay. So this is a really comprehensive document that really goes through this in excellent detail. I strongly encourage all of you today or tomorrow to log into up to date, go to this page, prone ventilation for adults with ARDS. If you just search prone and ARDS, this document will come up. It's got a lot of really great information on using this and the risks and the benefits of doing it. Please take a few minutes and go through that document when you get a minute while you're thinking about it. Okay, that's all.
Dr. Bott, I just wondered, maybe you could forward that page to Josh Lee and then he could put it on our app so we can access it from our phones.
Okay, that's a great suggestion. I'll do that. Okay, that's all I got. Any questions or comments?
Yeah, anything for Dr. Bott, team?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Bott. That'll be great to have it on the app. It's a great suggestion. All right, you guys, we have Dr. Hillary Hughes with us from Primary Children's. We're grateful to have her here. She's going to talk about pediatric drowning. And then also, as we know, as of September 1st, the transporting from scene, this is scene specific, but transporting pediatric patients who are burned from a scene, we're going to transport them to Primary Children's. So she's going to talk about that too. So Dr. Hughes, are you there? Can you hear us?
I'm here. It's saying it won't let me share my screen though. I don't know if there's a way to do that as the host.
Yep, we will get it. Stand by 1 sec.
How's everyone doing?
Hello, good, thank you.
Great.
Thanks for having me back. Let's see if we can, okay. See if I can figure this out. So, trying to figure out what you guys are seeing.
We can see your screen now.
Okay, let me put it into slideshow mode. Does that look okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I hope you guys don't hear like children screaming in the background because they're all home. Hopefully they'll just stay above me where they're supposed to be. So I was asked today to talk a little bit about pediatric drowning. We've had, unfortunately, some really sad cases this summer of drifting drowning events. And hopefully this isn't boring. I think you guys know a lot of this, but we'll see if we can teach you something. So I'm just going to start with a case. If I can make this go, there we go. So a mom's swimming in a community pool that happens to be across the street from the pediatric center. So it was a JCC with her 2- and 4-year-old daughters. They were in that shallow entry area where the water goes only up to about hip height on either girl. And she turned to help her older girl practice swimming under the water. And you know what parents, they always say, oh, it felt like 10 seconds, or it just was a few seconds. And then sensed that something was wrong and turns back to find her 2-year-old face down in the water. There was a lifeguard about 10 feet away who was probably sleeping like I did when I was a lifeguard. So she pulled her 2-year-old up before the lifeguard noticed anything was wrong, and her daughter was pale, but coughed and cried almost immediately and then vomited some water. Why weren't you letting me? Oh, there we go. So I, of course, was that mom, and this was just a really, you know, I was a little bit cocky probably before then about swimming and how good I was at watching my girls. And so this was a very, I don't know, a wake-up event for me that drowning does really happen very quickly in children, and it is silent. I didn't hear anything from my daughter. It also made me think, like, Darwin Award, she could stand up. But why didn't you put your feet down, child? You could stand in this water. So, and I am just very grateful that she was okay, and I didn't have to run her across the street dripping wet in my bathing suit to my place of employment with my daughter. So this is her that today she is a little fish, and I can't keep her out of the water. So our objectives today, we're going to review some background statistics and risk factors for drowning. And then I wanted to spend a few minutes talking about dry drowning and the myths around that term. We're going to talk very briefly about hypothermic arrest with cold water immersion, and that's a whole nother complicated talk in itself. So we're just going to mention it briefly, but we have a recorded version of a talk similar on that subject by Bob Bolte in the EMS lectures we do every month if anyone's interested. And then we're going to review cases to discuss management of pediatric drowning patients. And please, at any time, stop me and ask questions. I can't see the chat right now because of the way I have my screen set up, but just interrupt me and speak up. I'm happy to stop at any point. So the official definition of drowning, I didn't know how many of you knew there's a World Congress of Drowning. It is the process of experiencing respiratory impairment due to submersion or immersion in a liquid. And the guidelines that kind of define this also really emphasize that we shouldn't use confusing terms such as near drowning or secondary drowning or wet drowning or dry drowning, because they kind of just confuse the picture and miss the whole point of the pathology. So every year across the world, there's about 500,000 deaths due to a drowning event. And in the US, we experience about 4,000 fatalities of all ages. And we assume that the statistics for non-fatal drowning, which is what they prefer to call any drowning event that doesn't lead to death, so non-fatal drowning, are more difficult to obtain, likely probably at least twice as frequent as that 4,000 fatalities. In the US, we know that drowning is a major cause of accidental death among people under the age of 45, and it's the leading cause of accidental death in children under 5. The highest incident occurs in males, African Americans, children between the ages of 1 and 5, people with low socioeconomic status, and residents in the southern states. And of course, drowning is more common during summer months. So this is just child drowning, so under 18. And you can see that big prevalence down where it's warm and there's lots of pools and bodies of water to drown in Arizona and Texas and Florida. Utah had 5 in 2016, and I couldn't find a more updated number, but I'm guessing we've had at least that this year. There's a kind of a bimodal injury distribution. So the first peak is in those children less than 1 to 5. And we know these are kids who are in pools or bathtubs or other liquid filled containers. We see those horrible nightmare stories about, you know, a Home Depot bucket of water outside and a little toddler falls face down into it. We always like to remember that about 7% of drowning incidents are associated with child abuse or neglect. And I think you guys are all really good about looking for patterns of that, where the water temperature doesn't fit what the parents are saying, or you see burn marks as well, or you see bruising, or the patient's not wet and the parents told you they drowned. So, you know, always looking just in the back of your head, especially with those young babies and especially around things like bathtubs, always just remembering child abuse. And if you are on the scene, making sure you're paying attention to the scene as well, which is a lot to ask when you're resuscitating a child. The second age peak is seen among males between ages of 15 and 25. No offense to all you males on the call, but we know that tends to be a really dumb population of people who think that they're invincible and they jump into rivers and lakes and beaches and tend to drink. Alcohol is associated with these events about 50% of the time in that age group. So this is the annual death rates of unintentional drowning by age group, and you can see that big spike in the 1 to 4. There's also a pretty big spike in the 85 and older, and that doesn't mean they're necessarily drowning more, but when they have a drowning event, it's more likely to be fatal. We also know that drowning, unfortunately, as a mechanism of injury is a pretty severe one, and it is more fatal than other types of pediatric trauma. So there's a study looking at risk of death for all types of kids who came in as a trauma activation. And if you came in as a drowning, you had a 13% risk of death versus 1.5 for other types of pediatric trauma admissions. And in this study, there were 20 deaths over an 8-year period, and all of them occurred in children left unattended. And that's the theme you'll keep hearing over and over. So again, just caution about toddlers. Everyone should be very cautious around water with toddlers. They don't yell, they don't splash, and they don't give signs of distress when they're drowning. There's these pictures you see of, that were kind of those pictures I had in those first few slides of the toddler with their head kind of tilted back. They can't call for help. They can't wave for help because their hands are under the water. They're in that vertical position. And this will come into play when we talk a little bit later about flotation devices. A lot of people put those kids their kids in puddle jumpers, which naturally puts them in this vertical position. And there's some groups that feel very strongly that we shouldn't be teaching kids to get in that position, as it is kind of the drowning position. So this picture, I just found so many pictures when I talked about risk factors for drowning. I just think this cracks me up. I guess these are really common. I don't know if any of you guys have ever used these for your children, but these neck flotation things. But as a pediatrician, I just can't imagine putting anything around my child's neck. So I had to include this picture because I think they're so funny. But yeah. The following factors increase the risk of drowning. And the main one is inadequate adult supervision. And this is so hard. There's not a parent who means to not supervise their child. I mean, we all are there trying our very best. And a lot of times in pools and rivers, you're multitasking 200 things, and it's really hard to always keep an eye on your child. But having a designated person whose only job is to watch the child who can't swim is so important. The other thing that parents often do is overestimate their swimming capabilities. And so they'll say, oh, my child can swim. And if you actually ask like an expert, watch that child swim, no, they can't. They would drown if you really did not watch them carefully. And then obviously risk-taking behaviors, if you are jumping off of high cliffs or doing things that might predispose you to trauma, or try to swim when you're not really a good, strong swimmer. Those are all in that category. And then the use of alcohol and drugs. I mentioned that more than 50% of adult drowning deaths are probably alcohol related. Other risk factors include hypothermia. So if it's cold outside or if you're in cold water, that can lead to pretty rapid exhaustion, and then cardiac arrhythmias. And we will go a little bit more into those cardiac arrhythmias in a minute here. Obviously, if you suffer from concurrent trauma, or if you have a stroke or an MI while in a body of water, that's not going to suit you well for trying to survive. And in kids, seizure disorders or developmental or behavior disorders can predispose you to drowning. So if you're nonverbal and you can't ask for help, or if you have bad ADHD and you tend to wander away, we often find those kids in a body of water. And then the undetected primary cardiac dysrhythmias, we probably think these are more common cause of drowning than it's been thought of in the past now that we can test for them. So go a little bit into these because I think they're interesting. So there are two main underlying conditions that can precipitate sudden cardiac arrest while swimming. And the two most likely causes are long QT syndrome and catecholaminergic polymorphic ventricular tachycardia. So we'll go to each of those separately, but there was a study that looked at 35 unexplained drowning events in healthy, normal people age 17, or the average age of 17. So there was a range there. 28 drowned while swimming in some type of body of water like a pool or a lake, and then 7 in bathtubs. And all 35 underwent a postmortem autopsy looking for these arrhythmic conditions. And they found that 8 of the swimming victims were mutation positive. None of the bathtub victims were, and that just, again, kind of points to probably inadequate supervision of kids in a bathtub. No victims knew they had an arrhythmia. No one in the family had ever been told these people had an arrhythmia. But when they actually looked into the family histories of the 8, especially that were mutation positive, 50% had a family history of sudden cardiac arrest, long QT, or a drowning death in a family member. So they probably did have a genetic predisposition to this and just had no idea that it was there. So long QT is caused by genetic mutations that affect the ion channels that regulate electricity in the heart. If you were to take that heart out postmortem and look at it, it would look structurally normal. You wouldn't know there was anything wrong. But these can be picked up on an abnormal baseline EKG. So if this person comes through an ED with chest pain, or sometimes we'll get them on our behavioral health folks or people who've had an ingestion, or maybe just a pre-op or something, we can sometimes luckily pick these up before they present with an arrhythmia. And that QT should be less than half of the RR interval. And, obviously it's supposed to be less than 440, or I don't know what the adult one is, that's what it is in peds. But if that repolarization is prolonged, it can lead to arrhythmic potential. And the way it does it is the diving reflex. So when you hit the water, especially cold water, it increases the parasympathetic tone to the heart, and that puts you into a bradycardic rhythm. And bradycardia increases the risk of torsades de pointe and then sudden death, especially when you have an underlying QT interval that's already prolonged. And if you add alcohol on top of that, or any drug use, some alcohol for sure and other drugs can further prolong the QT. So if you already have underlying long QT and then you drink and then you jump in cold water and go into a bradycardic rhythm, it can put you into torsades and into arrest. And in this top picture, I wanted to include, because it looks like this child is being waterboarded, or the student, and I guess you can study the diving reflex. They do this commonly in science classes. So you get a cold bucket of water and you take your heart rate and your blood pressure beforehand, and then you shove someone's face into the water and you watch their heart rate and blood pressure drop. This is also why we use ice to the face for SVT, because we can kind of activate that parasympathetic response and slow down the heart rate and try to get them out of that SVT rhythm. And then interestingly, babies have a protective diving reflex for about this first 6 months. When they are submerged in water, they hold their breath. I wouldn't practice that or try it on my own kid. I don't know if I'd do that experiment, but you see these videos of these babies swimming through water, holding their breath, and you're thinking, how did the parents teach them to do this? They're only 4 months old. Well, they didn't teach them anything. This is a reflex, and it goes away at about 6 months. So here's just another example of a EKG with long QT. You can see that QT is more than half of that RR interval. So this person, if they didn't know they had long QT, could be at risk of sudden death if they jumped into water, especially cold water. The other main underlying dysrhythmia that can be genetic or de novo is catecholaminergic polymorphic ventricular tachycardia. And this is also caused by a gene mutation that changes the way that calcium specifically is handled within the myocytes. So when your heart rate increases, and this can be from stress or physical activity, it can lead to abnormal contraction in the myocytes, and it can incite a ventricular tachycardia. And it again tends to be more of a torsades type picture. These folks also have a structurally normal heart, and the tricky thing is they have a baseline normal EKG. So unless you have a genetic history, or unless you happen to walk in VTAC with a pulse and tell people you don't feel well, usually you present in arrest. And we actually had a trauma patient do this several years ago. We had a kid who was riding a horse and they fell off the horse. And no one could tell me why this kid fell off a horse. It was a kid who rode a horse a lot and no one had startled the horse and nothing had hit the horse. And everyone was focused on the injury from fall. You know, did this kid have a head injury from falling off the horse? And it was like, why did the kid fall off the horse? And at one point, you know, we were able to resuscitate this kid, and I forget if we'd given ketamine or something happened, or maybe we did a stressful procedure and the kid went back into this rhythm. We realized, oh, okay, this kid had arrhythmia and then fell off the horse. And so this is just a really tragic arrhythmia because you don't often know about it until they present an arrest. And then just a little bit more about epilepsy. This is a big deal for kids. We have so many kids with seizures. We know that people with epilepsy have a very high risk of drowning compared to the general population. And bathtubs is particularly concerning for kids. And so, you know, this information sheet's from Seattle Children's, but we give out a similar thing talking about water safety. And no child with a history of seizures, even remote seizures, should be left alone ever in water, especially bathtubs at a young age. And then once they're old enough, really we should convert them to a shower, but still make sure there's no standing water and be watching over them. All right, before we move on, any questions about some of those risk factors before we go into the pathophysiology? All right, please interrupt me anytime. Okay, so what happens when you drown? I think we can all kind of picture in our head what probably happens, but your airway gets submerged and you're kind of struggling for a gasp of air. And when you're older, you could probably struggle a little longer, but the little kids, the toddlers and below, can only struggle for about 20 to 30 seconds before they can't come back up above the water. So it's so little time. And then when they can't keep their airway clear, water will enter the oral pharynx and either is swallowed, which is probably the case most of the time, or maybe spat out. But this is a period of panic and you're trying to hold your breath, but that makes you cough and you can go into laryngospasm. And at some point your inspiratory drive becomes too high and then you aspirate water into the lungs. And obviously, if you're not pulled out, aspiration can lead to hypoxia, and then that leads to loss of consciousness. Probably should put apnea before loss of consciousness and death. And depending on the temperature of the water and the environment, this can take either 5 minutes or it can last up to an hour. So when you aspirate water down, depending on the amount and probably other factors like your underlying lung health, you can develop pulmonary edema. Some people think the type of water may have an effect too. People think that maybe salt water is a little bit less inflammatory than pool water or fresh water, but I don't know if that's really been proven. So we know what these signs and symptoms are. If you have a kid who's pulled out, you're going to see signs of evolving pulmonary edema. So the child's going to complain of difficulty breathing. You're going to hear rales or wet lung sounds like crackles. Persistent cough is probably the most common one. And then maybe increasing anxiety if they're becoming more hypoxic. Maybe the child prefers to sit or stand in a tripod position and has difficulty speaking in full sentences. And then this is an x-ray of a kiddo who had a drowning event with evolving pulmonary edema. You can see all that excess interstitial fluid there clogging up the lungs. And I know you guys know this, but we don't treat this as an pneumonia because it's more of an inflammatory condition rather. It's kind of like aspiration. We don't usually treat it with antibiotics, more supportive care. And then of course, what happens in your brain when you go without oxygen, it doesn't really matter what the underlying mechanism is, and it's all the same. You get hypoxia, and then you get ischemic damage that causes damage to all the neurons, and then that leads to inflammation and cerebral edema and elevations in your intracranial pressure. And they estimate about 20% of non-fatal drowning victims will sustain some neurologic damage. So the image on the left of the normal brain, you can see nice open fluid spaces, open basal cisterns. It's hard on these computer images, but there's good gray-white differentiation in the cortex there. And then after hypoxic event, you lose those open fluid spaces of CSF, your cisterns close here on the bottom, and the whole brain just kind of looks the same. So you've lost that gray-white differentiation because of all the excess fluid and inflammation. All right, so we'll talk for just a minute about true cold water immersion. And we know that hypothermia can lead to some neuroprotective effects. It's why we cool some of our patients. It's why we don't let them get hot or get a fever. There's very good documentation of complete recovery of patients with accidental hypothermia and cardiac arrest despite prolonged resuscitation. We're talking sometimes 2 hours after arrest, we can still have a good recovery. So there are times where we think we should prolong resuscitative efforts in very rare instances until we get that core temperature at least to 32 or 35. But these are a specific population, right? These good outcomes are going to happen when the hypothermia happens before you get asphyxia. So in this picture, you know, these guys look miserable. I'm sure this is a training exercise, but I'm not signing up for that one. But they're bobbing in pure ice water. And so if they didn't have that rope to hold on to, if they were just trying to hold on to the ice, and they became very hypothermic before they no longer had strength to hold on and slipped below the water, and they were pulled out, they have a chance at a good neurologic recovery because they became cold first, versus a child who falls off the edge of a boat into cold water and is immediately submerged. They're going to become hypoxic very fast before they really become hypothermic. So the case studies that we read are out of Norway, like, you know, a boat capsizing in the fjords, and all these people are bobbing up and down for an hour before they're pulled out. We have seen some really good recovery of those. It's hard in kids. We do try to give them a chance. And so if we know it's cold water, if it's some of our runoff, or it's in the winter in a backyard pool, sometimes we will try and hope that maybe they got cold before they got submerged, but most of the time our outcomes are not as good with those kids because they don't have these true immersion injuries. So it really boils down to kind of that submersion versus immersion. If your head is submerged before you're cold, you don't tend to do as well. If you're immersed in cold water before your head goes under and you don't breathe, then those folks can have amazing recovery. So if you think you have a true cold water event, immersion, and arrest, this is one of those things that we really ask to try to bypass any other center and get directly to our hospital, especially if you're reporting to the scene. And the goal is to get these kids on ECMO. So if you are responding to one of these in the field and you look and it's, you know, it's May or June and it's that cold water snow runoff and it seems like maybe the kid just got stuck in some rocks or trees and probably had their head above water but were just cold, or, you know, they fall into ice and someone's trying to hold on to them for a while. These are kids we would love to try to give them a chance. And so in the field, we'd ask that you secure an airway and start CPR, obtain access, and probably IO I wouldn't even probably mess with IV. Epi is a little bit controversial because it's not super effective. One, people think without a pulse and being that cold, it just accumulates in the periphery. And then if you do retain or regain circulation, it might then kind of overwhelm the heart and put you back into some type of arrhythmia. Other people think it just doesn't work well when you're cold. And so some people recommend not even trying epi until you reach 30 degrees. PALS, if you look at like ACLS and PALS, they say consider giving up to 3 doses of epi. But they also say consider spacing out the time. So not giving it every 3 minutes, but maybe doubling that while trying to rewarm above that 30 degrees where it might become more effective. No one is going to fault you for trying a dose or 2 of epi, but it would be something where I would just keep giving it for an hour every 3 minutes. The fluid bolus, people do think you get some third spacing with this, so they do recommend a fluid bolus. And if you are trying to get them to ECMO, we ask you not to rewarm the patient, to keep them as cold as they are, so that we can have that hypothermic protective effect. So any questions about cold water immersion before we move on? All right. So dry drowning, this is one of my soapboxes. I have a couple of them, but this is one of them. So dry drowning is a term used by the public to describe a near drowning event. And there's a ton of stuff in the media about dry drowning, what you need to know, be afraid, your child could die, lots of that fear mongering about this dry drowning stuff. And people use these terms really interchangeably. And so I think that there's not always good understanding of what they're talking about. So people will use dry drowning or secondary drowning or near drowning, all pretty interchangeably, and they're very different concepts. None of them are really medical terms though, and none of them are really correct descriptions. So the idea that people say is, oh, well, in dry drowning, you just get a little water in your mouth or nose, and then you have a laryngospasm. You kind of close up your airway because you know that's not supposed to be in there. But we know if you go into laryngospasm or let me go back a step. So this dry drowning concept, if you've never heard of it, there are these case reports in the media of a kid who had a near drowning event, so a non-fatal drowning event, and then they seemed fine, and then 4 or 5 days later, they suddenly died in their bed, or they didn't wake up, and it was blamed on this thing 4 or 5 days previous, and that's where the kind of the fear comes from. So what we know though is if you, in this case of laryngospasm, if you went to laryngospasm, you can't just sit there in laryngospasm for 4 to 5 days. You're either going to die or you're not. It's going to break or it's not. So you would see if someone's in laryngospasm under the water and you pull them out, you'd see symptoms immediately. They wouldn't move any air. They'd be apneic and they would go into arrest. People also talk about the secondary drowning where water gets in the lungs and causes inflammation and eventually, makes trouble with exchanging oxygen and carbon dioxide. And that they seem fine at first and they just got sicker and sicker over days. We're going to go through some literature that shows that's not the case. And they're basically describing pulmonary edema from inhalation of water. And you can see symptoms progress over time, but as we'll see here in a second, it's not over days. So these are kind of what the two theories that people have is you either go into a laryngospasm on the right and your cords are closed and your lungs stay dry, but we all know if those cords don't open after a minute or two, you become hypoxic and ischemic and bad things happen. Or your cords are wet and you aspirate a bunch of water, which we know will lead to pulmonary edema and you will show symptoms. So the actual evidence, we'll go through a couple studies. There's one looking at 185 stable, well-appearing children who were evaluated in an ED after a drowning event. So none of these children were intubated. They all came via EMS and had some type of near drowning event or non-fatal drowning event. 36%, so about a third, had completely normal vital signs on arrival. So 2/3 had something off. Maybe they were a little bit hypoxic or tachycardic. Tachycardic was probably the number one thing. And number two was a little bit hypothermic. And then of those 185 patients, 8 developed respiratory complications after arriving to the ED. And the complications they list are basically needing some oxygen or needing to be warmed up a little bit. No one required intubation. No one went apneic. No one required chest compressions. Only 2 patients who developed complications had initially normal vital signs and both had clinical deterioration within an hour. So they concluded that well-appearing patients with normal vital signs do not require prolonged observation period from this study. If you're going to be symptomatic, you're going to be symptomatic within hours. There's another study looking at 71 patients. 26 were admitted and 45 were discharged. Of these 71, so they kept about a third, again, of these kids. And they kept them if they had crackles on lung exam or if they had a little bit of respiratory distress, maybe grunting or that persistent cough we kind of mentioned. And then anyone with the oxygen desaturation obviously was more likely to be admitted. So of those 26, so of the third, only a third of those, so now we're talking a 6, right, required oxygen at some point in their stay. Sorry, my parents are driving in and my mom's saying that their Siri is telling them the wrong time. No cases, like I said, no cases required had deterioration or required intubation, and there was no readmission of any child who was sent home. So they also concluded that kids who have a normal lung exam and normal O2 stats for 6 hours after a drowning event can be safely discharged home. So in summary, there's no true dry drowning. You're either going to show symptoms or signs within 6 hours or you're not. So children are not going to suddenly decompensate days later. And these media articles, they've gone back and looked at them. There's one really big one about, I think it was a 4-year-old little boy. He actually ended up having myocarditis and it was not related to drowning at all. If you hear people using these terms, I would encourage you to educate them a little bit. And you don't need to be afraid if your kid swallows a little bit of water that 4 days later they're going to wake up or never wake up and be dead in their bed. If your kid swallows a little bit of water, they're either going to cough it up and vomit it up a little bit, or if they really swallowed enough to be problematic, they're going to show you signs with grunting, tachypnea, retractions pretty fast. And then how about outcomes? Can we figure out who's going to be sick or not sick? There was a review looking at 24 different studies to try to figure out what could predict a favorable outcome. And this seems pretty obvious to me, but the stronger predictor was the submersion duration. So if you were down less than 5 minutes, you had the best outcomes. And drowning was universally fatal if you were under for more than 25 minutes. There was shorter EMS time, or if there was a shorter time to EMS arrival, that was associated with better outcomes. So we love all of you guys and appreciate when you get there quickly. And then again, this is the one that maybe showed that salt water is a little bit better than fresh water, but this has been back and forth in the literature. And then we all want to know, how can we prevent this from happening? So what can we do? Because none of us want any child to drown. So the things that have been shown to help younger children are education about drowning risk, mostly to the parents, like please designate one person to watch that child. Their only job is to watch that child. Put kids in swimming lessons, which is a mixed bag because sometimes it can give that overconfidence about swimming abilities. And then pool fencing is a huge one. Unfortunately, there's little evidence that any type of prevention efforts have helped prevent drowning in older children. And again, parents often tend to overestimate their children's ability and underestimate their supervision needs.
Dr. Hughes?
Yeah.
Hey, there's a question on the chat here from one of the flight nurses asking if laryngospasm causes negative pressure pulmonary edema. Can it cause?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's probably part of the pathology. And I'm guessing, you know, we don't know we can't study this well. Maybe they've done it on animals, but I'm guessing it's all of these drowning events. And Dr. Bott or Dr. Swanson pitch in. I bet they have a mixed picture of both of those things where initially you're trying to hold your breath, you get some laryngospasm, you probably get some negative pressure, but then you end up aspirating. So I don't think there's probably a clear cut, either you laryngospasm or you don't. My guess is that it's a mixed picture for either. And I don't know if any of the other physicians want to give their opinion.
Yeah, I think that's been consistent when they've like done bronchial lavages on drowning victims, like, you know, like if they're in that salt water type of situation. And, you know, sometimes they don't have salt water in their lungs and they still have pulmonary edema. So, so I would agree with you.
Yeah, and pulmonary edema, negative pressure pulmonary edema from laryngospasm is pretty well documented in the anesthesia literature. That if somebody, you know, post-surgery, they're in the PACU, they've got some mucus on their cords, and maybe they've got some asthma or some other hyperreactive airway state, and they get a laryngospasm that is a total closure of their cords, even if they're wide awake, and they suck hard enough, they can suck fluid into their alveoli and really get life-threatening negative pressure pulmonary edema. And you would have to assume that a drowning event that causes laryngospasm, even without water in the cords, could still cause pulmonary edema, just like freshwater or water aspiration. And likewise, it's not cardiogenic. They don't need to be diuresed or get antibiotics. They just need supportive treatment with, you know, a ventilator and PEEP.
Thanks, you guys. That was a great question. All right, so we're just gonna.
We do have one more, if you don't
Yeah.
mind me interrupting. Sorry. It's from prolonged. When you were talking about the prolonged QT, they're asking if Zofran is contraindicated for patients.
Yeah, so this is another topic that's I'll let Dr. Swanson, Dr. Bott pitch in too on the adult side. This has always been a little bit controversial. So there are people who strongly believe that we should avoid Zofran if there's any chance of long QT, but there are many others who will show evidence that we give Zofran routinely without getting a baseline EKG, especially in like overdose situations, and it doesn't seem to cause worsening prolongation of the QT. I think a one-time dose, especially in a kid, if you're using appropriate dosing of like a 0.1 per kilo, is probably not going to lead to any problems. But I think if you have an unexplained, you know, you have a healthy kid who people say knew how to swim and they jump in the water and they come back up and they are in an arrhythmia or they're now asystolic and there's no sign of trauma, I would probably hesitate just to be on the safe side. What do you guys think?
Well, yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. I mean, and even, you know, with the black box warning on droperidol, right? And, you know, there were gallons and gallons and gallons of that drug given every single day in every single emergency department in the US for decades, right? And then all of a sudden gets a black box, and then everybody looks and see all these drugs, including Zofran, that prolong the QT. I think you're absolutely right that pre-screening EKGs for Zofran isn't a thing and should not be a thing. But if you have somebody that's got a QTC of 560, then I don't think I would tempt fate in that situation and give a medication that prolongs the QT. So similarly to what you said, if you have somebody that could be, you know, a drowning from, you know, familial prolonged QT, should you really be giving them agents that prolong the QT? Probably not.
Yeah, I guess I would agree with all of that stuff. It's probably low risk, even if they have known prolonged QT syndrome. Most of the case reports are with big doses. Like that's what led to the droperidol black box warning. So a single dose is probably not much of an issue, but what's the risk of somebody vomiting versus what's the risk of somebody with known QT syndrome, prolonged QT syndrome getting Zofran and then having a torsades arrest? So weigh the risks and the benefits. If you have a low index of suspicion for it, I wouldn't hesitate to give it. But if you're concerned about it, yeah, vomiting doesn't kill people.
Yeah. And if they're awake enough and they're vomiting, to protect their airway, puke it out, let them puke it out. And if they're intubated, just throw an OG or an NG down and suck it out.
Yeah.
And there is a follow-up question, if there'd be a preferred antiemetic.
All of the antiemetics have QT effects, so no.
Except Ativan.
That's true.
Well, yeah, that's true. Yeah,
and it works well. And if you already have a kid who's intubated or on a non-invasive positive pressure and needs a little sedation to tolerate it, that's not a bad option.
Yeah, propofol is also a pretty potent antiemetic, even more so than Ativan. We occasionally even use that in the PACU for prolonged post-op, really severe refractory post-op nausea, vomiting. Put them on low-dose propofol infusions, and it can be very effective.
Awesome. All right, so I thought to talk about management, which I'm guessing you guys know a lot of this, but we just run through some cases after just a couple little things. So just like everything, we always go back to the ABCs. And it's kind of a multi-tiered approach, just like you do with other complicated kids. But we're going to first try to manage the hypoxia and then make sure there's no concurrent trauma, and then manage hypothermia. And the main objective is really to try to reverse hypoxia and restore oxygenation as quickly as possible for neurologic outcome. And, in general, in kids, I would always start with ABC, even though they tell us to start CAB, unless a kid collapses on an athletic field. But technically, we're supposed to start with compressions. But on these kids, I would just get an airway as quickly as possible, start bagging them or rescue breaths or whatever you can get to quickly. We do not want to delay rescue breathing. If you think that these patients are truly apneic or unable to protect their airway, get them intubated or start doing bag mask. And then use high flow oxygen systems. You can start with this nasal cannula or face mask, or if they're grunting and showing respiratory distress, obviously escalate to BiPAP or CPAP. So there's some, I just had to include this slide because of this picture. I'll tell you the story about in a minute, but there's some controversy about, do we want to, if a kid comes out of a pool, do we first want to do Heimlich and try to get some of the water out of their lungs? So the Institute of Medicine actually has weighed in on this, and they absolutely do not recommend delaying rescue breathing or bag mask or advanced airway to do any type of Heimlich maneuver. And they recommend against it for many reasons. One is that it just delays definitive care, which is getting an airway. Two is that the Heimlich is really good for an aspiration of a solid object, but water is not a solid object. And then three, it ends up causing trauma a lot of times in kids, especially in little kids. Their rib cage, if you remember, doesn't really cover their organs as well as it does in an adult. And so you can get, and even if it does, it's really pliable, so that force is transmitted further down. So they've seen cases of pancreatic tears and stomach injury and liver lacerations with the Heimlich. But I had to put this picture on because this is actually Dr. Heimlich in the background. And he was like 90 years old in this picture, and he performed the Heimlich maneuver on this woman who was choking from a hamburger at some fancy dinner. And he said it was the only time, second time he's ever used it in his career, and he saved the woman. So I thought that was kind of a cool story. And then attempts at rewarming hypothermic patients. If they have a core temp less than 33, we want to get them up at least until 35 or 36. And you can do that either by passive or active means, unless, of course, the caveat is this is a true cold water immersion type situation and you're trying to get them to us for ECMO support, in which case you would not rewarm. And then just a reminder, this is one of my other soapboxes. You guys are really excellent at this, but I use this talk sometimes for other EMS providers. Their bag mask ventilation is, this and getting access on a kid are probably the two most important skills you can do for a child. If you can really, really be good at bag mask ventilation, you're going to help so many children. So just a reminder to have good positioning so we're not cutting off their airway, making sure you're pulling that chin up into the mask, and doing a two-handed approach if you have enough hands to go around. Just getting that really good seal, watching for good chest rise. And then intubation, you guys know when a kid needs to be intubated. Obviously, if you see signs of neurologic deterioration, they don't have a gag, they're not protecting their airway, or you're not able to maintain a good oxygen saturation despite using oxygen delivery systems or escalating up to a high flow or BiPAP type approach. And then obviously if you intubate, we'd love some type of orogastric or nasogastric tube to relieve distension. We really just want these sats, this says 94. I'd be happy as long as the sats are above 90. And then obviously if they're kind of grunting and retracting, but still pretty with it, doing a high flow approach would be great just to improve that VQ mismatch. And then for hypothermia, I think you guys are experts at this. Get off the wet clothing, wrap people in blankets, and then measure that core temperature. You guys have the capability of measuring a core temperature, whereas some of the ground units don't. But if you have a esophageal, rectal, or bladder probe, especially in an intubated kid, that's really helpful. Trauma is tricky, and C-spine, whether or not we should put these kids in C-spine precautions is again a little bit of a controversial issue. So according to ACLS guidelines, routine C-spine immobilization can interfere with essential airway management and is not recommended in a drowning victim. It may be indicated in cases where we have a high suspicion, such as diving into shallow water or falling off a boat. But when they look at the cases, cervical spine injury is very uncommon in non-fatal drowning victims unless there's really a sign of a concerning mechanism or injury. So this person dove off of a cliff and didn't come up, or they're awake enough to tell you they can't feel their legs. I mean, that's pretty obvious, but most of the time we think it's pretty rare. So they studied 2,000 submersion victims and only 0.5% sustained a C-spine injury. And all of those had some obvious sign of injury or a mechanism, like it was a diving type thing or a car that went off a cliff into water. The caveat to that is it can be really difficult to assess the spine in a non-fatal drowning patient who has altered mental status. So when in doubt, put on a C-collar if you think it doesn't interfere with your airway. If you feel like you can't adequately resuscitate a kid because of the C-collar, then I don't think many people would fault you for taking it off, especially if it's a low risk mechanism like a kid in a pool. Most toddlers in a pool are not going to dive into a pool. So the chance that there's a C-spine injury is pretty low in those children.
Yeah, Hillary, that was going to be my question. In that group, do you know if they separated out the bimodal distributions? Because you would think that the 15 to 35-year-old
are the ones who are getting
alcohol involved would be at higher risk of a C-spine injury than the toddler.
Yeah, I think absolutely. And so I can't remember ever reading about a case of a toddler in a pool that had a C-spine injury. Because they just walk in and then go right. It was like my kid. She could stand up. There was no diving involved. So I think it's really, really low risk. Once you get into that age where they might be on a swim team and they might be practicing diving, or someone witnessed them diving, that's a little bit different. But in that toddler age group, under kindergarten, I would not worry about a diving injury. And then I just like to do some history and art. So this was a famous painting by a Russian artist, and it was supposed to help draw attention to the poor population who's often ignored. This person actually committed suicide out of poverty by drowning. But just a little culture in there too. Okay, so we're just gonna do 4 quick cases. So case 1 is a 23-month-old female these are all based on real things, but I've changed ages and stuff. So a 23-month-old female at the pool with her extended family, and she's wearing one of these little puddle jumpers that you can see there in the picture. And she wants a snack because these kids want snacks every 5 minutes. So mom removes the jumper and sets her on the pool chair to eat. And mom says, I checked on her every 20 seconds, making sure she's still there. And then during one check, she was gone. And so mom immediately ran to the pool and found her submerged at the bottom. So they pulled her out and she's pale and limp, and a bystander started some rescue breaths and someone else called 911. And the kiddo started to vomit water and move pretty quickly. And by the time EMS arrived, she was awake, but a little bit lethargic. You can see these initial vital signs there. Temp of 35.6, heart rate 168, respiratory rate 32, SATs 91 on room air. So now this is the point where you guys have to talk to me. So what would be kind of the first thing you do for this kiddo? Or first couple things?
Non-rebreathe face mask, 100% FiO2.
Good. So we're gonna get this kid on some oxygen because they're 91 on room air. We know that hypoxia is the biggest risk. So we're starting with our A and Bs and we're getting this kid on some oxygen. What else?
Can you see the comment boards, Dr. Hughes?
I can't, but I can figure out how to.
Oh, okay. Warm the patient. One is saying put blankets on the patient. And Emmett, sorry, what did you say? Oh, listen to lung sounds.
Good. Excellent. So the main thing on this case is you're going to start some oxygen. You're going to make sure this kid doesn't get colder. We know when kids get cold, especially younger kids, they tend to get bradycardic, and that doesn't help them. So get some oxygen on this kid, warm up this kid, and then start to look for those signs and symptoms we talked about that could indicate pulmonary edema already present and that may get worse. Excellent. So you guys nailed it. Provide oxygen. This kid is already 91 right after this event. So if they start to grunt or become with worsening retractions, this is a kid who might need some positive pressure. You could consider IV access in the case of decompensation. And this is a kid, this is a true submersion event. So this is a kid who needs at least a 6-hour observation and should be taken in to an ER. And then, as we said, they're already kind of borderline hypoxic. They probably already have findings of crackles or rales and aspiration. And so this kid might get worse. So this kid came in with pretty normal vital signs, but had this just persistent cough, and within 30 minutes was statting in the mid 80s. And so went on some oxygen, but didn't require more than 2 liters, was kept for about 24 hours and able to wean off. And just a reminder that any type of flotation device can be removed. So don't count on them to be your, your supervisor. I think we get a little compliant or complacent as parents sometimes, where we'll put I am totally guilty of it too. I have a 3-year-old and I've put him in one of those puddle jumpers. It gives you this kind of sense of security that they're okay. That's not always the case because they can take them off. And as a lifeguard, I remember a case I was sitting up on the chair and I could see this happening. I wasn't asleep this time. And so this kid was wearing those old orange floaties, and the mom is sitting right next to him talking to her friend. And the kid takes off one floaty and he puts it on his foot. He takes off the other floaty and puts on his foot. And sure enough, his feet go up and his head goes down. And I'm jumping off my chair just as the mom realizes what's happening. So you don't trust kids. They do really dumb things with flotation devices. Okay.
Hey, Hillary, there's a couple of questions in the chat that you can't see. Let me go through these.
I'm trying to think of how I can get to the chat. I'm sorry. I'm just not very good at this.
Go through them. One is, can laryngospasm cause negative pressure pulmonary edema? Yes, I think that might have been before I talked about that. Another one is prolonged QT. Is Zofran contraindicated for patients with prolonged QT? I guess the book answer is yes. If you know about it and it crosses your mind, I can tell you lots of patients with prolonged QT syndrome have gotten Zofran and it's not been a problem, but all the typical antiemetics can prolong QT, and the book answer is they're contraindicated for those patients. The preferred antiemetic for a child is still Zofran, I would say, unless they have a history of prolonged QT syndrome or a history suspicious for arrhythmia. Feel free to interrupt anytime, anybody. Does Benadryl prolong QT? I don't think so, unless somebody else knows otherwise.
Not in my experience.
And then part of our airway protection for infant peds is to apply a C-collar if they have an endotracheal tube to keep them from extending their neck and extubating themselves. That wouldn't apply if they don't have an endotracheal tube. And that's, if you think of their spine as the hinge, if they extend their neck, a child's endotracheal tube will get pulled out. Yeah. And if it's not in very far, that can extubate them.
Absolutely.
They don't need a C-collar if they're not intubated. And yeah, I think that was it on the chat.
Thanks, Steve. Okay, case 2. An 8-year-old boy comes home from school early with fever and chills. Mom helps him run a bath to feel better. And like any mother, I would leave my 8-year-old in the bath at this point, at 8 alone. I don't think that's a problem. So she comes to check on him 15 minutes later and finds him unresponsive under the water. When EMS arrives, parents have started rescue breaths and he is still pulseless. So shout out what you're gonna do when you happen to be walking down the hallway of this, your helicopter just landed right next to it for fun and you guys are the first on the scene. What are you gonna do? Or what would you want to know, and what do you think happened to him?
I'm going to say airway and possibly seizures.
Okay, excellent. Anyone else want to throw anything in there?
Well, he's still pulseless, so we need to do ACLS on him. Give him some epi.
Good. So give you a little more history. He was fine yesterday. He woke up a little achy today. And then school called to say he was febrile. He had normal mental status other than when he arrived home. He was a little bit tired and his temp was 103. His past medical history, he did have a remote history of febrile seizures and was on Keppra ages 4 to 6, but taken off when he didn't have any further seizures. So I don't know who just said that, but this was a case of a seizure most likely. So you guys nailed it. You got to get airway going first. So start bag mask, get ready to intubate. You put on a rhythm strip, he's in asystole, you've started CPR. Again, I'm a big fan of just going to AO or an IO in a rest. This is a kid you might still be able to get an IV on though, because he's probably not cold in a warm bath. Give some epi, intubate him. This kid, actually, they did get ROSC after intubation. Would there anything else you guys would check en route or do en route?
Jeannie mentioned in the comments getting a finger stick glucose, which I think is awesome.
Yeah, excellent. So kids do weird metabolic stuff, especially if they're sick. That's a time of stress. And so could this kid, he has a history of seizures, which can be a sign of metabolic disease. Could he have hypoglycemia that caused his seizure? He maybe wasn't eating well. He could have been hypoglycemic from that. So I think this is definitely a case I would check a glucose and correct it if necessary. We've talked about before, just keeping him warm, maintaining his blood pressure. This kid has had an event where he has ischemia to his brain. And so making sure we're getting good cerebral perfusion, just like with a head injury. You could consider an epi drip if he's not able to maintain his blood pressure. You'd also, with this fever, maybe he's septic. And so just be watching for signs of sepsis and blood pressure. You want to titrate that end tidal to about 40, just again for that neuroprotective effect. Correct hypothermia and correct hypoglycemia if applicable.
Dr. Hughes, could I ask about a ventilation question?
Yeah.
If we're bagging, you talked about the end tidal, but would we do a lower tidal volume and maybe a higher PEEP for these patients because they have the pulmonary edema?
Good question. So, the pulmonary edema is probably present a little bit first and then is going to blossom. So some of it is probably your feel as you're bagging that, how much resistance you're getting. If you're meeting a lot of resistance, I would probably give more PEEP. I would probably still start with a PEEP of around 6 and see how it feels. Yeah. And then, the lower tidal volumes is probably a little bit more lung protective and a higher rate. But I think some of it's just going to be that feel of how much resistance you're getting with your breaths. And
Hillary's comment about targeting an end tidal CO2 around 40 is a really good one, though. It's really easy to unintentionally hyperventilate kids in particular. Like, it's impossible not to unless you're really diligent about it. Yeah. And if you think about what happens to cerebral vascular tone with carbon dioxide levels, if you hyperventilate them, they vasoconstrict, and that's not what you want to have happen to an injured brain. So keeping this end tidal CO2 35 to 40 is really important. You drive them down to a CO2 at 25 or 30 with unintentional hyperventilation, you're causing vasoconstriction to this injured brain that needs that blood flow.
Yeah.
So be really careful not to hyperventilate them.
And it's so hard not to get that tube, and you're like, oh gosh, I got my tube. Let's get him some oxygen. We all do it, and then you just have to remember to slow down and just kind of trend your end tidal. But I think that's a great question. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about that feel, but sometimes you can feel that squeeze getting harder as their pulmonary resistance is getting a little bit worse, and so that's when I would think about. I think that's a great strategy to maybe increase your PEEP a little bit, decrease your tidal volume, so you're not getting that added lung injury.
In this case where we get ROSC and we're suspecting a seizure, would you recommend giving a benzo at this point, or would you rather us wait on a benzo so that neurostats can be assessed?
That's really hard. And I don't think I think you could use a benzo both as your sedation and as, again, to kind of protect against further seizure activity. I think that would be a really good choice as part of your sedatives. I don't think there's any downside to giving a benzo. If you have an intubated patient, people get feisty about neurologic exam, but you can take a quick look at the pupils before you give it. And you might have already had to give stuff for your intubation. And so I think the biggest priority is keeping your patient safe and not worrying about if the neurosurgeon is going to be mad that we can't get a neuro exam. So I would say yes, if you have any suspicion for seizure, use it as part of your sedative.
Thank you.
All right, so this was a really sad case. This was a real case of a kid who was older than I put in this case, but came home from school and was in a bath and then found down. And this kid had had seizures, like 7 years prior, and the parents had put them on Keppra for a while and then took them off because it didn't seem like a problem, and never followed up with neurology to see if the kid continued to have an abnormal EEG. I don't blame the parents. If I wouldn't want my kid on a medication if they didn't seem to need it. And I don't blame the parents for allowing this child to have a bath alone at this age. Those are all very normal things. And so it was just a really sad case. The kid ended up going on to donate some organs, but it was a bad day. And they were influenza positive was the cause of their fever. So it could have been a myocarditis, and it could have been a seizure. We thought, I can't remember if we ever heard the autopsy results, but we thought it was a seizure. Okay, so this is a 15-year-old.
Another question on that last case. Judy thought that the patient might be a little dry, wondered about a 20 per kilo.
Yeah, great idea. So again, I would 100% give a bolus, especially on a kid who had been febrile and maybe not eating well. Sepsis or some type of Sears type thing is always in the back of your head as well. I wouldn't worry about kids are, unless there's like an underlying heart thing, and even then kids deal with fluid pretty well, and we can always deal with over hydration later. That's not the case necessarily in trauma, but for other things, giving a bolus is a good idea. So case 3 is a 15-year-old who went to a lake with some friends, and they decided to jump off a cliff. She hits the water but never comes back up. A bystander was able to find her and pulls her out, and others are calling 911. She's unconscious, apneic, and pulseless upon EMS arrival. So again, what do? You guys know what to do. You start bag mask, you get ready to intubate, you start compressions, you're gonna put them on a monitor, go to your IO, you're gonna maintain warmth. And this is one where I would consider C-spine immobilization, and then look for signs of head trauma. If they were diving off rocks, did she hit something? See if you can get an initial pupil exam before you're giving any type of medication that could interact with pupils. So this is the rhythm you get when you put her on the monitor. Now what?
Magnesium.
Awesome. What would be your dose? It's okay if you don't know it, because you could look it up.
Was it 5 mgs per kilo?
A little bigger. Usually we give 50 per kilo.
Wow. Okay.
We max at 2. And then this would be a case you have a pulseless VTAC. Even though it's torsades and we know we have to give something like magnesium, you would still defibrillate this patient, right? So you defibrillate, you give mag. Potassium can also be a factor in these folks. If you're able to monitor it, if you're able to measure it, which is going to be really hard in a rest situation, because you're going to risk a hemolysis in a high number. But if it's low, you can give some. So what do you think? What do you think this happened after this lecture?
Seems like the stress-induced VTAC.
Yeah, so this kid either had prolonged QT that was unrecognized, or that catecholinergic polymorphic ventricular tachycardia, and she hit that water, and that dive reflex put her into bradycardia, or made her scared when she was jumping off the cliff, and put her into that polymorphic rhythm.
I haven't practiced saying that term enough times to say it on an open mic.
It's like a mouthful. It's a good tongue twister, huh? Okay, last case. You're called up to a wilderness area in early June where a 3-year-old child and mom fell into a creek. They were both wearing life vests. Mom was pulled out quickly, and the child was found 30 minutes later, life jacket on, head above water, but unconscious and not breathing. So say you're on a ground crew, or even you're called to the scene on your flight. You're located 45 minutes drive from the children's hospital, or 10 minutes to, like a level 3 trauma center. Where do you go? And what do you do?
Trauma center.
Okay, so
Seems like that's always a good choice.
Okay, excellent. So
Somebody else wants to talk, we need to do ABCs and go to the trauma center so the patient can get ECMO.
okay, excellent. So we all know June, it might be warm outside, but if you're in a creek in a wilderness area, that's probably snow runoff. You dip your feet and hands in that water and it's cold. So that temperature of that water is not more than 50, probably 55 maybe. So this could be considered a true cold water immersion if this kid was actually found, they had a flotation device on and was found with a head above water. So I would agree that this is one of those cases we would try to get them to ECMO, give them the best shot they have. So you're going to start bagging, you're going to get ready to intubate, you're doing CPR, you're checking just to make sure there's no arrhythmia. Probably on this kid, they would just be asystolic. The pattern we usually see, and this is probably the same with adults too, but you're asystolic, and then you usually go into either a bradycardic or a ventricular fibrillation rhythm as you start to warm. And then most of the time, VFib will resolve itself as you get closer to 30 degrees, above 28. Usually then it goes into a normal rhythm. And so I forgot to mention this on the cold water immersion slide, but defibrillation is also a little bit controversial because if you're still cold and you shock VFib, it's probably not going to work. So a lot of people just vote to continue CPR rather than do a defibrillation until you get closer to that 28 or 30 degrees. And then oftentimes kids will self move into a different rhythm, and it may be bradycardic. And so then you still might need to do CPR for perfusion, but they usually will come out of VFib as they get warmed if they're going to go back into a rhythm. Access, again, I'd go right to IO. You guys are able to check a central temp. And then someone mentioned trauma evaluation. Absolutely. This is a kid who went down a creek. He could have hit rocks or sticks or whatever. So I would put this kid in C-spine immobilization, which you guys would anyway, which is good for me to learn just to help protect that tube. And then try to get them to primary as fast as possible. We kind of answered this. So you put that core temp probe in, it's 26 degrees. You don't rewarm. You try to just get that kid to ECMO. Epi, we talked about this being a little bit controversial. I think it's absolutely fine to give, up to 3 doses, maybe spaced out a little bit more than every 3 minutes. And then the biggest priority is just getting them to that definitive management, trying to get them onto ECMO. And I know you guys would do this because you guys are really good at communicating, but I just encourage everyone, if you even have a suspicion of a cold water immersion, we can get kids on ECMO pretty fast, but the more warning we have, the better. If anyone's able to, if there's a police officer on the scene, you hand him an extra probe and he can stick it in a body of water and say, hey, this water's 52 degrees, that helps us. Especially if it's like a more shallow body of water or it's a backyard type of pool or pond in the winter months. That's really helpful for us to know the water temp, because if it's 70, we're not going to put this kid on ECMO. But getting those kids to us is the biggest priority. So we can answer more questions.
Yeah. Capable centers. Other than IMC Primary Children's in the U, you'd have to go to Denver or the Bay Area or Seattle or Albuquerque or Phoenix. So
very far.
This is it. So
this is it.
Bring them here.
Yeah, and we've really pushed that. So our protocol has been that we've tried to push out to the EMS community is if you're within, I think basically like 60 minutes from scene to primary, consider trying to get them directly to us, either by ground. If you're a ground crew and you can get to us within 60 minutes, or you're a flight crew, you can get to us within 60 minutes, ideally 30. But so we're really talking more about like the SST region, Park City, Logan, Salt Lake, the canyons. Those are the kids that we're going to have the best chance on. If you're down in, or you're up at Bear River, or you're down in Cedar City, that's going to be harder to get into us in a kind of a meaningful amount of time. It's still worth a discussion, but the kids are going to do best are going to be the ones who are obviously close by.
So Hillary, in adults with hypothermia with the defibrillation, if you have a shockable rhythm, it's recommended that you give it, at least a try, because if it works. But holding off repeat defibrillations if it didn't work, just because it may not work until they're warm. But I wouldn't intentionally withhold a defibrillation in somebody with a shockable rhythm,
Yeah.
because they're cold, because it may work, but you don't want to do repeated doses, kind of like the epi.
Yeah, I agree. And then you obviously just make sure you're safe. Make sure there's not continued water around you when you're defibrillating, and make sure you guys are safe first of all.
And the distance too. I mean, if it's a really good story, I mean, we had that one from years ago from Utah Lake where a guy was hanging on to a capsized boat and slowly got hypothermic and then submerged. And he had a total CPR time of 3 hours, and walked out of the hospital almost completely 100% neuro intact. He had a very minor deficit.
Yeah.
But you know, those cases in the really good story for a hypothermia first, you know, they have these kind of miraculous stories every once in a while. So consider it for sure when you have a really good story.
Absolutely. It's always worth a call to us, and we'll take all the information we have and try to make our best decision. And sometimes we get there and we do have, like if a kid's initial potassium is greater than 10, it has to be a central potassium. We do a femstick for it. We don't put them on ECMO because that's been associated with really bad outcomes. It just indicates so much cell death. And different places have different cutoffs. Some are 7, some are 8, some are 9. I think we chose 10 if I'm remembering correctly. Maybe it's 9. But so we do have certain cutoffs that we don't put the kids on ECMO because we know that end result will not be great, but we try to give those kids a chance. So just real quick in conclusion, our initial approach to patient with suspected drowning is similar to any other critical patient. We do our ABCs. We got to focus on reversing hypoxia with early rescue breaths, bag mask, or intubation. And then resuscitation with rescue vests can even begin in the water if a responder is properly trained. The mechanism of injury should be continued, or should be considered to decide whether or not you need spinal mobilization or further trauma evaluation. We know drowning victims are at high risk of hypothermia, and we should try to prevent further heat loss except for the true cold water immersions, which may benefit from rapid transport to ECMO and limited rewarming. And then always just in the back of your head, think of underlying medical conditions such as seizures, dysrhythmia, or cardiac ideologies. And I just want to thank you guys. I just love you guys. You're such a fantastic team, and I appreciate that you take time to learn more about PEDS. And I just wanted to mention real quick, we talked about, well, just real briefly, the burn patients, and this has caused a little bit of angst among people, but I don't want it to. So basically, the burn center and us have been working together for years anyway. We have patients who need ECMO support after bad inhalation, have to come back to primary. We consult the burn center all the time for our bad, like Stevens-Johnson's or TENs, where they have a lot of skin involvement. And then we've had some times where like non-accidental trauma is pretty common in the burn center. And it's nice to be able to get things like a skeletal survey at our institution and have the PEDS guys read the CTs. And then we have had other traumas with, you know, there's that recent plane crash where there was a 2-year-old who had burn and traumatic injury. And so it just seemed, we consider burn trauma, ATLS considers burn trauma, and it just seemed to make sense to come to primary first to make sure that trauma is not going to trump the burn, or that there's not going to be an obvious need for ECMO quickly. And it's a lot easier to start ECMO here than wheel them over a bridge. So we do want this population of children who are coming from the scene. So it's a pretty small number. It's probably going to be like 10 a year. Kids coming from the scene who are in kind of this, again, this kind of valley area, probably from maybe Spanish Fork, if we have a helicopter involved, up to Ogden. Otherwise, kind of the valley area to come directly to primary for the initial trauma eval and resuscitation. And we also then can have anesthesia as backup if we have a really tricky airway, which is great. And then they'll make a determination if it really does seem like a pure inhalational burn type injury, those kids will go to the burn unit. Or if there's concurrent trauma, they'll make a decision. If the trauma is more severe than the burn, they'll stay at primary. So if you get called to one of these, please call us. We'll be your medical control. We're happy to answer any questions. You guys already know how to do this because you've done burn forever. So we're not really changing what you would do on the scene, just kind of where your disposition would be initially. Any questions about that or anything we talked today or any other PED stuff that you guys are wondering about?
And Dr. Hughes, for the team, I believe Dustin sent out an email that should have that flow algorithm. If you didn't get it, let me know and I'll send it. It's the one that that Primaries in the Burn Center created. And it
Great.
has kind of a flow sheet for that. So yeah, if folks didn't get that, just let me know and I'll make sure you get it.
Hillary, thank you so much for joining us. This is really
Yeah.
valuable for our team. We really
Oh,
appreciate it.
absolutely. I wish it could be in
Yeah.
person because I like to see you guys, but it's fun. I would love, anytime, please let me know. And then let's see, get again out of this slide just so I can see your faces.
Thanks again.
And then please, if you ever have anything come up, just email me, reach out to me. I'm happy to talk over NEP cases anytime.
One last thing, Corey, we need to get Hillary a new picture of our helicopter with a new paint.
That's a pretty outdated one.
Okay.
Thanks, Hillary.
And Laura, let's see, I can try to, maybe Justin, I'll try to send it. I'll try to share it with you on Box. Or
That would be
Laura,
awesome.
sending it to me. Yeah, and anyone's welcome to it. I'm going to also give this same talk, maybe a little bit different version for our monthly EMS meeting or a monthly EMS lecture in October, if any of you guys ever tune into those.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Hughes. We're very grateful for your time. It was awesome.
Anytime. Thanks, you guys. Have a good rest of your day.
You too. You take care.
Bye, guys.
Thanks. Right, for our team, does anybody have anything else that they want to cover or discuss?
If we have 2 minutes, I have a couple of 30-second things I wanted to touch on. These have both of these topics have come up in QA a couple times over the last bit. One is uncertainty about first-line drug choice for combative patients. I want to clarify that the only indication for ketamine for combative patients is if you do not have IV or IO access, then use IM ketamine. But if you have IV or IO access, then the first line treatment should be our standard RSI regimen and continued paralysis until you get them here to keep you safe and keep them safe. Don't be sedating patients with ketamine. And our only indication for using ketamine as the induction drug for RSI is for status asthmaticus. Use etomidate unless you don't have IV or IO access. Another one that I've seen a question about a couple times is doing finger thoracostomies on patients that are breathing spontaneously. If they're breathing spontaneously, that's negative pressure ventilation, and a finger thoracostomy then turns into a sucking chest wound. So if they're breathing spontaneously, they need a valve, which is either going to be a spear with that one-way valve on it or a chest tube with a Heimlich valve on it. If they're not breathing spontaneously and have negative pressure ventilation by a mask or an LMA or an endotracheal tube, then they do not need a valve because it's only positive pressure in their chest that'll push air out. So then you can just do the finger thoracostomy. Any questions?
Dr. Bott?
About all
Yeah.
that?
Can we go back to the combative patient on that question with ketamine? I think the IM ketamine is for somebody who wasn't intubated in flight. And then you mentioned using our standard RSI. So does that mean, and I'm thinking honestly, my patient who was not intubated, where the ketamine guideline would have worked because pulled out IVs and stuff. But let's say it's a similar situation like this and they're not intubated and it seemed like they were fine. We went through this and we felt like they were safe for transport and they become combative. But they're not intubated because intubated anyway, I think, we'd have the standard stuff we'd use.
I think sedation is unpredictable.
Yeah.
And using drugs for sedation for a potentially dangerous person is not safe for them or for you. And I think the better part of discretion is to just intubate them and
Intubate.
paralyze them.
Okay. Pre-flight, yeah.
That way pre-flight or in-flight.
In-flight.
I had a patient a few months ago that was a polysubstance overdose that was catatonic in the ER there, and it had a bunch of Ativan already and was, looking around, but perfectly calm. We put him in the helicopter, got more and more wiggly, gave him all the best of the benzos we had, didn't help, just intubate him. Do it safely, just follow the guidelines, pre-oxygenate him, get set up to go through the checklist and intubate them and take control. That way you prevent their aspiration, you prevent hypoventilation and hypercarbia, and you prevent them getting out of control and putting the operation of the aircraft at risk or your safety at risk. Don't sedate combative patients, intubate them.
But just to be clear though, the protocol does exist for those unanticipated events, right? And so like we don't have a perfect predictive ability to know who is and who isn't. So, and so we're not gonna intubate every single patient just to put them in the aircraft. So that's why we have the combative patient protocol, is for those ones that are unexpected and we didn't think that they needed to be intubated for control prior. And so that is going to happen. And so that's why we have it for those cases.
Yeah, loss of control while en route.
And then I just to be clear on the whole, venting the chest, for sure, if you create a big enough hole with your finger thoracostomy, it does become a sucking chest wound. With a spear, I'm less convinced, just based on Purcell's law of flow, which is fourth power of the radius and inversely proportional to length. So if you have a spear, and the only way with negative pressure or spontaneous ventilation that it'll preferentially go into the spear is if you have more flow than through the trachea. So the radius between, our, whatever they are, 14, 12 gauge, whatever the spears are, like the radius of the trachea is so much bigger than that. You're not going to overcome that to get a significant accumulation for a tension pneumothorax. It's just practically impossible. If you have an open hole in the side of the chest with a short distance and a pretty large diameter, absolutely that can be a chest wound that entrains atmospheric air from the outside when the diaphragm goes down and the rib cage expands with normal spontaneous respiration.
The spears have got a one-way valve on them too, but that would totally apply, think about to a child that the spear is too big and you just use an angiocath on and they're spontaneously ventilating. They're not going to pull in more air than they're going to push out. So an angiocath would work fine for that spontaneously ventilating child that you need to vent their chest. The issue I want to make sure people know about those, if they're got a patient that's peri-arrest but not intubated and trying to get them to the hospital quickly, if you want to vent their chest, do it with a spear and not finger thoracostomies if they're not intubated. So you have that valve.
And sometimes, like we opened one of those spears the other day and the one-way valve was not with it. And so they can be lost, but I wouldn't not use it because of that, just for the reasons that I said, even if that one-way valve has come off. But that wouldn't be a contraindication in my mind to putting it in.
Okay.
Wonderful. Well, thank you guys. Anything else anybody needs to cover or talk about? We're about 10 minutes to end. That's great. I want to invite everybody to attend CQI. It'd be great to see you there. You're here already if you want to stay, but you take is Lisa on? Lisa, is your audio on?
I'm on.
Hi. Are you okay if everybody takes maybe a 10-minute break, or an 8-minute now? Starts at 12:30, just to give everybody a break. And it'd be great to jump into CQI, but we'd love to see as many people as we could if you have time. We had a great turnout last time, and it was really good. And I think we've got some really great cases to learn from in this next one. It's been a really busy July, and a lot of varied from pediatric to sick medical to really tough traumas. And it'll be really good to go through those and learn. So we invite you all to stay if you can. We'd love to have you, and look forward to seeing you in about 8 minutes.
Thanks, Jason.
Thank you, guys.
Lisa, I made you a co-host, so whenever we get started, you should be able to share your screen and whatnot.
Okay, sounds good. I can go ahead and put it on my stuff. So I've got 2 devices. Just make sure it's on my computer, not my iPad, for being a co-host. Does that? Let's go with. Let's go with this one. Is Nick one of the participants? Let's go with.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Good, because Kathy told me she's not going to be on.
Yeah, I just had communication with her and figured that out. Just kind of reviewing the chart right now, getting ready.
Okay, yeah, so got your chart up, and when you're ready, in 10 minutes, then.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, just wanted to be prepared.
All right, you guys, everybody here. Lisa, you still on? Hopefully I didn't. Okay, Laura's got me. Can you hear us, Lisa? I don't have you on audio.
Okay. Yes,
There we
I'm
go.
here.
Okay, awesome. All right. Well, we're grateful to have everybody here. Lisa, thank you again, as always, for all you do for the CQI. This is a very important part of our education and what we do and our whole program, and great learning. So really excited to have some great cases to talk about. And so Lisa, take it away, and thanks again for all you do. You do a lot behind the scenes.
Okay, so remember, I can't monitor the notes. So if you, Jason, want to monitor the chat or any questions right there, I'll let you do that. And then you can interrupt anytime.
You bet. And then really quick too, guys, make sure that you get your name to Laura. You can text me or Laura if you have her info, so that we get a record of your attendance to the meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, especially if you're a phone call, because obviously if you're on the phone, we don't know who you are. Okay, great. So our first transport that we're going to discuss, and just let me tell you that if you guys felt like August was busy, it wasn't busier in numbers than last year, but it was busier in acuity. So we just had a really high amount of very high acuity type patients. And I think everybody did great. I just couldn't believe how many. And normally charts I go to admin review could be about, 10 to 15. Slower months, I've had a few as maybe 5. This month we had 24. So just felt like it was like really crazy. So our first chart that we're going to review is going to be with, it was a chart that Nick and Kathy were on. Kathy's on FMLA, so she is not going to be on this call, but Nick, if you want to go for it and start talking about your chart, go for it.
Yeah. Yeah, this was it's probably not one of the funnest flights. Kids are never fun, but we're called for a 4-year-old that was post-arrest, called to Mountain West Medical to transport to primaries. As far as the kid's history, he had already had a trach placed. We didn't really have the exact timeline on that. From what I kind of understood and heard, it was initially placed in like the fall for some sort of pneumonia, and then he was that had progressed into him needing that. And then acutely, he had been being treated for pneumonia as well, and was currently on antibiotic treatment. Report was that he was with his mom and home care provider, and suddenly stopped breathing. They suctioned, bagged, and then noticed he was pulseless and started compressions, called 911. 20 minutes of CPR by ground EMS prior to transport. And then they were able to, after the 20 minutes, they got ROSC and transported to Mountain West. When we got there, the first IO that had been placed had failed, and they had just placed the humeral head IO. We had gotten reports that he was febrile, and not knowing the etiology of where this was coming from, we did take COVID precautions. Kathy went into the patient's room. I stayed out as much as possible as trying to set up equipment and just pass it into the room as we were getting set up. Patient had to be maintained on an epi-drip for his BP. They had an arterial line in place that we were able to monitor that with. And then he was currently being bagged by the respiratory therapist there at Mountain West. Once we got drips and settings on the vent set up, then I proceeded into the room. We're trying to switch all of our monitoring equipment. In process of putting him on the vent, we were having a very difficult time keeping him oxygenated on the vent. He didn't seem to be have too much of decreased compliance with bagging, so it was a little confusing. And after a few minutes of and working with their respiratory therapist as well, changing the settings, upping the pressures, and that nothing was increasing. So we just went back to the bag, and we're able to easily get his saturations back up into the mid 90s to 100 with the bag. So we just kind of decided to continue with that mode of treatment. He did end up needing to get 0.5 mics per kg on his epi drip. And this was one thing that, looking back, that we debriefed on, I think I overlooked a little bit too much. I took the epi bag that Mountain West had set up and didn't pay, and I think it was George that gave this in the debrief. Could have controlled the fluid administration a little bit better had we gone with more like the 4 milligrams in the 250. It was a 1 milligram and 250 bag that we ended up just running with. But all in all, we were able to maintain oxygenation, loaded in the helicopter, and didn't really have any other decompensations in flight, and everything else kind of went okay otherwise. It was a long pass off with the unknown of COVID. We ended up getting word while we were at primaries that he was COVID negative. And I don't know if you guys can see here in the HPI, they were even having a difficult time on their vent at primaries. And they stated that this was possible due to the uncuffed trach. Dr. Bott, I don't know if you have any thoughts on anything that you've seen or heard of what I've explained. You can kind of explain that a little bit more thoroughly, or if that seems accurate or inaccurate, I'd love feedback on that.
So, boy, complicated kid, holy cow, nice job keeping him alive. I guess a couple of things I'm not sure about, and I'm eager to get what you think about it, is why do you think it was so hard to oxygenate the child, and why do you think you were struggling so much with his blood pressure? So why do you think he was so hard to oxygenate him? Were you getting a big leak around the tracheostomy, or was he sick?
Not that was noticeable, but it was a pretty quick decompensation once we switched over to the vent. Like I said, he had good compliance with a bag, but I don't know what would be different versus bag ventilations versus the vent.
Were you using a PEEP valve on the bag?
Yeah, we were.
Do you have the PEEP set at 5 or 10? Do you remember?
I off the top of my, let's see, looking at I think we went up to 10 for a moment, and it wasn't improving much, and so we wanted to get his sats back up because they were dropping a lot more than we were comfortable with. So we wanted to see if the bag would improve that, and it did quickly. After a few breaths, his sats would just come right back up.
Huh. I mean, that makes me wonder if you were not delivering the tidal volumes that you thought you were delivering. But I guess one approach a generic approach to hypoxia is make sure he doesn't have a pneumothorax, and he's had chest compressions and positive pressure ventilation, so he could. Make sure his stomach is decompressed. I saw you did do that.
Yeah.
Make sure the tube is not main stemmed, and that can really be a challenge with a little kid. So, looking at breath sounds and even lung sliding,
right,
for assessing for that. And bear in mind that if you have lung sliding on the right and not on the left, it could be a pneumothorax on the left, or it could be main stem intubation on the right with the left lung not being ventilated. So I go through those rule out things, same kind of rule outs that you would have for high pressure. And then the next thing would be doing a recruitment maneuver with the bag valve mask, and then just turning the PEEP up. So that's kind of the generic things. It sounds like you went through all those things. I don't know why.
Yeah, like I said, his sats were decompensating fast enough that I think we just kind of went back to the bag to see if that would quickly fix it. And then I think when
it seemed
it was kind of one of those things where this is working, so we didn't want to mess with it too much and get him to his
Yeah,
destination.
I think that's reasonable. Yeah, he certainly had reasons to be hypoxic. He could have had pulmonary edema from new heart failure, or he could have aspirated, or I mean, aspiration would be a common one, or he could have had a blossoming pneumonia, as the etiology of this.
Right.
And then the hypotension thing, this is post-arrest hypotension. He's got plenty of reason to have cardiac stunning, even if his heart was normal to start with a prolonged cardiac arrest like this. What about, did you think about giving him a fluid bolus and seeing if that helped, or did he get one in the ER there?
He had already had, if I remember right, 500 of they had done a couple boluses prior to our arrival, if I remember right.
Okay.
And
using the ultrasound to
yeah,
get the assessment on a little tiny child like this is not going to be very helpful.
right.
So I think that was a good place to start, just giving him a fluid bolus or two.
Yeah. Okay.
But they did use the ultrasound in the ED though.
Yeah, I saw that.
Right ventricular hypokinesis, but
sounds like you guys did a really nice job on a tough flight. I hope he survived.
Well, he did end up passing the next day, unfortunately. But this was all, this was a difficult one with all the COVID unknowns while we were dealing with them, and
I'm glad you took those precautions, because he certainly could have had COVID.
Yeah, he was definitely in that high risk category for it. But I think all in all, like I said, it went well. We communicated as well as we could through the threshold of the room, and just once we got him stable, we loaded him up, and thankfully during flight he didn't have any other decompensations. So.
Yeah.
But if there's anything else that anybody else seen on this chart, that they have any other tips or ideas or something that they would have liked to see done different, I'd love to hear it.
I see there's a lot of chat, so let's go through some of those chat questions and answer those.
Okay.
Anyone want to do that?
I've got it pulled up right now too. So it's and that George, that was our question too, as far as not having a good SpO2 feedback due to his perfusion, but once we got his BP up with the epi drip, that we were able to maintain with that background mask, and then and they did decompress his epigastrum.
Brett mentioned, what about the uncuffed tube? Let's talk about that. This would be something good to put in pearls, Lisa. So if you have a child or an adult with an uncuffed tracheostomy tube that has got a lot of leak, either because the compliance has gotten bad or for whatever reason, there's a lot of leak, and there's a couple of options you could do. If it's an adult, you can just replace it with the Shiley that we have in the airway kit. But on a child or on anybody, you can just use an endotracheal tube through a tracheostomy. It works just fine.
Okay.
You got to be careful not to put it in too deep. It should be just deep enough so that the cuff is out of sight. The same, just like if you used it for a cricothyrotomy, because it'd be easy to put it down in the main stem. But if you thought that was the problem with this child, you had a big air leak because of the uncuffed tracheostomy tube, it would be perfectly reasonable to pull it out and put in an endotracheal tube. It would be ideal to stylet the trach before you took it out, like put in a pediatric bougie or use something as a stylet first. And that way you don't lose the hole before you take it out. But an endotracheal tube will work fine as a cuffed tube.
Yeah. And he was a big kid too, for a 4-year-old that just wasn't in any good general health, and just had so many other issues that were compounding, it seemed.
Could you hear an air leak, or could you
I couldn't audibly hear, and I was trying to pay attention to one. You know, we hadn't it hadn't been clearly stated that it was an uncuffed tube until or uncuffed trach until we were 2 primaries. But I mean, yeah, I tried to listen for leak and I just couldn't hear one. We were just a little bit baffled on that.
Did he have a lot of secretions?
No, we tried to suction and just got minimal out.
Does anybody know a quick way you can determine if it's a cuff tube or not?
The presence of a pilot balloon?
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, good point.
Had a patient I was having a hard time ventilating who had a trach, and that trach looked like it was adequate. It was adequate. Family felt it was adequate, but come to find out that thing was just kind of stuck in a fat roll and it wasn't even in the right spot at all. But you almost had to just take it out and to even know that it was malpositioned in the first place and just kind of replace it with something else because they can look and appear to be in the right spot, but they're not.
Wow,
That's
a good point.
That's a great point, Mike. And yeah, I'll just reconfirm that capnography is a valuable tool for doing that. If you've got a tracheostomy that doesn't make CO2, you got to really be suspicious that it's not in.
Right.
You know, just going back to the issues this is Brett, by the way, just going back to the issues you were having with the bag versus the ventilator.
Right.
You know, you were probably able to overcome any sort of leak with the bag just because your tidal volume delivery was probably a little bigger and you didn't know what kind of pressures you were delivering. Whereas with the ventilators, you know, the Revel doesn't have leak compensation, and, you know, in order to get, you know, adequate tidal volumes to overcome the leak, it would be really difficult. So, I mean, I know I deal with this frequently in the NICU with babies who have ET tubes that are too small, but we can't get something bigger in. You know, we have ventilators that have lots of leak compensation, and we still have to, you know, deliver more pressure than is needed because most of it leaks around the ET tube. And sometimes those leaks, you can't hear them audibly. The best way that I've found is to auscultate right over the neck.
Oh, okay.
I think it's too worth kind of refamiliarizing ourselves with our Shileys, because when you're pulling one of those out, you know, you may not be able to use the stylet if it's not in the correct place in the first place, and being able to do it quickly and you know, get something new in there is important.
And in the appropriate sized patient, you know, we do talk a lot about endotracheal tubes, but I think it's really hard to put an endotracheal tube in, especially in a tracheostomy, which is even lower than a cricothyrotomy. I mean, almost always when you see them come in from the field, they're right main stem. It's just really hard. And the nice thing about like a Shiley SCT, you know, single cuff tube, you can put that in there. It's easy to secure. It doesn't migrate like an endotracheal tube does. So I agree with Mike that it's good that we're familiar with using those and comfortable with using those, because I think from a practical point of view, if I'm doing a cricothyrotomy or if I'm replacing a tracheostomy, I really like the Shiley single cuff tube. It's simple, it's easy to use, doesn't migrate, doesn't get malpositioned. You know where it is. I think they're just a good thing.
Yeah, all good points.
Okay, great job. Okay,
all right.
Thanks, Nick.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate the feedback.
Okay, our next chart we're going to go through is the one with Lisa Hill, Eric Campbell, and Corey Gibbs were on it. Looks like it was a Rock Springs patient, pneumonia, difficult to oxygenate. I know Lisa was on the Rock Springs truck, so who is on that can talk about this chart? Do we have Eric?
Lisa, I'm
here. I
Okay.
will admit I was going over it last night, the paperwork, and
I will admit that my recollection of it is pretty poor.
Yeah, it was a while ago. It was a little more than a month ago, and a lot has happened since then.
I could barely remember my middle name some days, so.
All right. Okay, go ahead. Whoever wants to talk about this one.
Eric, I'm on if you want me to fumble through it as well.
Yeah. I mean, I'll jump in. But honestly, I had a hard time remembering details on it. So
Okay.
yeah.
So my understanding, and I am still driving, so you guys might have to help me with details of what's on the chart. There was I forget the age, 60-something-ish-year-old female that had recently moved from Texas and kind of drove herself cross country, and was living with her daughter in Rock Springs, didn't have any of her heart failure meds, and her HOMO-2 concentrator was broken. She'd come into the ED in Sweetwater the night before with low sat, shortness of breath, and they'd admitted her to the ICU, hoping to, just diurese her and get her O's up with, first I think they tried cannula, non-rebreather, and then tried BiPAP, and neither one of those were helping and bringing her sats up above 90. And then her work of breathing continued to increase, so they intubated her shortly before they called us. And then on top of that, the other reason they'd called us was her blood pressure dropped. Personally, I think the blood pressure drop was they diuresed more than 4 liters off of her in less than 24 hours. So at one point, it looked like she Brady'd down on us and had a few little quick runs of VTAC. So we had backed off the PEEP that she was on and gave her a little fluid bolus. And then that was the last time we saw that issue with her. But they had started her on Levo, I believe, for the drop that they had seen. I can't remember. I think we might have backed down the Levo also. I'm guessing, and Lisa, you'll have to fill me in, the main reason this one's brought CQI was despite our vent settings, we still struggled to keep her sats above 90. Ironically, of course, when we landed, her sats popped up and remained above 90 for us. I know we did try a couple of different vent settings. We had tried suction. And we had Corey Gibbs on the flight, and she kind of felt like she was maxed out on her ideas, but maybe you can fill me in, Eric, or if Corey's on the line, she can jump in too.
Yeah, no, that's matches my recollection of it. Sorry, I don't have anything to add to that. I do recall, like you said, that eventually the sats came up, and we were in a pretty comfortable place after a while.
I guess more was, and I know Corey was the RT on this, and so she was the one running the vent, right?
Yes.
Correct. And I know everybody kind of has their own deal of how they want to do, but I guess so you had her on volume control. I'm looking at my notes, and from what let's see, George, you kind of reviewed this one, if you remember, something about not sure if 7 to 8 mils per kilo IBW was what the heart needed to optimize perfusion, but 450 doesn't seem like it was pretty high. Was she a pretty small lady or something?
No, she was, well, I don't remember how tall she was. She was Rock Springs size person.
Let's see what you got for her. Oh yeah, so her ideal body weight's only 54. 130, wait, was that 134 kilos or 134 pounds? So she was good size there. Your vent settings, they don't look really too crazy. 15 to P, 12, so just kind of like moving up and down, trying to get the oxygenation. And
So can I weigh in on these vent settings here?
yes.
So a couple of things jump out at me. One, let's see. The peak pressures were reasonable, even though she was on assist control. You know, I would have had a low threshold to switch her to pressure control instead of volume control, but the peak pressures look reasonable. The tidal volumes are good. The PEEP's good. The FiO2 is good, but I probably would have used a longer inspiratory time on her. So she didn't chart the ID ratio, but with a rate of 20 and 1 second inspiratory time, that's 1 to 2. If she's 130 kilos and 5 foot short, tall, then, you know, with some kind of acute lung pathology, whether it's pneumonia or pulmonary edema, she probably would have gotten better oxygenation with a 1-to-1 ID ratio. And if you think about why would that improve oxygenation, it would improve oxygenation because the alveoli would be all the way open 50% of the time instead of just 33% of the time with the 1 to 2 ratio. So that's the one suggestion I would make with the vent management. Then the other question I have is, it sounds like this lady has a perfect history to be volume overloaded and from a CHF exacerbation because she was offered diuretic. And she also has a perfect history to have pneumonia because she was high risk for that, and with a high white count and a fever, and that would make her hypovolemic. And then they further muddied the water by taking off a lot of volume overnight. So what was her intravascular volume? Was she in hypovolemic shock being treated with norepi, or was she in CHF exacerbation or septic shock treated with norepi and volume overloaded? Did you look at the preload somehow with this lady?
Well, so
We were in Rock Springs without ultrasound.
Oh, damn
it.
And
Yeah, that would have been
peripheral IVs.
that would have been a prime time to use the ultrasound, but unfortunately we didn't have one up there.
So I apologize you don't have one there. We're working on it. As another alternative, I'll suggest 2 other things you could think about. One, do they have an ultrasound in the ER? Most ERs do now, and even if you don't know how to run it, I'll bet you can figure it out if you play with it for a few minutes. But if they have one there, the ER doc can probably help you run it, or even if it's just a PA, they may know how to run it. And they can help you get it up and running so you can use it to assess their IVC. The other thing you can try, not so much with a lady like this that's short of breath too, but if you're just dealing with hypotension and wondering about volume status, is look at their blood pressure and heart rate with them flat on the bed, and then lift their legs way up in the air and hold them that way for a minute and reassess their blood pressure and their heart rate and see if it looks better or worse. Passive leg raise. So not a good option for this lady with her dyspnea, but something to think about for somebody that's not short of breath.
That's a good idea.
I don't know. Eric, you got any other thoughts? I guess that's a no.
I was visibly shaking my head. You weren't looking at my video. And this was from the MICU too, right? So they may, like the ED ultrasound may not be available. I don't know if they have one in MICU, but
yeah.
Well, I think that as we are trying to improve our numbers, I think that a few people are charting it. They've used the ultrasound from the Sunny facility, but I think it's just something that we need to be thinking about when you have a patient that's on a pressor and you're like, oh, we're in Rock Springs. You know, use the ultrasound machines that are at the facilities. And I found that the ER doctors are more than happy to like just do it for you while you're doing all your other stuff. So I just think that we need to have that in the back of our mind.
I've noticed that they'll often say, oh yeah, that's a great idea. Thanks for reminding me.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't think that there was anything else about this chart. And so good job, guys. And
thank you.
We'll move on.
Yeah, nice job getting her here safely. She sounds plenty sick. Did you figure out, was this pneumonia or CHF exacerbation or both?
Gosh, I don't recall.
Yeah, it was a while ago. I encourage you to look these folks up on Epic a couple days later and see what plays out with them, because it might help you with the next one.
Okay, next one up is with Seth and Tracy, and this is a Summit County scene. And Tracy had a busy month for August. So go for it, Tracy or Seth.
Okay, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I'm here as well.
Yes, we can hear you both.
Okay. Do you want to do this, Seth, or do you want me to?
Yeah, just I need a couple minutes. So why don't you introduce the case? I'm just putting my son with my wife. So why don't you introduce the case and then I can jump in since it's more about the airway.
Okay. So this was a gentleman who was out riding his bike, and he was found by a sole gentleman. He was just came up on him on the trail, and he was in cardiac arrest at that point. He did CPR by himself for about 10 minutes, and then two other gentlemen, and he called 911 at that point, and then two other gentlemen came up on the trail as well and did CPR with him for another 5 minutes before Park City Fire arrived on scene in their ATV. They obviously got us en route, and we got there shortly afterwards. I believe it was about 5 minutes after that. So he had been receiving CPR for about 20 minutes prior to us arriving. His mountain bike was, the front tire was bent, and he was wearing a helmet, but there was significant damage to the helmet as well. He was an older gentleman. We were guessing he was about 70 years old. So they had minimal stuff on scene. So we arrived on scene. Seth started airway. We got him on the monitors, and we just followed our trauma arrest protocol. Seth was able to get the airway pretty quickly. I did bilateral finger thoracostomies, and we were able to do it. I did a pericardiocentesis. The second EMS crew arrived on scene, and one of the gentlemen, as we were kind of getting towards the end of the call, he tripped over the cords because we were just on the side of the trail, and he extubated the guy. So they tried to bag him again, weren't able to bag. Tried to place the LMA, it wouldn't even go in, and so they criked him at that point. We're able to get the crike in. At this point, it's been about 40 minutes, so we just decided at that point to go ahead and call it. He was either slow PEA or asystolic throughout the entire call. He never had a good rhythm. And like I said, we have no idea how long he was down prior to that gentleman finding him.
So yeah, Tracy, good recap. I'll kind of dive in on the airway if that works. So
yeah.
When, like Tracy said, when we initially showed up, it was just a Park City Fire crew of two guys. They have like a Can-Am that they respond to backcountry incidents, and they have pretty minimal equipment on it. I think an AED, and that's about it. And I knew the two guys, neither one of them, one's in just a regular EMT, one's intermediate, I think. So they were definitely looking at us to jump in. So they were doing good quality CPR. I took the airway, and the first thing I noted that I thought was really strange is I went to put an OPA in, and I just could not get it in. I've never had that problem before. I double checked the sizing. I made sure the tongue was out of the way, but every time you kind of like put it down in the oral pharynx, there was resistance. So we tried bagging without the OPA, and it's pretty hard to get any air in. So we quickly intubated. I used the glide scope. I had a good view. I passed the tube first try. We had square waveform on the capnography on Arzol. I tied it off with twill tape, and I'll admit that's the first time I've used twill tape in the field. I usually go with the Thomas tube holders. So I'm wondering if maybe I didn't tie it that well, because even someone tripping over the cord, I feel like it probably shouldn't have extubated the guy. So anyway, we had good waveform. I kind of moved on to helping Tracy down with drugs, monitor, and procedures. And I left their captain in charge of bagging with some instructions on, rate and whatnot. And then like Tracy said, the other crew just kind of came like charging out of the bushes. Like, I guess they saw us land and they dumped the other side-by-side on a double track and just like ran straight up the hill, and they came charging out of the bush, and he snagged the cord, and it yanked everything. And pretty quickly I saw the end tidal waveform change. So I had all the equipment sitting out anyway, so I just quickly threw the glide scope in his mouth, saw the tube was in the wrong position. And so I deflated the cuff and pulled it back a little bit and tried to reinsert it. And it was just really bizarre. Like, I couldn't see any of the anatomy anymore. I mean, I could see it, but I couldn't get a good view of the glottic opening. It would have basically been a like blind stick with the glide scope. And one of the captains, and rightfully so, he made the comment like, geez, you've been, no breaths for a long time. So we decided just to completely bring the tube out. Tried bagging him again. That didn't work. And one of their medics had the eye gel ready. So he's like, you want to try this? I said, sure. And it was very similar to the OPA. Like, I would insert the eye gel and there was a lot of resistance, and we had it lubricated. Everything was good. We thought we had it seated, and as soon as I let go of it, it would like pop back out of his mouth pretty much. And so it was at that point that we made the decision to just go ahead and crike him, because we really couldn't bag him, and our adjuncts, our backup airways weren't working either. So then we went with the crike, and that was pretty, it was good. The Park City guy had his stuff out. He seemed to want to give it a try. It's in their scope. And so I was more than happy to let him, especially because I didn't feel the outcome was going to be good for this guy's prolonged downtime. So he tried it for, I gave him a pretty short leash. He tried, and he made the mistake of just his vertical incision wasn't long enough. So finally I saw he was struggling. I said, hey, do you mind if I take it? And I just made a bigger vertical incision, and then made the stab horizontal incision. And then we did the bougie, and then the Shiley over the bougie worked great, had good end title. So that was kind of thought process. And I guess my question was, it looked like it was like a diving injury, essentially, like the guy took a header in the trail. So could that have disturbed any of the anatomy in his oropharynx that was making it difficult to pass an OPA or put that eye gel in? Or could, when the tube got ripped out, could something have happened there? That was my question.
Seth, so yeah, and these cardiac arrests with trauma, and especially with the mechanism that you described, I would not be surprised to learn that he may have had a high C-spine injury, right? That's what we think about in a lot of these patients. And so certainly if you have a high C-spine injury and you have hematoma formation and things that can alter, that prevertebral space, and that could be part of the issue. One thing I wanted to ask you is, on your second attempt, with the glide scope, were you using any external laryngeal manipulation to try and get the glottis into better view?
No, and that's a great point that I'll learn from this one, is to do that.
I mean, I think, and the reason I'm bringing it up now is because I think in every single airway encounter, I think that should be our first thing that we do, whether you're using DL, whether you're using VL, is if you're not getting the view you want, you can just take your hand, manipulate the larynx to give yourself a better view. And oftentimes that's all that's required. Once you get that view, then you have the person that's there say, hold here, and then you can pass the tube. And then the other question I was going to ask you is, are you guys reviewing this from the Park City side?
No, we debriefed with the crew, and I just felt like maybe at that point it wasn't really worth harping on the fact that the patient got extubated by them. The guy felt awful.
Sure.
And I just felt like it was just better left alone.
Okay, I mean, and whatever you think, but obviously that's one of those events that is, I don't want to necessarily say sentinel event, but it really kind of is, right? I mean, so to have somebody that's got a patent and present airway that then gets removed, it is something that, could be preventable. And so it's just worth like coming on the scene, doing scene size up, see where you are, see where the equipment is, see what's going on with the patient, slowing down to go fast. And so I would think that would be a good educational point for anybody, us, Park City EMS. So, even if it's an anonymous sense, that just seems like a good reminder to all of us.
Hey, Dr. Smith, and this is Eric Fry speaking. I actually, that crew contacted me off shift and had a few questions. I didn't know about the extubation until Seth told me, so they didn't bring that up, but I did talk to him about kind of why we did some of the procedures we did and in what order. I think helped them understand from our perspective a little bit. I've also, Jason Cook is coming tomorrow to teach at Park City Fire, and it will be on B shift, that's the crew you ran with, right, Seth?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll have another opportunity tomorrow to touch base with them, and I'll have, maybe I'll have Jason actually touch on it when he teaches, so.
I don't have much to add about this other than all three of these charts so far, like, holy smokes, you guys are just doing incredibly good work, and I'm really impressed. I don't have anything to add about this one other than I'm not sure how you are using twill tape to tie the tube, Seth. There's lots of ways of doing it. The way I like doing it is just tying a square knot into the patient's mouth and then tie or alongside of the mouth, and then tie just a single overhand knot around the tube and pull it tight enough that it squeaks and kind of kinks the tube just a touch, but really tight, and then square that knot too. So you have a square knot on both sides of the tube. You can pretty much head up off the bed using it secured that way. I've seen other folks just do a loop around the tube, and that often seems like it's not tight enough to be really secure. So whatever.
Yeah, that's what I did, and I don't think I'd do that again. I like your technique better.
Yeah, it sounds like it was a moot point for this guy, but that's something to take home. Next time I work with you, remind me and I'll show you how I do it. But it's got to be really, really tight. Certainly the mechanical devices are hard to beat if it's handy and if it's going to fit the tube you've got. But yeah, overall, really nice job. I really appreciate the fact that you considered this as both potentially a medical or a traumatic arrest. You just didn't know, so you treated it both ways, and that was exactly the right thing to do. I think you gave this guy every opportunity he could have had. Nice job.
Thanks.
Okay. All right, great, good job. Let's move on. It looks like our next chart to be reviewed is with Tiffany and Alex, and let's get that one up here. Hang on. Go away. Sorry, my drop-down menu was making it so I couldn't get it up. All right, so I know Tiffany is online, right? And Tiffany and Alex, you guys can talk about this.
All right, I guess I'll start off just because I can't hear Tiffany and she's not stepping up. Good help.
She's
hard to find good help.
Once she figures out how to do it, then she can just talk.
So we had a patient.
You're echoing.
Sorry. Start over. Alex, did something happen?
Am I still echoing?
Can hear you now.
We had a male patient in Rock Springs ED. Just gotten back from another fixed wing flight, and we walked into the ED to get back to our quarters, looked in at this guy, and he was ramped 90 degrees, a big gut, and his anatomy was so strange. When we looked in there, I saw him totally head down, like he had been in that position his whole life, to the point where I could see his like C7 vertebrae process, his anterior process, almost as clearly as his nose. And so I looked at him, and he was working his gut really hard, you know, and I turned to the nursing staff there, and I kind of jokingly said, "Our next one?" And they all looked at me and nodded. So I started kind of looking at it and thinking about it. I told Tiffany about it.
Hang on, something's happening today. Okay, go ahead.
Tiffany about it. We kind of expected that to come in, and it initially was supposed to go rotor, but then we were concerned about his disposition and his size inside the rotor and kind of his patient care that he would need. And his inability to lay down was another big red flag for us. When we started getting report on him, he was totally non-tolerant to supine positioning, would become pretty alarmed, dyspneic, and told us, "No, I'm not going to lay down. You're not going to lay me down. I can't do it." Concerns there. If it landed on, okay, we're going to have to sit him down for a second while loading him into the aircraft. We briefed him on it. I was very forthright with him, almost appeared short with him in review to our other crew members. He was in that gray area where he was cooperative right now, but very set that he was not going to follow much of our own commands, had his own opinion about how the transport was going to go. And that kind of piqued my interest and concern. So we get him loaded on the stretcher. He's somewhat ambulatory, kind of slow to move around, really started working his gut hard when he was breathing. He became a little more dyspneic, which perked our interest even more. His stats were never great, but he was maintaining. All his other vital signs were okay. He was on oxygen by non-breather when we got there. We continued that course of treatment, and I put in a nasal cannula capnography just to see what was going on. And his initial capnography came back as low. He was working really hard, blowing off possibly some acidosis. And so we really didn't have a good picture. All we had a picture of was that he was unstable and had a high suspicion of becoming more unstable to the point of respiratory arrest. And so Tiffany and I talked outside the ED when we were kind of loading him into the ambulance to do a trial of BiPAP, just to see if it would make him more comfortable, alleviate some of his work breathing, help him get the breaths that he thought he needed, control his FiO2 a little more appropriately. And he was conscious at that point, so we were able to coach him. And it seemed like a sweetheart deal being able to place him on some non-invasive therapy. So en route to the Rock Springs Airport, we started the BiPAP. Initially, it went well. He tolerated the mask. We were able to get a pretty good seal despite his abnormal anatomy and his head down position. But he began to have some anxiety, and Tiffany medicated him, and I can't remember, Tiffany should weigh in because it was a minute ago, but we medicated him to try to make him a little more comfortable. I think it was, we gave him Ativan. Don't quote me on it, but it didn't work. He became increasingly agitated, and his CO2 began coming up to the point where it passed through the 40s, and we started to really hammer down, like, please hold this to your face. Please relax. We'll get you. We're taking care of you. You need this. Trying to coach him through it. And it became a tear and throw on his behalf. He tore the mask and threw it out of frustration, and then gave us that telltale look of, you guys are trying to kill me. And at that point, it was like, he was definitely hypercarbic, and he was headed into that like hypercarbic somnolence event where he wasn't comprehending what we would say. So I tried to hold it for him onto his face while we were getting other stuff going. And I bluntly just told him, I said, hold this to your face or you could die. This is so imperative. And when he looked at me, there was just nobody home. And so the decision was made that we were going to emergently intubate him, not as a crash airway, because he never crashed. Never was there a hypoxic event that we noted, and never was there an extreme hypercarbic or hypotensive event that we noted. So we got our arrest drugs ready just in case. We talked about push dose pressors and such like that, but we figured out that if he were going to arrest, he was going to need ACLS. He was going to arrest quicker than we could give him push dose vasopressors, and that our priority there was airway and his airway control, and making sure that he didn't have a sentinel airway event, which would be the precipitation of all of the other things that was going on with him, and then would precipitate therefore arrest. So looking at his airway assessment, like his 3-3-2-1 was awful. He was a no neck, very little mandibular subluxation potential. It was super hard to palpate his landmarks in his neck. Luckily, we had the good forethought to do an airway assessment while we were still at the ER. So I remember that he had an okay Mallampati score when he was able to follow commands, and it was like a Mallampati of 2. So it wasn't phenomenal, wasn't terrible, but we noted that he was going to be a difficult airway also because of his outward anatomy and his body habitus. We expected a difficult airway right off the bat. So a lot of preparation went into making sure that we had our LMAs ready to go, making sure that we had a surgical airway open, ready to go. And that was definitely a plan. And I handed it to one of the fire guys. At that point, we had arrived at the airport. We had called for lifting assistance, which was, in hindsight, a terrific plan because Rock Springs Fire was right there, and they were so willing to help. And they actually made the whole thing go so much smoother, along with Sweetwater Medics. And we discussed it while we were bag mask ventilating. We were able to hold the bag onto him. He was obtunded at that point enough that we used almost CO2 as a sedative, but we started blowing it down. He didn't improve once we were bag mask ventilating him to the point where he would wake up or anything like that, but we kept his oxygen saturations up enough. The highest we were able to get was a 93, 94 SpO2, and his CO2 levels to about 45 to 48. So we just thought, we have very little time. Once we're in on laryngoscopy, we're not going to mess around. We're going to go straight to DL, or we're going to go straight to video laryngoscopy, and with a DL backup and a surgical backup and all these backups, all these tertiary plans. So put the glide scope in, got a nice Cormac and Lane 1, a pogo of 100, saw the entire glottis, was able to pass a tube without any difficulty, got the tube in, placed it, tied it off, started vent management, And he markedly improved after that, really stabilized out. His blood pressure got better. His heart rate got better. We were able to do far more for him in airway control. And at that point, the emergency was over and he was just big.
So question. Sorry if I'm. Do you think you should have, or maybe could have intubated before you left? Is there a checklist to say, oh, yes, this incident, it might progress. Want to just intubate here?
Can everybody device if somebody's got two devices?
Yeah, does anyone have their phone and computer on at the same time? That might be causing the echo, or one volume not turned down enough. And some people go on their phone to call in and then they'll watch the video, but then it'll cause an echo.
Your echo's gone, Lisa.
Okay, good. Tiffany, are you able to speak yet?
It sounds to me like this was all really straightforward, except the decision to leave the ER prior to intubating him. And this is a really common scenario is, maybe it's okay, maybe it's not. Should we intubate him now? Or are we going to be able to nurse him along? And I'm curious, Alex, with the 20/20 vision of the retrospectoscope, or Lisa, if you get on, I'm guessing you wish you had intubated him before you left. And if you had to do this again, how would you have made that decision based on what you saw? Or was there nothing that you could have used to make that decision before you left?
Him would have been kind of a hard sell. I think there was some pretty big hesitation. Because I talked about that initially, was to intubate him before we left. And that became a politically hard sell.
To the patient or the ER doc?
Medics, to the ER physician, and to the nursing staff that was there, and even just some of our crew members that were present. And I didn't say it as, I think we should do this. I merely, there's just a power of suggestion, just said, hey, this might be something we could look at. Mm-hmm. But with him talking, with him ambulatory to his level, but him able to talk clearly with us and move himself and make jokes and things like that. It was just, when he was joking around with us in a sense of humor, this wasn't a patient that hit you right off the bat, like in the face with, oh, hell, I expect this to go poorly. The only thing I did have was the reasonable suspicion he was going to be a difficult airway, that he had a high likelihood of airway failure, and him and full responsibility that intubate in an austere environment coming from an ED was because of some indecisiveness on my part. But it was a tough sell even in my head to say, oh yeah, this guy's a candidate for intubation, because he looked difficult, he was awful. And then down the road, 20/20 vision, those are all the reasons to intubate this guy at the hospital, because he had strange anatomy, body habitus, suspected difficult airway, suspected respiratory failure. I mean, I kind of dropped the ball on that one as far as that goes. But
can you hear me now?
I don't know if I'd say you dropped the ball on it. You started a discussion about it and you thought about it. And those are good places to start for sure. Another thing to think about is, he was saturating okay and his mental status was okay. He was definitely at risk. Looking at his arterial CO2 would be another tool that you could use to help make that assessment. So yeah, someday we'll have an iStat on every aircraft that you can get an immediate blood gas on. I don't know how long it would take in the ER at Rock Springs, but if you're someplace where you have that capability and they haven't done one, that might be something to consider. As he's got a blood gas here with a CO2 of 65. Does he live that high? Yeah, that's pretty darn high. Oh, this is a venous gas because a PO2 is only 25. So his arterial was probably not that high, but that's a tool you can use. If his arterial CO2 is 70 or 80 or 90, you need to intubate him. If it's 40 and his oxygenation's okay, that's a little more reassuring. And what about, like you put that nasal cannula on him, it's hard to tell what the gradient is with those nasal cannulas. It's the reading that you get from that is not going to be higher than the arterial CO2, but it might be a lot lower. So if you get a reading in end-tidal CO2 with the nasal cannula of 70, his arterial CO2's got to be at least 70 or maybe a lot higher than that. But if you get a reading of 20 or 30, that's hard to know what that means. It's really only good as a respiratory rate monitor then. But that's another tool you can use to think about it. I think your approach was the right thing to do. Think about all the considerations. How long is it? How hard would it be to intubate him and transport? What's his current course? Is he getting better or worse? Talk to your teammate about it. Talk to the ER doc there. Talk to medical control. Do the best you can. And sometimes, yeah, I'm definitely not batting 100 with these ones either. And sometimes you're going to get it wrong. Sounds like you managed it really well once the situation became clear, though.
Tiffany, can you
Dr.
say?
Bott.
There you go. Go ahead.
Oh.
Oh, okay. You can hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm not good with the technology. But that blood gas, they told me is arterial, and I double checked like 2 and 3 times because I was like, his O2 is down in the 24s. But on another note, I was just going to add to what Alex said. He presented it really well. But this patient, if I recall, was refusing to be intubated from the get-go. And at one point on our way to the hospital or to the airport, he was wanting out. Like he wanted to go back. He wanted to go home. Like he was going to refuse treatment altogether.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah. How do you deal with that?
Consider easy have sound mind and body. And it sounds like he really was. That's so gray.
Yeah. And then in hindsight, like I called McKay to get a follow-up on him and he had been discharged to home. So I don't have I know he was negative for a PE and that's all I know otherwise.
So, yeah, a couple of things, and just the other thing is we could easily be having this conversation doing the 2020 retrospectoscope saying, we took somebody that was doing okay, had no indication for an emergent intubation, and we, sedated and paralyzed them and couldn't get the airway and they arrested and, whatever, right? So that can happen too. So these things aren't, without some risk. So I totally agree with the comments that Alex and Steve were making, and it's a gray area. And sometimes you may lean towards intubating in the ED, and sometimes you think you can do it safely, and it's better off to transport them as it is. And you're not going to be right 100% of the time. There's no way that we can be. As far as the refusing patient care, it didn't sound like he was refusing transport while he was in the ED, and he was clearly, stable at that point. I think once, at least reading your narrative, once you got into the ambulance and he's like, I can't breathe and it's hot and I want to get out of here. Like that is not a situation where somebody can competently refuse care, right? I mean, he's got something physiologic going on that's causing that until otherwise determined. And is that early hypoxia? What is it that's making him more agitated? But I don't think in that scenario that you can say, oh, the patient doesn't want to be transported, let's take him back, right? I think it's a medical reason until proven otherwise. And then the one thing I would say too on the blood gas is venous blood gases are great. We use them all the time at the ED. pH is accurate, the lactate's accurate. Electrolytes, I'd be careful about potassium because it seems like there's often a mismatch with potassium, just with processing of the VVG sample. And then, syringe straw versus Vacutainer. And then the PCO2 can be tough because you can have, if you have a normal PCO2 on a venous blood gas, you're not going to have an abnormal PCO2 on an ABG. But if you have a high venous PCO2, you can have a high PCO2 on the blood gas, or you could have a normal PCO2 on the blood gas. And so that's where the arterial really does give you a much more accurate interpretation of what the actual PCO2 is.
One of the things that we did that I think was in our favor was we understood the limitations of our equipment. I know that the nasal cannula capnography, you can't get a good CO2 gradient on. It was just a piece of the puzzle to get more information and kind of start to get even a vague picture, but a picture of what was happening and what we were seeing. And if we even did assume that his PaCO2 was higher than the end-tidal showed, then that's fine. I expect that. But we had pulled the trigger on this plan. Tiffany and I had pulled the trigger on this plan before it happened. So we had mentally prepared ourselves to be ready when he did take a dumper. If he never took a dumper, we were like, hey, awesome. If the BiPAP had worked and he was comfortable and was able to tolerate that during flight, hey, awesome. I did not want to intubate this guy. Just for all the reasons that Swanee points out, that we could be talking about a peri-intubation arrest because of failed airway. But we had pulled the trigger early on these decision-making matrix, just to say that his expected clinical course at the point we saw him was not getting worse or better, but he was maintaining, and he had a sense of humor. I don't know how much that means. I couldn't give you a study on when somebody loses their sense of humor, but it's yeah, he just didn't present that way, but we had pulled the trigger on it.
Well, luckily your airway went well and there was no complications, so that's good job and kudos on the intubation. But I know sometimes that's a hard decision to make, do we do it before? Do we see if he can handle it? And luckily yours went well. Sometimes they don't. And that's why we kind of want to think of ahead of time what we could do to prevent, things that might go poorly. So anyway, that's—
Yeah, Lisa, can I comment on that too? I think that was a huge factor. Kudos to you guys for even thinking about it. You looked at them, you had a plan, you already had your, melon pot score, you knew what to anticipate. Not planning on doing an airway, but you had to, and because you pre-thought about that, you were good to go. So I think that was awesome. That's a good reminder.
Like luck had nothing to do with
And
this.
Alex, I think it would be tough to use losing sense of humor as an indication for intubation because there are a fair number of surgeons that I know that we just have to right now.
Good point. Okay. All right. Well, let's move on. We got a couple more charts to review and got some fun, exciting ones to talk about. So the next one we're going to go to is, get rid of that guy. Go to this one. Okay. This one is no, not Tracy. Let's go with this one. I hope I didn't erase it. Who's this? Tracy and Cody again. The next one I wanted to review was with Brandon Smoot and Travis Handberg on the heat stroke. So do we have Brandon or Travis online? And I'll get it back up on Golden Hour.
Brandon's one. Those Travis.
Yeah. Travis.
Let's see. Nope, it's not that one. That's the one we already did. I think I erased it. Stop making comments. Brandon? So do we have Brandon or Travis? If not, we'll go on to the last one. I can kind of hear somebody trying to talk. Try it again.
This is Travis. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I think Brandon was.
Yeah, I'm on as well.
Okay. Oh, good. All right. I'll get the chart up and if you guys can start talking.
I should let Travis take lead on this one. He was the one that kind of.
You want me to do it? All right.
Yeah,
yeah, this was a scene call out to Dugway. We had
We didn't hear you. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm on my phone.
Brandon, you might have to do this.
That's okay. I'll take over. Travis just did a really good job on this one, so I was trying to give him some credit. So we got a call to go out to Dugway. It was about 10 o'clock in the morning with a patient that was having a seizure. We showed up on scene. This guy was doing some roofing out there. So we showed up on scene. They got the patient off the roof. He had a seizure but didn't fall off the roof, is what they told us. So we showed up on scene, assumed it was seizure related. The guy was unresponsive. GCS was probably a 3 when we got there. So we elected to intubate, of course. I drew up qualify meds. Travis got all the stuff to intubate. As Travis was going to position the patient to intubate, dude, he feels really, really hot. So I was like, okay, I don't know, whatever. But we RSI'd him. Intubation was great. Grade 4 view with the glide scope. Everything went smooth with that. Initially, they just had him kind of on a blow-by. They tried to put an FDA in and vomited. So when we got there, they just had him on blow-by, basically. And his sats were kind of high 80s. So we did some jaw thrusts, got his sats up to 97, intubated him without any problem. Sats remained good. Prior to intubation, I assessed his lungs. Had some really raucous lung sounds. Sounded like he may have aspirated when he vomited. Got him intubated, bagged him. We got in the helicopter. Got him in the helicopter. They gave, I think, 500 mils prior to us getting there. We got him in the aircraft, took off, put him on the vent, and we checked the temperature on him, and our thing just read high. I'm not really sure how high our thermometer reads, but it just read high. So we kicked on the AC as high as we could, pointed all the vents towards him, got him exposed as much as we could. We kind of did our passive cooling. The only other thing I could have done to cool him was grab the blood ice packs and put them on him, which I didn't know if we should have or not. I actually didn't think of it until about 5 minutes left with the flight anyway. So we dumped 2 liters of fluid in him to try to cool him that way. I did do an ultrasound. Unfortunately, it didn't save. I did it correctly, but we did do an ultrasound. And as soon as I put the probe on him, I got the IVC, which was just lucky, luck. And it looked pretty squishy, like we couldn't get any, like he was super fluid, underloaded. So continued with the fluid, gave him all of our 2 liters in flight, in the 30-minute flight. When we got to the ED, his temp was 106.7. And so it was definitely super hot. Other than that, a couple things we could have done better. His glucose was fine. I don't know if it was a seizure. I really don't think it was. I think he was just having a heat stroke. The guy's a chronic alcoholic, so he's obviously always dehydrated anyway. So some things we should have done different. I think we should have probably dropped our temperature down, which we didn't do. And then his blood pressures were sagging. I thought they would improve with the fluid we gave him. And they did improve slightly throughout the flight, but not enough. We maybe should have started him on a press or 2 just to get his blood pressure up. So yeah, those 2 things starting him on a pressor, and then we were kind of busy, which is probably why we didn't start the pressor. We're trying to give him fluid, check temperature, put him on the vent, everything else. But we probably should have done that and then dropped the probe just to see what his temperature was. I'm guessing he was, 107.5 or something when we picked him up. It was still kind of early in the day, so I'm kind of surprised he was that hot that early in the day. It was 10 o'clock. It was a hot day, but it wasn't, wasn't even in the 90s yet. Can't remember what the temperature was that day, but it was a warm day for sure. Other than that, Travis did a great job both intubating and recognizing his temperature, just feeling him that he's super hot. I'm not sure what else we could have done to cool him. Maybe sprayed some cold water on him and just some convective cooling would have been okay. But other than that, I'm not sure what else we could have done on.
Yeah, I know. It seemed like I heard from Scott McIntosh that the doctors, some of the residents or the doctors in the ER wondered about our care, which they probably just didn't have all of the information when they made their comment. Like, couldn't they have cooled the patient more or something?
I don't know how else to cool them other than kind of what we did. We don't really have a cooling mechanism in the aircraft. Yeah, I really don't know. If anyone has any ideas, I'd love to hear them.
Hey, Brandon, this is Amanda. I actually talked to dispatch the next day because we called them, their backboard was still out at the base. And so I called them to see if they would give Dugway a call and let him know their backboard was hanging out to have him come pick it up. And they said that this is like completely random information, but there's actually a federal investigation that has started because of this, because this guy was on base without proper credentials and was using one of the other workers' IDs or something like that to work on the site, but he actually wasn't even an employee or something. It's this super convoluted, nobody knows how he got on base kind of situation. But with his core temp being that high and it being so early in the day, did you guys think about maybe if he had like a bath salt ingestion or if he was on spice or something like that, because that can drive that temperature really high, and then or even like ecstasy could do something like that, but then maybe he had an episode of like excited delirium and then went down on his own without any outside interference.
None of that even in my mind. It's good to think about, but no, it didn't cross my mind at all that it could be anything like that. I didn't know about the whole investigation thing. He did have an autopsy, found that he tested it, but I don't. And George Shan just asked if it was like needing hypothermia, just because he was super. I mean, when Travis went to intubate, he felt how hot he was just to the touch. So I think he was just, it could have been any of those factors, I guess. But like I said, that early in the day, I wouldn't have expected for him to have any hyperthermia due to the weather. But it was probably still 80s. It was still fairly warm in the beginning of the morning.
Brandon, do you guys not have an ice machine in your Tooele aircraft?
Yeah, we're getting one.
Yeah, we've had one in Nemo for a couple of years, and we really like it.
Yeah, we're totally getting one. It's just a weight thing,
Right.
Does it do slushies too?
Yeah, it does.
No, it would be nice to keep some water or even grab one of our bags of saline. I felt like the saline would be better inside of him than outside, but even grab a bag of saline and just spike the bag and then just put it on him for some,
Yeah, I don't know. It sounds to me like you guys did everything right with this guy. Getting his airway managed, getting his hypoxia managed, get his airway managed, and God, I'm impressed that you got to look at his IBC and confirm that he was profoundly hypovolemic, which kind of fits the picture of this guy was on a bender the night before. He was 4 liters down because he peed out all that beer. showed up for work and he didn't have to get that much hotter, and he was really motivated to work hard because of all of his socioeconomic issues that we talked about already. It sounds to me like it's a classic case of heat stroke, and you did what you could have, but you used all the tools you had. You know, if you had 20 pounds of ice to pack his head in, would that have been good? Yeah, but you didn't have that. And I agree with the, you know, pouring some water or crystalloid on his chest and his head might have been good, but I think it was probably more important to get it to him intravascularly. And I don't know that I would have given him pressors either. I think, I don't know, that's not his problem. His problem was hypovolemia and hyperthermia. Pressors wouldn't have helped either of those things. Is my take. You checked a blood sugar on him, super important. And, you know, I think you did everything you could have to save this guy's life.
Yeah, I mean, the pressors could have helped a little bit. I mean, but he was just hypovolemic. We gave him all the fluid we had, or as much as we could, as quick as we could. You know, we still had another 500 bag or some that we could have used, but I mean, we gave him. I mean, the 2 liters took about that long to get in him anyway. And then as soon as we got to the ED, they put cooling on him. He was cool in the ED within probably 10 or 15 minutes, but it didn't improve his outcome. Unfortunately,
He'd already cooked his brain.
yeah, he was like, we didn't give him any more. I mean, he had 10 milligrams of Versed IM prior to our arrival, so he had some sedation, but we didn't give him, and that could cause some of his hypotension as well. But we didn't give him any more sedation or pain meds during the flight, just because his blood pressure was, you know, 70, low 70s, high 60s. Like his maps, I think the highest we got was like a 62, if I recall.
So Brandon, and I think you said that the ultrasound had changed your care, but I think it did, right? Is because you knew that you wanted to be giving it intravascularly, because the other option would be, you know, just with a bed sheet and moisten the bed sheets and open the windows to get, you know, some evaporative and convection cooling going on, because that's really your option in the aircraft. So, you know, I think you prioritized the right way, and I think your ultrasound, you know, confirmed what your suspicion was, but it seems like that was a valuable measurement to make. So good job in using that. And Lisa, did Scott tell you anything that was a specific concern, or something that he thought that should have been done, or were these just general wondering if we could have done more?
Yeah, no, the ultrasound just more confirmed what we needed. You know, his blood pressure was low enough. He needed some fluid. It was hot. It was dry. Like, he needed fluid intravascularly, and the ultrasound just confirmed that. I wish I saved it correctly, because it was a great view of his IVC, and it just confirmed what we needed to do. He needed more fluid, and he needed to be cooled. I'm glad the ER was quick in getting him cooled. Like I said, it was probably within 2 minutes. Unfortunately, like, it was too little too late. He probably, I mean, his brain was fried prior to us even getting there, probably.
Hey, Brandon, before we had air conditioning, we used to, for our CAMES, we used to say we carried, you know, fluids and ice bags, because we did used to carry those ones that EMS has, you know, that you pop. Yeah. And maybe if they had that, you could have put it on them. But that's always been a real struggle for me, is even crew safety before we had air conditioning. So, and I used to fly a lot of these illegal folks that were coming across the border in California, and they presented just like he did, and they were just burning up, and it was really, really sad. So good job.
Yeah, thanks, Janie. No, the ice packs were good, and even Travis said in the comments, you know, we could have grabbed some from EMS on scene.
Yeah.
We didn't quite think of it prior to taking off, and prior to checking a temp and seeing a temp just read high. So it would have been good to grab them from him, but unfortunately we just didn't. And I'm not sure, like I said, I don't think it would have changed his outcome. He probably still would have perished just because he was right.
Yeah. I agree. It wouldn't have changed his outcome, but that's something good to put in paroles, is think about grabbing ice bags or extra IV fluids from EMS on the scene before you leave.
And even Travis and I were like, I've never seen a heat stroke case. I mean, we've seen heat exhaustion and stuff. I've flown actually several out of Dugway, because they have their military members come in from other parts of the country, and they, go out and run in the heat, and they don't realize how quickly they get dehydrated. And so I've flown a few of those, but never an actual heat stroke case where he was that hot.
You have now.
I have now. I definitely learned from it. So.
Okay, thanks, Brandon. And no, there wasn't anything more from Scott that I had heard. I don't even remember how I heard that from what he said about the residents. So, all right, our last one to review is with Tracy and Cody again. And this, there was a lot of discussions, it wasn't one that needed to get admin reviewed, but there was a lot of discussions that happened afterwards. And so we just need to be able to talk about this on CQI. So if Tracy or Cody wants to give us a little background information, and then I think Bryson, if you're still on, you have some background information too. So let's go ahead and discuss what we need to on this one.
Okay, is Cody on? I didn't see him, so I don't think he's present. So this was a 41-year-old male patient that was called, we were called, they told us that he needed an urgent craniotomy. There was a couple different reports, but the report that we had heard was that he had fallen. He was in a bar fight and fell backwards and hit his head. He did have a positive loss of consciousness. He arrived to the emergency department and his GCS improved to 14. They did a CT scan on him and he had a lot of things wrong. He had a basilar skull fracture, 2 subdural hematomas, scattered subarachnoid hemorrhage. He had intraparenchymal hemorrhages and he had contusions. And they put him in their ICU for monitoring. They were supposed to be able to have an OR available if he decompensated. I guess in the morning when they did the repeat CT scan, he had decompensated. He was getting worse. And they tried to take him to the OR there and I think there was no blood available for them. So they called us. When AirMed called us initially, there was not a room available for him. So we got over to the ICU and walked in and looked over to the room where they said he was at. They had originally told us that he was intubated. We looked over into the room and it's a combative patient. So you're immediately thinking, oh my goodness, I hope this is not my patient. And they're like, oh, look, here is your patient. And you're like, oh. So they said, yeah, he's, a little bit combative. The neurosurgeon only wants us to give 30 milligrams of Benadryl. 30, not 25, not 50, but 30. So we got a report from the nurse outside of the room, and she had told us that he was a GCS of 12. We finished getting the report. We walked into the room, and my assessment was he was a GCS of 9. And his pupil was blown. I asked them, when his pupil had blown, and that was a new finding. It had not blown prior to us arriving that they knew of. And so I called medical control because they were insistent that we could not give him anything else. And we're thinking, well, we can't put a combative patient in the helicopter. So I did call our medical control, let them know what I was seeing, let them know that he did have a significant change in status. His pupil was blown. And then we just talked about, hey, we're probably going to have to give a little bit of fentanyl and Versed if he continues to be combative. We loaded him. I asked them if they had some 3%. Because at this point we had taken it out of our bags. They couldn't get 3% from the pharmacy. They had to have an order. There was a delay. So by the time we put a second IV in, they only had one IV in. And so by the time we had him loaded onto the stretcher, he was a GCS of 3. So my thought was, this is a trauma patient that needs a surgeon. And we can intubate this guy right now, but he is oxygenating, he is ventilating, and he has a pulse. And that's going to delay us another 12 or 20 minutes. And so we opted to go. We took him out to the aircraft. We started 3%. We started nicardipine. He was starting to get hypertensive. And I called medical control and said, hey, I'm sorry. This guy is a GCS of 3. He has had a significant change in status. We have an, LMA ready to go. If he, stops breathing, we gave him Zofran for nausea, and we took him to the U. And when we arrived to the U, anesthesia was waiting on the pad for us to take him to the OR to emergently do his craniotomy. By the time I had his leads off of him, they were shaving his head to do the craniotomy. And, I feel like that was the right decision for him, because I felt like we would have delayed him getting that emergent craniotomy another, at least 10 minutes. And I don't know, I'd love to have your feedback, but I felt like that was the right choice for that patient. I did notice when I was reading through my charting that I had charted he got 20 milligrams of metoprolol, and I apologize. That is a miss. That was an error. He got 20 milligrams of labetalol for his blood pressure. So I need to go in and put an addendum for that. So I'd love your thoughts.
Wow. You guys are so good. So Tracy, and I forget, who was your medic?
It was Cody.
And Cody. I think you did a lot of really good decision making with the difficult situation here. And I'll get to the timing of transfer in a minute, because I have some questions about that I need answered that need to go beyond this conversation. But your decision-making process about whether to intubate this guy or not, I think was really outstanding. Clearly, was there an indication to intubate him? Yes. Was there an indication to get to the U as fast as possible? Absolutely. And I think your assessment that he was breathing well and he was actually a little bit tachypnic, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
His saturations were fine. And I think that was a perfectly rational decision to extubate, to get in there, because he was doing his respiratory status was not his highest priority. Now, so yeah, would it have been okay to do it the other way around too? Yeah, I think it's totally a judgment call, and I think you and your partner's decision-making process was appropriate. And I appreciate that you involved medical control in that decision-making. I have a couple of questions that I don't know about. One is, you said something about there was not a room available. Was there an effort to transfer him to the U sooner, and that was declined because of bed availability?
I don't know. I just know that, so this got brought up with Davis Hospital. Obviously, they held on to this patient and then they weren't able to care for him. So then of course they kind of, obviously are going to look at everything we did. And so there was concern that it took us 20 minutes to get to him, which, they called us initially and said, we've got this transfer for you, but then they called us back and said, we don't have a room available. So we kind of
the U doesn't have a room available?
Yeah, it was our dispatch at Flight Center called back and said there's not a room available for him. So, you can't leave until you have a room available. And so I think the idea initially was to take him to NCC and then take him for the craniotomy. But I think us calling medical control expedited all of that. In fact, when I talked to medical control that he had blown his pupil, his GCS was 9, he was a little bit combative. We were gonna have to probably give Fenton Versed if he was, moving around too much in the aircraft. He said to me, you should call NCC and let them know that there's a change in status on him. And I actually told him, I can't do this. Please make that phone call for me. So I don't know
Excellent.
if Dr. Madsen called at that point. but it was 20 minutes from the time we got the call to the time we got to the patient, but we did kind of slow down a little bit because we didn't have a bed. And by the time you walk out to Davis and get the, stretcher and load your stuff and get up to the ICU, it's not, 5 minutes.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that was one of Davis's questions for us.
So this obviously there's questions here that need to be addressed beyond AirMed. Like, why did a non-trauma center, non-level 1 or 2 trauma center keep this guy overnight? That's not a question for us to address here. That's the primary issue with this case. Everything that you did was probably optimal care. But as in some of these other cases, the cat was out of the bag before you got there because he should have been transferred as a trauma 2 the night before. And we'll follow up with this with the trauma service. This obviously needs to go to trauma service QA.
Yeah, I believe if I remember in his charting, this event happened about 1:30 in the morning. So honestly, I was pretty pissed that we got called at 7:30 because we could have taken him, hours before. And I did check him, look him up one time, and I know that he was following commands in the ICU, but had decreased movement on the left side. So I think this guy ended up with some significant injury, which was really, it was infuriating to me. If I'm going to tell the truth, I was pretty mad.
Yeah.
So the opportunity here is, and we've, our folks went and met with the Davis Hospital on the debrief. So the neurosurgeon that's there is also apparently a university neurosurgeon, and the plan was exactly as you said, that they felt like that for whatever reason, they could monitor this patient as an isolated head trauma in their ICU. They had a neurosurgeon available, and they had the availability to operate on the patient if there was a deterioration. The system issue, and I think that Davis Hospital is looking into this, is that and I think it was platelets that they didn't have, but they didn't have all the blood products that they needed for the surgeon to feel like they could safely operate on the patient, but they didn't know that until the time of it becoming, we need to go to the operating room. So then, now you're behind the curve and you have to figure out what to do. And so then they were going to do that procedure at the university instead of Davis Hospital. As far as like trauma committee review on this, I think, trauma was not involved in the care of this patient, and we have no control over Davis Hospital and what they do with their patients. I think, having the neurosurgery component and having that internal, I think at the very least, we can touch base with the neurosurgery folks and have them review this case, because I think, from their side of things, there are some opportunities for improvement. And one would be, if you're going to have a plan to have an emergent procedure done, making sure that that actually can be done at the place where you want it to be done would need to be done before that's your plan. You need to confirm all of that. So clearly, like Steve said, there are a lot of parts of this that have nothing to do with AirMed. So yeah, an interesting case nonetheless.
So Eric,
go ahead.
Hang on one second, Lisa. Eric, with this neurosurgeon being faculty here, should we pursue this with the Department of Neurosurgery or through Trauma Service QA? By trauma service criteria, this guy should have been, the night before, should have been a trauma 2, and when he got here that morning, he would have been a trauma 1, which didn't happen. He was brought right to the operating room, which was probably the right thing for him, but he met trauma 1 criteria.
Yeah, and was he within 24 hours of the incident? I'm not.
The incident was, when did the fight happen?
It was a bar fight, I believe. I heard 2 stories of bar fight, and then I also heard it was down outside of the gas station. So I don't know how they confused those 2 stories, but it was about 1:30 in the morning.
It was less than
if I
12
remember
hours.
correctly. Yeah, so it had only been 6 hours.
Yeah,
It was about
so
6 hours prior.
he's a trauma patient.
Yeah, we could do that because, technically interfacility transfer of a trauma patient with an altered GCS would be a trauma 1 on arrival here. And
we can get neurosurgery to weigh in on it there.
I think that's actually a reasonable.
All right, I'll fire this off to Toby and Janet.
Yeah.
Get it on their radar.
I do have to say, I have never been so grateful to see 2 anesthesiologists in my entire life. When we landed and the elevator doors opened, it was like heaven was shining down on them. That was really great to have them there.
It's so nice to hear. We're so unappreciated. And nice to hear somebody appreciates.
We were very, very appreciated that day. So.
So
glad
the
we were
question,
able to get this guy quickly to the OR.
the question that I have, which kind of concerns us, AirMed, so we have a patient like this, it's critical, and we know that he's going to get intubated either before we leave by us or once he is at the facility by, accepting facility because he's going to the OR. What is do we just use our, clinical judgment? Should we intubate before? Should we have intubated before or just let it go? I mean, but either way, he's going to get intubated, and either way, there's that 20 minutes is going to get used somewhere. What are your thoughts on that?
So I think the decision-making the team used, look at his respiratory rate and his current airway situation and his oxygen saturation level, and use those to help you make a decision. I think it would have been perfectly reasonable to intubate him en route if that seemed reasonable, or to delay until they got there if that seemed reasonable. I can tell you that I would guess as this guy was arriving at the operating room, probably within 10 minutes, he probably had a craniotomy, an endotracheal tube, and an A-line and a Foley, because we have a lot of resources there to do it quickly. But I think just, assessing the information that Tracy and Cody had, his sats were okay, his airway was okay, he was not obese, his airway was dry, he wasn't vomiting. I think that was all reasonable. It's clinical decision making. It's all clear as mud.
Yeah.
These are all good clinicians and are making good decisions. Go ahead, Eric.
Well, Davis too is such a short transport time. I think that if your plan is to do the airway in the aircraft, then that's probably not the best, other than maybe like a LMA or something. But because then you end up having the safety concerns of not being totally unavailable for any of the critical phases of flight, right? Because it is such a short transport.
Yeah, good point.
I mean, I have no problem with the decision making that was made, in this case, and I would have no problem too if you decided to do it at the site and then transport. I think intentionally planning to do an RSI in the aircraft on flight from Davis to the U would be challenging, and so that would be kind of the last on my list of those 3 options. But
yeah. One thing I think is worth some discussion about, though, is blood pressure control in a guy like this. I didn't see how high his blood pressure was, but there's kind of competing considerations with somebody with an intracranial hemorrhage. One is their blood pressure so high it's making them bleed worse. And number 2 is their blood pressure high because their intracranial pressure is high and they need a high blood pressure to perfuse their brain. So you got to be really careful about lowering a patient like this's high blood pressure because they may need it. And I guess gosh, I don't know, Eric, are there numbers that you know of to guide that? I vaguely recall seeing some numbers if the pressure exceeds 180 systolic or 200 systolic or something, then maybe treat their blood pressure.
Yeah.
Hypertension.
So, and it kind of depends on, you know, and that some of this is a little bit of voodoo just for the reasons that you're talking about. But, you know, so clearly if we give somebody TPA, you know, we want to keep their blood pressure below 185. If it's a subdural
traumatic mechanism
situation, we're kind of thinking like the 160 range. And if we're thinking like aneurysm rupture with a subarachnoid hemorrhage, 140 systolic. But again, you know, kind of depends on, you know, those are starting numbers, but if the patient normally runs at chronically hypertensive, you know, relative increases are probably more important because you know, the patient is used to seeing and has adapted to higher pressures over time. And so driving them down to 140 may actually make them, you know, underperfused, you know, more than in somebody that doesn't have chronic hypertension. So it gets a little hard, I think, to sort it out. But super high pressures and bleeding in the brain, I think nicardipine drip is probably what would be done in our NCC and is probably not an unreasonable thing.
Lisa, when you write this up, if you can just put an asterisk there, I'll look on Up to Date or talk to neurosurgery and see if they can give us some guidelines on that.
Okay.
We did start a nicardipine drip on him. Unfortunately, it was such a short flight. We didn't have enough time to really dial it in, but we did start the nicardipine drip because I believe we were told that she wanted his blood pressure less than 140. And so, you know, when he was hitting the 170s, I was not super happy about that. But again, there wasn't a lot of time for us to
She also wanted to not herniate before we got a craniotomy, and that was happening.
Yeah, yep. So.
Can I just comment to you guys? I think kudos to you. We kind of talked about this on a few of the flights today. You guys had a plan. You talked about it, you agreed, and you executed it. And that's the big thing. You had a plan before you left, and you knew what you were going to do. And you communicated well, and as a result, you had heaven, aka anesthesia, meeting you on the elevator. So I think that's going to set you up for success no matter what it is. This was a tough call. You guys did great.
I have to echo that, you guys. I mean, holy smokes, talk about, we have transported some really, really sick patients this month, and you guys have used really good teamwork to talk about what are the issues, what are the consequences, what are our options. And I'm just so impressed with the care you guys are delivering to our patients. Every one of these flights, I mean, I think you guys all just did a great job. And, you know, are there things to learn about and talk about? Yeah, but I think the care we're delivering to our patients and the teamwork you guys using is just incredible. I'm really proud of you. My hat's off to you.
Yeah, I echo that, totally agree. And the other thing too, I like in this last case is, you know, being specific with medical control and what you need them to do. And so, you know, totally appropriate, like, hey, I am not going to have time to call the NCC or neurosurgery. Will you do that? And, but being clear in that communication will also help things. And I think that's the main reason why you saw the response that you did when you arrived, is because you had directed that to happen. So
yeah.
Okay, good job. Good job. Okay, since we're like way late, I just wanted to have clarified about the 3%, the hypertonic. Our protocols is that we give one bolus. I've seen two charts where 500 has been given. So I just wanted to make sure that, and when I give the feedback, I always tell them, well, unless you see lateralizing symptoms or seizures or whatever, we just give one bolus. So are we still clear on that? We don't need to change our protocols or anything?
I think, doesn't the algorithm show that there can be a repeat dose if the first one?
Yes, but they have to chart that there's lateralizing symptoms, or they have to specifically chart that there's still some ongoing symptoms.
Got it.
I just listened to the head trauma. There was a head trauma education with Dr. Young, and he said that he's fine for us to just give all 500. He's like, I frequently just give the whole 500. So I don't, and we honestly, we didn't have, we put it on a pressure bag and we just forgot about it because we had a bunch of other stuff to do. But I do know that you should do 250 and then recheck. It's hard when it's pressure, when it's on a pressurized bag too, because you
I
can't
think
really
the
tell how
guideline
much
is
they're
fine
giving.
as is.
What did you say, Steve?
I think the guideline's fine as is.
Okay.
And
All right.
Tracy, if it's any consolation, most of the time I've tried to give 250. I've also given 500.
Okay.
It happens.
Well, I think we've set ourselves up for failure of that because I've never given it and just given 250. I always accidentally go over. So if we don't want to give more than 250, then we either need to give it in 250 bags or something. But it's just, there's no way we're going to remember that these sick patients to stop it at 250.
Or put it on a pump. And I know that when I'm given it, it's usually because it's an emergent situation. And so putting it on a pump, you could get that exact amount, but that's just going to take more time. I don't know. I just know.
Well, if we still have the old pumps, we could easily put it on those, but these new pumps are so problematic that it's not realistic to put it on a pump if they really need it that bad.
I mean, I don't have a good solution for this. If somebody else does, please speak up. One thing that we could do is if you're in another facility is get a Buretrol from them and just increment it through the Buretrol, but that's not a great solution either.
Well, here's a thought too. Oh, go ahead.
Would it be okay to change the policy to 500?
That's
yeah. We should be give 250. And
Okay.
if there are still signs of herniation, then repeat it.
All right.
We can
Is the literature, sorry, Dr. Swanson.
we can send it back to best practice to look at
That's what I was just, yeah.
to deal with this. And I don't know if it's if there's a way to have prepackaged 250s or draw 250 off with a syringe, but then that doesn't give us the opportunity for the second dose.
Right.
What we carry. But it would be maybe a good one to see if there's anything that can be done with best practice.
Well, my question, and that's where best practice would come in handy, is current literature saying 250 and then another 250? Obviously, that was based on literature in the past, but is there literature saying that it's harmful to give 5?
I've routinely had 500 slip in, and I have never ever once over the years that we've carried it had anybody in the ER say, oh man, you totally screwed up by giving 500.
Okay. Well, that's
best practice to review the literature.
Yeah, that's what I think should happen. Cool.
Stephanie already added a comment to the chat that says
she's all over it.
So she's on it.
Awesome. Thanks, Stephanie.
Okay. All right. Well, there isn't anything like super pressing at the moment. I still, Steve, have a few people questioning the ketamine, so I'll just talk with you about that. Not on here, but it has to do with if you already have an IV and stuff, and they're looking at the protocol itself and having more questions of it. So I'll get with you on that. And if there's anything else, all I can say is everybody, please use your ultrasounds, get really familiar with them, and use the ones from the ER. Just use it as much as you can and be comfortable with it so that when you really need to use it, when you have a patient on a pressor, you have it. So anything else from Eric or Steve that you'd like to say before we sign off?
Please be safe out there and have fun. Keep it real.
Okay. All right. Well, good job, everybody. Sorry this one was so long, but that was because we had a lot to review, and hopefully this month of September, it won't be as crazy as August. And you're right. Everybody be safe and have a great rest of your day.